Okay, everybody, I'll call the meeting to order. The Buller District Council extraordinary meeting. Today, this is the 20th of May. We're here for public hearings on our annual plan 26-27. Online, we have Councillor Webb zooming in from Reefton. So welcome to anybody else who is online, to the public, media and staff today. Okay, we need to pass a resolution in terms of Standing Order 4.2. So it's resolved that Council suspends Standing Order 4.2 meeting duration for the duration of this extraordinary meeting only. Moved by Councillor O'Keefe, second by Councillor Reynolds. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's passed. Okay, apologies. I think we're all present and accounted for except Dave Hawes, who we suspect is on the way. So there being no apologies, the recommendation, if there be no apologies to be received and no request for leave of absence, do I have somebody who'd like to move that? Deputy Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Rutherford. All those in favour? Those against? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, item 2.1 is members' interests. The recommendation that members disclose any financial or non-financial interest in any of the agenda items. Does anybody have anything to declare? Councillor Webb.
Just under the submission for the Reefton Care Trust.
Sorry, we are having a bit of trouble hearing you. We just have an adjustment here. Won't be a tick. Okay, try that, Linda.
Just under the submission for the Reefton Care Trust. My father, Graham, was a founding member, but now is no longer active. He's just there name only, doesn't attend any of the meetings and that. So I just thought I'd declare that, but I don't feel that I have a conflict.
Okay, thanks, Linda. That's good. Okay, no others? Okay, so the recommendation that members disclose any financial or non-financial interest in any of the agenda items. Somebody like to move that? Councillor Hingston, seconded by Councillor Sampson. All those in favour? Those against? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to our submitters. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll allow 5 minutes for questions thereafter. So a total of 10 minutes is allocated for each speaker and the questions. Okay, I think first up we have Barry and Linda Walker. Welcome.
Want to move here?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. How's that? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, great.
Okay, so I am Barry Walker. I've met some of you before. I'm currently the Environmental Community Manager at Stockton. And before that, I used to teach at Buller High School. Have been a resident of this town for, I think, in approximately 25 years. I'll be making reference to a submission I made back in June last year on when submissions were asked around Buller District's drinking water, stormwater and wastewater. I'll be talking particularly about my particular interest in stormwater at Carter's Beach today. I'll start off by saying that I'd like to acknowledge the public meeting that was had at the NBS not so long ago, where some of you presented to a few members of the public. I'd like to add my support to, if you need that, to the installation of improved stormwater under the areas of the flood wall. I think that makes good sense. I would also like to be noted that I do not support targeted rates for the Carter's Beach flood wall. I believe that an engineering design that directs water to an previously unflooded area from the floods of 2021 and 22. I think it's unfair and just to expect the Carter's Beach residents to have targeted rates for that flood wall. I also understand, although I stand to be corrected, that if there was to be an improvement of the Carter's Beach stormwater system, that would also be a targeted rates situation. I do not support that if that is the case. I understand that the rates that I've been paying on my 2 properties at Carter's Beach have in fact been paying general rates for stormwater for these years. So then to be asked to do targeted rates, I think is an unfair situation. Right, into my submission. From my experience, at the addresses of 18 and 20 Golf Links Road, I'd like to say that the wastewater and drinking water is more than adequate for the needs. However, I am experiencing an increased risk of stormwater inundation into my 2 properties. I've also witnessed this risk at neighbouring properties. In my opinion, this risk has increased because of the greater frequency of intense, short-duration rain events. And we're certainly witnessing that at Stockton from our extensive records. The housing development at Carter's Beach since the inception of the current stormwater system has also increased the hard surface runoff and contributed to these problems. I recommend that Carter's Beach stormwater is improved by the installation of an increased network of stormwater pipes. I'd also like to acknowledge the difficulty in engineering designs, as many of you will be familiar with working in such a low-lying area. Also, our housing stock was not built with the thought of actually raising above the surface of the earth and sit low. I want to acknowledge that. The specific problem at Carter's Beach and Golf Links Road in particular is the roadside sumps are inadequate to cope with the medium to heavy rainfall events. No gutters exist for direction of water to controlled places. The road is higher than several of the properties. No stormwater pipes exist for transport of water safely, and inundation risk to my property is now frequent. The outcome, heavy rain events result in water flowing from Cook Street via a gutter network into Golf Links Road. The roadside sumps fill quickly, resulting in stormwater flow being diverted by the roads into my properties at Golf Links Road. Intense rain events have caused both my properties to become flooded and water to flow under my house. I have supplied images from my submission. The inability of the roadside sumps to cope with the rain events is also evident at other Carter's Beach locations, including but not limited to Cook Street and Coupe Street, Cook Street and Tasman Street. The short stormwater pipes that drain marine parade gutters direct to the Carter's Beach domain. Those protect those houses. They also have the benefit of being slightly higher elevation. I have offered 2 potential options. I'm not an engineer, however, I do work in the field of water. My preferred option is an installation of a stormwater pipe network running under Golf Links Road that captures both Cook Street and Golf Links Road stormwater, similar to the network at the southern end of Ngahui Crescent and Munro Place. You will see that on the excellent maps that are provided for us to look at for the infrastructure of this area. So that is my preferred option, that is a stormwater pipe network running from Golf Links Road that captures Cook Street and takes it out. We do have a shorter term alternative, and that is simply to run pipes from those sumps at the end of Cook Street, under the road to the golf course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Barry. Are there any questions? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you for coming along, Barry. Are you aware that Cutters Beach does not have any community stormwater? And the sums and soak pits that are there are only for council's own roadside water?
Yes,
Okay,
that's that water that directs into my house, is my issue.
That's an issue that can be dealt with in law, because it's illegal to discharge water into other property. Have you approached council to desist from discharging water into your property?
No, I haven't. As far as I've got is I have raised the issue with West Reef Services, who I believe went along and blew steam up the pipes to see if the network was connected. That's as far as I've taken it. I'm not aware of any legal aspect that I have.
okay, getting there.
Okay.
Barry, just in regards to the targeted rates for Cutters Beach flood wall, are you intending to submit to regional council? Because that will be a regional council decision.
I will. I've seemed to have gone to the habit of making the odd submission these days, so I will be recommending that. Yes.
Yeah, because that is probably the best forum for that one to go
Thank you very
to.
much for that advice.
As far as the flooding goes, how long has this been going on for that you've been getting it under your
I've
belt?
noticed within the last, was basically post the early 20 floods.
Okay,
I've noticed that it's those sort of 10 mil an hour type rainfall events that seem to be the system can't cope essentially.
yeah. Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Peter.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah.
Barry.
Sorry.
Yep, Councillor Rutherford's got a question.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming along. Look, quick question. Did I hear you allude to the fact that you provided some images for us? Because I haven't seen them.
Okay, I can resubmit this to council, this document I have, which includes the images of the flooding onto my property. If that would help, but this was submitted as part of the drinking water, wastewater, stormwater submission back in June last year.
Okay.
So that should be on your records. However, I'm more than happy to send it
Thank you.
as required.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. No more questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Next we've got Mr. Ross Eddy. Welcome, Ross. Ross, you have 5 minutes. I'll give you a bell at 4 if you're still going, to let you know we're coming up to 5.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Russell and councillors, thanks for the opportunity to speak this morning. I wish you all well, and thank you for your service to our community, our wider community. My submission's pretty straightforward, and it's based on option 1, which you've probably all read. It is based on the fact that the Cobden Street stormwater outflow has been an outstanding success for Gladstone Street and our immediate area. It has taken away a lot of our problems with surface flooding during heavy rain events, which we've had many of lately, and tested the system well and truly. We have an excellent engineering staff. Let's use them and progress forward with the completion of the project. That's about it. I have no other thing to add, but the communication has been brilliant. I do appreciate, as my wife does, she's the reader in the house. I struggle to read and write, probably always have done. We have access to most of the articles that individual councillors putting in, and yourself as mayor, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you, Ross. Thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that. Next we have Amanda Jane Coleman. We'll do it. Amanda? Move on to the next one. Oh, okay. I'll give you a little simpler English, but just don't talk it 4 minutes, just so you're right. You can't have the time.
I probably won't be looking then, but written something down. Very nervous feeling. So got a koto, ko Mandy Coleman aho, no Mokahanui aho. So I'm from Mokanui, been there for a lot of years. My husband's a local. So all my tamariki are born and bred in Mokanui. So I just wanted to talk about the water supply, and yeah, so the first thing is about the stormwater, like the Westport stormwater as well. So that was like being asked as a ratepayer that goes through everybody has to pay for that, and yet like our little community has to. It's user pays for us. So to me, there's a bit of a contradiction there in that one thing will be for everybody to pay for, but this other thing considered, you know, as user pays. So yeah, so I can't imagine that the Bulla residents would be keen to support our water supply, to be honest. So the rest of the Bullas. So I don't see why we should have to support the stormwater. That's just part of it. So getting to the water supply, there's a few points. This, as you will know, most probably, that most of the water supplies, the small supplies have been built by the community and maintained by the community. Like we've paid through our rates. It's been administered by the council, but we've had volunteers, or they've had a little bit of money maybe through the accounts, through the rates. So that's been whenever it was put in many years ago. It's only a small supply. So the community hasn't asked for an upgrade. That's a thing. So the council's gone ahead and decided that they will set aside this amount of money to investigate the situation. So that means our rates would go up by 40-something%, or I don't know, 400 or so many dollars a year, which is, for a start, the fact that we haven't been consulted about it, well, we weren't in the start, and then we get to affordability, so it makes it like, you know, that's going to put maybe some people into stress over the expense, and yeah, I'll just look at my notes for a moment. So I guess we have a feeling that the water supply is pretty well unpotable. I don't think you would be able to fix it. like it's never actually killed anybody yet, but I know there's regulations that say we have to have it up to a certain standard, but most people in Mokanui have their own tanks. And just rainwater tanks, and use the supply for washing and maybe for stock as well, for animals in the garden. So, yeah. And so the other thing, I guess, is that we're just wondering how, if it has to be decommissioned, which then I guess we would decide as a community, we've been told that we have to have so many votes out of our ratepayers, the number of ratepayers, which is fine, because we've only had the initial discussions about it. If it's decommissioned, we would like to, because there's farmers and there's horticultural activities in Mokanui. So there's that use the water supplies. So we would like to know, moving forward, is there possibilities of how that could be still made available for the animals, really. And I saw in the annual plan that I know that you've done a lot of work on it, but I have to say, as a sort of a normal person, whatever, done such thing as normal, but it's very hard to find, like, it's so big, and I understand why it's so big, but yeah. And I did find something in there that said how much it would cost to upgrade the water supply. It was 188,000 or something like that. But if we want to make an informed choice about this, we need to know what that looks like, how much per year, or how many ratepayers have to pay for it, or will there be other funding? And also whether the water supply is actually potable, which I don't think it would be, versus what are our other options, just to make sure that we have all the information for making a choice as a community about the water supply. So, yeah.
Right, thanks.
But I actually talked for 5 minutes. Wow.
Well, thanks, Megan. You did very well. I didn't give you a ballot for because you're on a roll. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, thanks for coming along this morning. I know it's not the easiest thing looking around this table, but we're not ogres. Look, we've obviously had quite a number of submissions that are very similar to yours.
Yes.
But of course, we don't get submissions that favour the alternative. You mentioned that it would require a number of people to agree to decommissioning. Do you have a rough idea of how many people are out there that still favour moving forward on this versus not? I mean,
there was nobody at the meeting that was in favour. We had a ratepayers meeting.
Right.
Maybe 20 or 30, 20 something people there. It was quite a well attended meeting. There were nobody was wanting to put the money into the research to do it, to move forward. As you say, no, I don't know anybody. There wasn't anybody that spoke at that meeting with a anti-view. Like,
okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Hi, Mandy. Just wondering about the other use, the farming and the horticultural use. Do you have any idea of those people, so that our council can go and speak to those people just to actually get an idea of what the use is? Because I don't know what the option might be, but if Mokanui does go to water tanks and then that water is being used for a commercial use, then maybe it is possible to keep it, but it would have to be, I don't know, I'd have to ask staff, but somehow metered.
Well, there's like ourselves, because we have got quite a lot of stock, and the neighbours, like the Morgan's farm. They're the two that I know of, and there are other people with gardens as well. that they were just useful, they're going, like these glass houses and stuff, like it's not, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thanks very much for coming, Amanda. Okay, next we've got Lisa Gregory. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors and Councillor Webb and Reefton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today on behalf of Buller Financial Mentoring Service. I'm the coordinator with the service and I'm also a financial mentor. I'm joined today by my colleague Karen Kirsten, who's a financial mentor, our treasurer Christine Bickle, Mel Van Gravenbrook. Sorry, I know how to write it better than I know how to spell it. Mel has had every role in our organisation and has been with us for more than 25 years. Then we have our patron, Barry Townroy. And I'm not here to read word for word our submission because I appreciate the time that you will have already taken to read it. I'm here to summarise it. And that is our proposal that we would like councillors to consider changing Buller Financial Mentoring Services lease agreement for 2 offices at the other end of the clock tower here over to a peppercorn rental. The organisation has benefited from community grants from council over the years, and that has covered the cost of our rent, which we pay to council. So basically, you charge us rent, and then you have given us a community grant to pay for that rent. We are very grateful for that, and that has enabled us to get on with the business of helping our community get out of poverty into generational poverty. By houses, we've saved lives. I know of one person that hugs their financial mentor in the supermarket and says, "You saved my life," and he literally did. I can tell you the sad stories, but that's not what we're here for today. We operate all over Buller. We will go out to Reefton, we will go out to Karamea. I have been out to Ngukawa for 4 weeks in a row to meet a client at the Ngukawa Resource Centre because he could not afford to get into town. He managed to get in on the Karamea Express one day, but then we had about half an hour, which simply wasn't long enough to get to build a relationship with him, collect a food parcel for him, and to start to make any headway. So we will travel to our clients anywhere in Buller if they can't get to us. We are aware that there has been a precedent set that there are other community organisations that have a peppercorn rental in place with council because council has deemed that what they offer to the community is important. And really, unless you've got any other questions, that is it from me.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Lisa, for submitting today. So as far as things like power and other services, do you guys pay them separately, or is
That is covered in our rental.
covered in your rental?
So we perhaps would be very happy to look at paying for power if that was of any benefit. We pay for our own phones. So yeah, our lease agreement covers the 2 offices and the electricity we use.
Okay, cool. And can you, it's probably in your submission, but can you just remind me how much it is? That you
9,000. The annual rental is 9,000. It's gone up from 7,000 over the last 2 years. And philanthropic groups have less money to divide into the community. More groups are applying for those. So our external funding has reduced over the last 3 years dramatically. Places like the West Coast Community Trust that we used to receive regular support are now giving us around $1,000. Tyndall Foundation continues to support us. Part of my role is finding funding, and I look everywhere and I search far and wide, and I have come up with some unusual and alternate options and have pursued them successfully. So we very actively seek funding. We do not receive any funding from council. We're not entitled to apply for funding from council because we do not offer wraparound services such as mental health services, such as youth services. The reason we stick in our lane is because there are other organisations in our community that already provide those social services. So we work in partnership with them. I regularly attend Hui with them and we refer clients to each other. So that is our model of work, and that is why we are not entitled to any government funding through MSD.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Councillor Sampson, then Councillor Rutherford.
So, thanks, Lisa. You're asking for a peppercorn rental instead of the funding that you get from council, or would you still be seeking funding from council?
Hopefully I mentioned in my submission that if council were to shift our lease over to a peppercorn rental, we would not apply to community grants.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thanks, Lisa. Sort of that leads us into my question. Wouldn't you be worse off?
Help me understand that.
Well, you've indicated that the lease includes power, that you would now presumably pay yourselves. So the grant that you get covers your lease and power. If we were to agree or accept your submission, you would be financially worse off because you'd be paying your own power.
Perhaps financially we might incur a cost. What it would give us is surety to get on with the business of financial mentoring and finding other sources of income, because the community grants pool has reduced, my understanding is, from 120,000 to 50,000. You are going to be getting an increasing number of applications to that smaller pool of funding because other funders also have less money to divvy out. So what it would give us is surety of getting on with the business of reducing poverty and also helping people who are not in poverty achieve their financial goals, such as saving for a deposit for a house.
Yeah,
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, Lisa, sorry, I just wanted to ask you, you talk about external funding providers, and we've recently had a lot of discussion around corporate entities, etc., like mining companies that may contribute to community good. Have you approached any of those, say Bathurst Tallies or people like that, to see if they would support you?
We've been unsuccessful with MBS. We have banked with MBS forever. Well, not forever, but for a very, very long time. And we have small investments with them, but even they, through their community grants, have declined us twice. The reality is that we are not sexy. Our brand is not sexy. And also we don't have a website. We can't afford a website. We don't have uniforms. We can't put their logo on uniforms. So I have a long experience in corporate sponsorship, and through discussions that I have with corporate people across the community, we are not desirable to them. they are not the kind of organisation that they wish to be aligned with.
Sorry, I wasn't talking about corporate sponsorship
Oh.
per se,
Yeah,
but corporate support as a community support element of their business. You know, they live within the community, these people, and you know, I have heard of other instances that where there's been support offered to similar but different organisations from these people.
okay. I'm very open to any ideas and suggestions that you might have in that realm. I have, for the last 3 years, considered all options and have been unsuccessful as such, and have had meetings and discussions, and none of them have been fruitful.
Thanks very much for coming, Lisa. We need to move on. Yep, we need to move on. Okay, thanks, Sharon.
Thank you, councillors.
Okay, thanks, Lisa, very much. Yeah, we've got a lot to get through, so we keep a strict 10 minutes for each. Okay, next we have Bev Morrow from the Waimangara subcommittee. That's off. Okay, welcome, Bev.
Yep, bye.
I'll give you a bell when the 5 minutes is up, Bev.
Do you think I talk that much? Good morning, everybody. I'm Bev Morrow. Who doesn't know me? This is Julia Thompson with me. We're here on behalf, if you'd like to take these photos and pass them around, because we're not very professional. We're here on behalf of the Waimangara subcommittee, and we're here again asking for money, and we're trying very hard to become self-sufficient, but the rising cost is so prohibiting to what we're trying to achieve. So we're here with our hand out as a community group, just trying to get ahead. We've worked tirelessly on getting the building up to compliance, and we're so close, we're almost there. The new windows you kindly gave us money for last year, one of the photos, just looks so beautiful. And it's made the building warm, and it's made it future-proof, which is amazing. We thank you for that. So thank you for considering our request for new lino in the boys' toilets, the girls' toilets, and the utility kitchen. That it's really the last thing that we have to do. Yes, safety and hygiene is really high to us, and now being a civil defence building as well, this would just top it off, make it so cleanable and usable. As we said in our submission, we have $2,500 that we came out on top of at our music festival, which was fantastic. So we've got that to put into it, but we just didn't realise Rhino was so expensive. Good God, 10 grand, 3 rooms, but little rooms. So yeah, if you could see it in your budget to find money for us, we'd be really grateful. And for everybody that comes to our fish and chip nights, thank you. We're having a ball out there. Have you been to our fish and chip night?
I'm coming.
Just speaking. Yeah. So so the photos in front of you are our concrete floors that we've painted, but the paint is great for non-slip, but not so great for cleaning. And the Flooring Plus come in and it would just finish the building. It would just tidy it up amazingly. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bev. Any questions, Councillor Hingston?
Hi, Bev. And thanks for the work done out there. I have a question about the hall as a community hub. Is it a fair statement to say that this hall community centre is becoming a community hub?
Absolutely. we had a catering job there, or a booking last Friday, which was the fire brigade, and there was 50 people in our building using it as a central, what was it, the honours night for the fire brigade. They didn't have enough room at the fire station. They would have all ended up in town. So that was really cool that they used it. We have had the regional council book it for a weed seminar, and they absolutely loved that it was a bit more personal, not so like a big open hall. They had the TV, they had the heat pumps, tea, coffee. They absolutely loved it and can't wait to use it again. So yeah, it is definitely becoming a hub. Fish and chip night's becoming very big. 50 meals.
Right,
Yeah. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
I just want to say well done on that Waimangaroa Festival. It was an amazing event, great atmosphere. I got a speeding ticket going out there, which I was gutted with. But I think it's so good to see that community coming together to make a difference out there, and it is making a real difference. So yeah, well done, you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a rocky road, but we feel like we're getting to the fun part. Yeah.
Thanks, Bev. Councillor Webb and then Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, thanks for your submission. I just had a question. Has council staff been approached whether this request falls under their halls and maintenance fund? I know last year we had a big discussion about upgrades versus maintenance, and the staff had a budget each, an annual budget for maintenance and that. I wondered whether you'd had any talks, had the committee had any talks with staff, whether this fell under that, or is this outside?
I think this is outside. Well, I'm not 100% sure. I might be clarified on that, but it's never had lino, so this is the first. We're not replacing it, we're actually doing it.
We'll ask, I think Anthony might be able to guide us.
So this is most likely funding could be allocated from the Reserves Contribution Fund for this sort of activity. That'll be a council decision to make.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks for coming along, everyone. Quick question, and again, well done on the festival. So do you have an ongoing fundraising opportunity that you could potentially add further funds towards this?
We are constantly raising funds with our fish and chip nights. They have been around sort of $500 to $700 a month going into our kitty, but that money just seems to be going like for paint. We've just painted all the eaves. We've just brought all the guttering, got all that up. Where it's constantly hand in our pocket for the little things that we're just finishing off, getting the disabled rail up. Just it's as I say, I did not expect lino to cost $10,500, but yeah, we're constantly fundraising.
Right, Bev, and I'll add my congratulations to the event you held at the Waimang too. I brought my mother out. We had a lovely afternoon, and all I can say, I think that it'll continue to grow if you continue to put it on. I think it was very good for a starter, but it's got the potential there to grow into something quite large, isn't it?
It has. Yes. We were both very amazed. We hoped we'd sell 150 tickets.
Yeah.
To have 600 people through the gate was just phenomenal.
Yeah, and only one speeding ticket.
I actually heard there was a few more than that, but yes.
Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I was just, again, congratulations. It's good to see a community group that's active and starting to gel the community into a cohesive unit. my question really was like, if you, do you think that your fundraising is going to be able to generate that, growth, or do you see other outside funding necessary? Do you think you've got, without these extra costs, that you're in a space where you're moving forward with your funding?
Well, actually, our funding capacity is very limited because we're such a council-owned facility.
Yeah, I'm thinking more around the operational side of what you do.
It's becoming very self-sufficient.
It is.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Fish and chip nights are now standalone.
Yeah.
They're paying for themselves. As I say, we're generating a small bit of profit from them, which is going straight back into the building.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can see in the future with rentals, private functions and things that it will become
Right.
self-sufficient.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Colin, Councillor Reedy, the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question is, in terms of there's paint on the, and I'm sorry, I'm talking into this, so
Yeah.
you're saying, Bev, there's paint on the floor. I'm just asking the question about the hygiene requirements for toilets and kitchens, given that it is a publicly used kitchen, and obviously the toilets. So is there a requirement under some legislation that there should be more than just paint on the floor? I just put it out there at the moment, Mr. Mayor. I don't know the answer myself, but maybe if Bev doesn't know the answer, it's something that we need to consider in terms of health and safety, whatever.
Thanks, Councillor. Are you aware, Bev, or we can check into that?
The building inspector approved us to use the building, but it's certainly, I would question whether it's up to standard. Yeah, but personally, I don't know.
That's something we can follow up then.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if we did manage to get this lino done, it would be the cream on the, yeah.
Thanks very much, Bev, and you guys keep up the good work out there.
Thank
It's
you.
really,
And
really,
honestly, what makes
an
us
asset.
really happy is seeing you guys coming out and using it. It's great. Thank
That's
you.
great. Thanks very much, Bev.
Considering us. No, you can keep them if you want. Yeah.
Okay, I think, thanks again for coming. We have Christine Carter. Do we?
Yes, do you want me to speak
Oh,
now?
sorry. Hi, Christine, welcome. Good morning.
Hi.
Okay, you've got 5 minutes, Christine. I'll give you a bell at 5 minutes so you can wind up, and then we'll have, we've got a total of 10 minutes, 5 minutes for you, 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay. We'll just check could you just say you, Christine Carter, we just check the volume.
Christine Carter, is my volume good?
That's great, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, my address is to council staff more than to the councillors. I don't feel like we're being listened to, ratepayers, all the councillors, to be quite honest. I now know that we're run by the WEF, the WHO, etc., all these globalist organisations. They're running our governments with Agenda 2030, which of course is coming a lot closer. And I know that you're all got your eyes glazing over and going, oh God, what's this woman talking about? Well, you know, that's actually what's kind of happening to all of you. I'm even wondering why we're even doing this submission thing right now. You know, the submissions to the plan, what plan? You know, if Chris Bishop, who's also being run by these globalists, is going to have you all out in 3 months' time, otherwise they're going to have the council take you over, and we know that could happen because we've watched the DIA guy dictate to you over local water done well. thanks for the heads up on that, Tony, by the way, when I had that phone call with you. And you alerted me to the word mandate being dished out by this DIA guy. I then listened to the way he was bullying you all to make a decision. So how I see it now is that Chris thinks that in 3 months' time, you're going to all be switched around and you're going to amalgamate with these other councils. We even get rid of the West Coast Regional Council, which is kind of a good idea anyway, because all they do is write up more plans to make it really difficult for us to live in our areas, because they've now made that many hazards that none of our properties are actually insurable. But the interesting part is that they're mandating out, they're using the word mandate. If you guys don't get your acts together and you all amalgamate in 3 months' time, somebody's going to come in and take over and make sure that this happens. Wow. Chris Bishop, what's the urgency? The urgency may be that he's actually not going to get into power. I just had lunch with my grandson yesterday, who's a student, and after listening to the fact that they're not going to get their funds covered at the end of their uni years, all of them are going out to vote. They had no intention of voting before that, but maybe, yeah, Chris Bishop knows something. He's not going to get in. And so he's going to force this whole debacle of a very urgent, quick amalgamation. I'm horrified. And yeah, and then what I really couldn't understand about this whole, what I'm meant to be presenting to here is when I opened the submission thing up, all I got was to be able to talk about was whether I'm going to allow you guys to charge me for the water issues you've got in Westport. Well, actually, no. That was an easy answer. We've got enough problems in Little Wanganui, which of course you guys still haven't come and addressed, haven't come and spoken to us about them at all. And we know that it's kind of hanging over us. Unlike Mokanui, we've actually got a good water supply, and we'd like to keep it, thank you. But I'm really sick and tired of being dictated to by governments and this agenda in 2030. My major concern is actually your debt. I've had a look back. 2018, we were at 11.4 million. That's when Jamie Klein kind of came in 2019. And now it's up to 60 million. Where the hell has all that money gone? I'm just really trying to fathom how that kind of increase in debt has happened in such a short time. And, I just really don't, for me, I come from a business background. For me to borrow money, I have to go to the bank and prove to them that I've got an increase of revenue that will be able to afford to cover that. So what I'm now asking our staff, not the councillors, it's the staff here, is what are the schemes that you've promoted or proposed to be able to increase our population base so we've got enough revenue coming in? To be able to cover this huge, massive debt. I kind of find it all sort of interesting as well, as if we're going to amalgamate it all, shit, the debt's going to be massive for the total of the West Coast 23,000 ratepayers to have to pay, because the combination of the three councils' debt's going to be enormous. Anyway, we won't go there. So what I'm wanting to know is who's going to foot the bill? Us ratepayers again? And by the way, gosh, congratulations for getting being told to put our rates down by 4%, down to only 4% increase. You managed to do that. So once again, you're just proving to me that you guys have got in there, reduced our rates. We've been asking you to keep our rates low for a long time. Us ratepayers have. The government comes in, Chris Bishop comes in and tells you to reduce them. Otherwise, they're going to smack you on the hand, and you reduce them. So what I'm really trying to say here is you are being run by government and these globalists. And in fact, I really wonder at the end of the day why you put your time and effort, this is now to the councillors, of sitting here thinking that you're actually making a difference, because I don't think you are. Unfortunately, we're being dictated to by the staff who are all being organised by, as I say, the rest of them. So anyway, what I'm actually asking of you as a council is to really grow some balls and say no. No to the amalgamation. No to the debt. And get out of the LGFA now. It's just costing us. Anyway, I'm
Thanks, Lisa. We're well over five, not Lisa, sorry.
Yeah.
We're over our five, so
right.
we've just got a couple of minutes left for any questions that Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, look, thanks for presenting. Christine, this is not the first time you have at this table. I appreciate the effort you make. You'll probably find if you had a discussion with individual councillors, they're not enamoured with this proposal that you've been discussing. I'd love to know what alternatives for local government you might have, be able to share with us. Not now, obviously, because we don't have time. But, if you would like to submit an alternative arrangement for local government, I'd love to see it. So thanks for your time.
Okay. Yep.
Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions for Christine? Thanks very much, Christine, for making a submission. Thanks for your time.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Tony McNabb. Welcome, Tony. I'll give you a bell at 5 minutes. That's when your time's up. If you go a wee bit over that, then there's just less time for questions.
5 minutes should do.
Okay.
For all of those that don't know me, my name's Tony McNabb, and I'm here to represent the Mokanui ratepayers that are on the Mokanui Township water supply. Excuse me from reading my notes. We asked the council not to go ahead with any works involving the upgrading of the current Mokanui Township water supply and move forward with deregistering the water supply and also move forward with a more sustainable option of rainwater collection. The majority of the ratepayers already have rainwater collection and storage of varying degrees. Those ratepayers that only have small rainwater collection capacity are already making plans to increase their collection and storage capacity. The majority of these are batch owners, and these batches are not permanently occupied. There will be some ratepayers that may need assistance with a more sustainable rainwater collection system and storage. The Mokanui Ratepayers Association will be holding a meeting on King's birthday weekend to discuss moving forward with rainwater collection, filtration and UV treatment, and how the council may be able to assist the community in building a sustainable and resilient water supply. Any questions?
Thanks, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Deputy Mayor.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for coming in today. I've just got a question around, you've just said some ratepayers may require assistance. Are you meaning financial assistance?
Perhaps, yes. Yeah. We did briefly discuss that at the last meeting we had with Brett Alderman, that the council may be able to offer some assistance. And I believe we still have some money in our account that we've rated for.
So, and things like filter systems, did you discuss as a group around the option to bulk buy, you know, to look at what's out there? And
That's something we'll discuss, yeah.
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 Okay. Oh, thank you.
Great, councillor Hawes.
Yeah, thanks. Understand the predicament. And again, it's a little bit of an expansion on the affordability issue. How many people are on the supply? How many people contribute to the supply at the moment?
I think around 45, somewhere around there.
There's 45. And as part of a transition process, would they all be opposed to maintaining some sort of charge that allowed this process to assist others to exit to assist everybody to decommission because it's not a personal gain for those people. The decommissioning ends up helping
as long as
everybody.
it didn't take too long. I mean,
Okay, so it would be an option to do a staged decommission and still maintain some form of charging.
yes.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
That's something I'll ask everybody at the meeting.
Yeah.
Kingsworth. I'm sure, I mean, that'll have to happen anyway. There are only a few people really that are using it for their drinking and shower water. Majority of people only have a tap outside to water their gardens. We're paying for garden water.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. Councillor Reynolds.
Thanks, Tony. Do you favour decommissioning the supply altogether or deregistering it as a potable water supply?
Deregistering it for a start. There are some people that will need to use it, like Sos Morgan and others perhaps that have stock. So that will have to be discussed with them, I guess. But we don't need to use it for a town supply. Okay. Or potable water. So, but instead of decommissioning it, I'm sure it can still be used for stock water and irrigation water.
Thanks, Tony. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, just as an extension of what we're talking about then, you know, there's a difference between decommissioning, I guess, and deregistering. Deregistering would rely on it no longer being the primary source of drinking water, I would say. So, what's the maintenance on this like in terms of can the community then maintain it?
The community maintain it now, and they have done for years.
Right, then that answers my question. Then it can remain as a stock watering, garden watering.
Yep.
It's no longer drinking water. Yep, thank you.
Thanks, councillor. Any other questions for Tony? No, thanks very much for coming, Tony. Appreciate that. Okay, there's Jackie Mathis. Nice to see Jackie. Your mum got a flight home the other day.
I know. Picture was a bit bigger than we expected.
So welcome. So you're representing the Buller Mining District's Community Centres Society. To start off with.
Yep. Kia ora koutou, Mayor Russell, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the draft annual plan today. Let's hope these opportunities to speak to local councillors in our local district at a local level continue. Kia kaha, Buller. I'm speaking on behalf of the Buller Mining District's Community Centre Society Incorporated. We've been serving our communities since 1948. In the 50s and 60s, the society ran and supported community centres right across the district, including Denniston, Birchfield, Millerton, Nokawa, Granity, Senville, Waimangaroa, Stockton and Mokanui. The townships pooled their resources, backed by the miners of the day who contributed a small portion of wages, volunteer hours to help fund centres and other community infrastructure. Our purpose has always been practical, local amenities, providing recreation, learning opportunities and community facilities, well maintained and available for everyone. As mines closed and populations changed, the society kept working so community centres could stay open and useful. In recent years, we've divested unused assets so we can focus on the 3 facilities still serving the community. We have major capital upgrades happening right now at Nokawa and Waimangaroa planned for 2027. Projects we will deliver through community funding at no cost to ratepayers. We are also very grateful for inclusion of the Nokawa Centre in Council's solar power project for civil defence. I wanted to highlight the Nokawa Centre's role in tourism. It's well placed for visitor information, and we see a steady number of people, especially over summer. We also make our toilets available for visitors during opening hours. Many visitors are drawn by our mining heritage, particularly with the Nokawa coal handling facility and the aerial ropeway visible nearby. We often refer people to Out West tours, and we regularly promote other local walks and attractions. Since the Charming Creek Walkway's southern access closed in 2019, we still get questions about it every week through summer. So we're excited about new community-led initiatives like the Watson's Mill tramline track at Hector, which has the potential to become a popular alternative access point for the Charming Creek Walkway. In the meantime, we encourage visitors to spend time locally with Chasm Creek, Denniston and Millerton, all offering great short walks, combining history with scenery. We also recommend people continue their journeys over the bluff to Karamea. Council support helps us maintain regular opening hours and a staffed, welcoming facility so that we can keep providing these services. The Nokawa Pool. The pool was built by the Society in the 1960s. It has been a well-used local facility for generations. In 2024, we were fortunate to receive Better Off funding to reline the pool and replace its ageing pump and filtration systems. The project was delivered on time and on budget, and the pool was officially reopened in December that year. Since then, water temperatures over summer have improved, and we've been able to keep the pool open for 2 weeks longer than usual this season. Thousands of local children and families have benefited from the pool over the years, including learn to swim activities supported by local schools. We maintain a water quality regime, provide active supervision, and operate under clear pool rules and safety procedures. In the last financial year, the Society spent over $12,000 on improvements at this facility, including replacing all the perimeter fencing and building a covered seating area, along with new tables, life rings, and other pool equipment. Electricity is our largest ongoing cost, as it is for a number of community groups. Our last monthly bill during the season topped $1,000 monthly. And total power costs from April to April were $4,337. Last year, we were unsuccessful in an application to the Meridian Energy Decarbonisation Fund for a solar system to run our pumps, but we will keep pursuing external funding options for this. Our request today is that council continues previous support for the pool's electricity costs through property budgets associated with community facilities. That support makes a real difference in keeping this amazing facility available and affordable for local families. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Jackie. Are there any questions for Jackie? Councillor Hawes.
Just want to say, great work. Good to hear about the pool. That's one thing that I think we should all be realising, that with the tragedies that we've had with drowning, the really important thing for the West Coast is making sure every kid learns to swim. And that's a passion of mine. I think that you do a fantastic job. So just congratulations.
Thank you.
Councillor Sampson.
Jackie, you're actually asking for $3,000 that you'd had previously, but we didn't get.
Yeah,
The
last
application
year,
last year.
yeah, unfortunately, our committee member that normally put the application in was away and it didn't happen. So it's just going back to what support we've previously received from council for those costs.
See what we can do, but thanks a lot for what you do, and considering it's the only pool, I don't think many pools in our district run for $3,000 cost to ratepayers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sampson. And Deputy Mayor.
Same kind of question, Jackie. So what you're saying is you currently get the power costs for the pool from council?
We used to, well, we
Oh,
did.
sorry,
It's
this
just
year.
last year, Marie was away overseas
Oh,
and she
okay, so
didn't.
that is for the power that you're asking for?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
okay.
And the 5,000 is just year 2 of long-term plan funding for the tourism support at the Nockable Centre.
Yeah, and on that note, thanks for all the work you do there as well.
Thank you.
And thanks for taking on that kind of promoting Buller image and spreading
Awesome.
that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just around fundraising for the pool, do you fundraise for it as well, or?
Yes, yeah, Marie does raffles at the pub and things like that.
Yeah.
It is obviously the pool entry fees.
Backers support it in any way?
They do, yes, they support that in kind through chlorine materials for it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's great. Any other questions from the table? Okay, I think, one thing was sorry, Linda?
Just for clarification, it might be a staff clarification. So have they already, we've already approved through the long-term plan that they get 5,000. So they're just asking for an extra 3. Is that?
Yes, correct. That's correct. Okay, thanks, Linda. And what I was about to say, the history of these community centres, tie back into the old days of the collieries, and it's quite amazing, really, that they're all still operating and servicing, the way they were designed to from that long ago.
It is.
Councillor Reynolds.
Just to stress the importance of learning to swim, are you aware that one of the local community from Nockable Hector that learned to swim in that pool swam the river to save a child from drowning and was awarded a Humane Society medal?
I was not aware of that, councillor. Thank you. It's good to hear.
Give you details later.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, councillor. Okay, thanks, Jackie. Now your name appears again.
Yeah. Do I stay? Put on a different hat.
Okay, yep, we'll start with that. Okay.
All right. Okay, it's not that one, it's this one. Again, thanks for the opportunity to speak to the draft annual plan. This is on behalf of the Nockable Hector Reserve Subcommittee. I'll keep it practical, fairly short. 2 of our topics today are the sort of thing everyone encounters, but nobody really enjoys talking about. In the words of a famous Irishman, it's shite. So thanks for bearing with me. Dog litter. Dog poo, once it's been flung around at speed through the mower, it stops being one person's problem pretty quickly. Unfortunately, in Bullers Parks and reserves, there's not a lot of visible encouragement to do the right thing when it comes to dog litter. Other councils have tackled this with simple, practical measures. Our request is straightforward. We'd appreciate clearer public information, including signage at public playing fields and domains, and consideration of the supply of biodegradable litter bags as part of the annual dog registration fee. Dog waste containers on reserves would be great when the right option is easy and obvious. Most people take it, although we appreciate this would involve additional collections by council's waste management provider. Just a bit of an idea of kind of container that is elsewhere, some other places. So the Hector Freedom camping site, our community genuinely needs clear choices for the Hector Freedom camping site. The Domain Board was told in 2018, so let's remember 2018, pre-COVID, tourism was going nuts, camping grounds overflowing, the need was there, but we were told in 2018 that the government-funded portable toilets were to be seasonal. They're just for the summer to encourage responsible camping, then removed at the end of each season. That was how it was supposed to work. Rubbish bins were also provided at the site from the fund. The funding was quickly exhausted, and although the rubbish bins were taken away almost immediately, the portable toilet block wasn't. It was left there and locked because there was no budget to keep it open. It wasn't removed until early last year. The predictable result, both then and now, was people toileting inappropriately in the area. Non-self-contained vehicles still use the site, and there's not enough resources within council to actively manage compliance, even with the new green warrant requirements about to come into force. Residents have been upset, and understandably so, especially when some believe the toilets were permanent, that they had always been there, and that they were funded through existing rates. Compliant self-contained campers do appreciate the site, and we have received some lovely feedback from people that have stayed there. Our key request is that council consults on a clear resolution for this site, whether that's providing fit-for-purpose facilities, more frequent compliance checks and enforcement, promotion of our affordable council-owned campsites at Mokanui and Sedenville, or removing the expectation of freedom camping at the site altogether. And finally, we want to record our support for the continued weed spraying by council contractors of the Nockawall Fields footpath edges and the reserve car park. We sincerely appreciate the assistance currently provided through West Reef Services Limited. This support makes a real difference, and we ask that it continues under existing budgets. In closing, Reserve Subcommittee volunteers are trying to keep rural public spaces welcoming and healthy. We appreciate council support, and we're keen to work with you on practical fixes that keep our domains, playing fields and other public spaces, sites tidy, safe and well managed for our communities. Thank you.
Great. Jackie, thanks very much. You must have practiced that one down to the second.
I just wrote it.
Yeah, spot on. So any questions, Deputy Mayor?
Jackie, just around this need of a solution, has this been discussed with staff at all? And what would your preference be, to have something there or to remove the freedom camping site altogether?
Yeah, I mean, really, it has. It's been going on for some years now. There was a public meeting out at Nockawall. And again, the main aim of speaking to you guys today was just to give you the history.
Yeah.
Because without looking at the history, you can't make good decisions for the future. So ultimately, you know, there's quite a bit of, you know, 50-50 in terms of what people are wanting. Ultimately, it's up to the community and the ratepayers. The solutions, I'm sure that the property department can come up with options. You know, certainly, in my view, that the campgrounds at Mokanui and Senville were about, you know, I think in this annual plan, there's a submission there for upgraded toilets at Senville. We've got what's going on at Mokanui happening. That's coming through ratepayers already. You know, we should be supporting those camping facilities. They both offer relatively cheap camping spots. There are some that would prefer that the Hector site was a tennis court. Originally, some were saying, bring back the tennis, you know, for our community. Yeah, it's ultimately going to be up to us working through the reserve management plan process with council staff to come up with some options and to put in front of the community and yourselves for a decision on that side. Cool, thank you.
Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. That's a good insight into the challenges out there. I think the challenges with the freedom campers are more than just sort of Mokanui and the surrounds. We've got problems on how we manage freedom campers writ large. Absolutely. Not only throughout Bulla, but throughout New Zealand.
Yes.
So I'd be really interested to just hear the feedback on the ground about how we can manage it, whether it's volunteers, a mixture of volunteers and council staff, supervision, enforcement, that sort of thing. And then you've got the other options of how can we get central government to take notice of local views. So we'd be really interested to hear that sort of feedback from you and the community.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions for Jackie? No, thanks very much, Jackie, for coming. Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers.
Okay, next we have Kia Lippitt. I hope I've pronounced that name correctly. Welcome, Kia, rather.
Oh, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Kia Lippitt tōku ingoa. Kei Granity tōku koinga noene. I'm Kia Lippitt. I live in Granity. I have done for about 4.5 years now. I'm here because I've come to ask the council to implement their waste management plan. It's been my pleasure to be able to present to this council this presentation 2 years ago. And I'm hanging out to see something happen, either as per my suggestion or something that the council would prefer to do. So waste, this is my big thing. The journey to zero waste. In the 2021 to 2031 long-term plan, there were projects listed for improving the waste management of the council, including things like composting green waste, which is an extremely valid thing to have in there because, as Tauranga found when they introduced a green waste recycling system, they reduced the waste to landfill by 50%, way more than they expected. Transfer station renewals and upgrades. The thing still looks exactly the same as when I moved here, as far as I can remember. That is, there's a shed there, housing plastic, could actually be used for something more useful. This is how other places in the country do. Marlborough, for instance, quite a small area again. It's got a centre where everything can be brought in and recycled. Taramanui, a small town, probably a bit bigger than Westport, but still. Their council has taken one of their employees, a woman in the yellow there, and allowed her to develop the facility, much like the one in Buller. Start small, just get on with it. Don't need to have a massive plan to start with. Just take the stuff you've got, allocate the space you've got, and start doing it. They measure the weight of all the stuff they get rid of, and they've diverted enough stuff now to fund 2 permanent employees. So they charge very little for the actual items, but they're transferring so much and they're saving it from the landfill. This is Oakuni, similar area to Taumanui, slightly different model. This person here runs the whole of the rubbish, the one in the orange obviously, runs the whole of the rubbish collection in the Oakuni area. He does the collection of the recycling and the rubbish as well, but his main focus is this here, where he gets people to talk to people as they come in with stuff for recycling, so that they go away with a better idea of what they can and can't reuse or recycle, and what they can compost and what they can do with all sorts of things. This one is one of the better ones in my view, Raglan Extreme Minimum Waste. Here, that's all about processing the stuff that's brought in as well, looking for reuse, looking to actually upskill their local workforce. They have training facilities there. They dismantle things. They check electrical things. They update things that have minor repairs necessary to make them saleable. And they do so many of these reusing things, rethink, reuse, reduce. Do I really need this? There's some lovely words in this plan here, this waste minimisation plan, talking about reducing, talking about making behaviour change, informing the public. I haven't seen any messages. Where's the messages in the messenger saying every week we've got this much recycling, or this is another tip for what you can do? I've seen things in the news that across the country, we're terrible at recycling. We're throwing all sorts of stuffs in the recycling bins. So where's our thing every week, like this thing says, informing to change behaviour, that tells people, oh no, you can't put the red bag in the recycling bin. We can't take it. It chews up the sorting machine. Where are these informations coming from? They're not, as far as I can see. That's what I'm here to request. So yes, this is back to the shed that we already have. That's doing the great job of housing a bit of plastic at the moment. And in my view, this and all its surrounding areas could be put to much better use to provide a place where waste could be brought to and other people could take it away. It just makes me cry how I've seen things go in there that I could have reused for my house, but instead I have to pay $1,000 to get it from Christchurch. So in my view, the residents of Buller are missing out on cheap second-hand goods, and they're paying for it and the cost to truck it to Nelson as waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, thanks. A great presentation, by the way. Thank you. I'm really interested in the retail shop of, reusable items. We do have a lot of community shops and Salvation Army, all that sort of thing that provide that sort of service. Is that the sort of thing you're looking at doing? I've had experience with ones in the North Island. They seem to be a good idea, but they do take a bit of time and staff effort to run. Have you looked into that?
So probably yes to all of those things. One of the hold-ups with the existing shops around town is space, as you've correctly identified. And so that's one of the things that you have got there. You've got space for various things. So the shops around town focus, number one, on clothes, and number two, on small household items, just because of the space restriction. Granity, I'm part of the op shop there where we have made a deliberate decision to sponsor someone to get the testing certificate so that we can redo electrical goods and put them out. We're not allowed to repair them at this stage because that's a separate certification. But what the thing to me is also some of this bigger construction things and deconstruction things is where a lot of value could be obtained by, for instance, I mean, this is quite a low income area, and so people like to be able to have second-hand bits for building a house or something like that, myself included, or just a piece of wood. If you just want to put a fence up, you've got to go to the places, and yeah, sure, it's great that we have these services, but not everyone can really afford, and I don't think we should be throwing pieces of wood into the tip that we could actually use for fence posts. But as you say, we haven't, but the local shops don't have room for that. So you've got a big paddock there that could be set up with what they've done in Tamanui is she's got this drive-in area so that it makes it easy for the builders to, so that's where the thinking comes in, you're quite right. He wants to make it easy for those that have things to drop off to come in, drop it off and move off and round, not have any sort of dead end access or sort of backing in and out of a tight place because people just don't bother. But when you've got enough space to actually allocate land to bigger items like those windows, like tiles, like bits of corrugated iron that are actually reusable, and then another space where you've actually, she's done in Tamanui, they've got a composting space as well. But I mean, these things should have been all being worked on by staff, but I'm just so disappointed that I did this same presentation 2 years ago, and as far as I can see, that shed looks exactly the same, and I don't know where else in the district I can go and get something. And it made me cry looking down the road here at 213 Palmerston Street, where Kaingaroa, did they employ a planner and a site manager and a structural engineer and say, okay, well, we'll dismantle these 3 or 4 houses that are 1950s solid wood, great windows, and put them out for sale for people? No, of course they didn't. They just got in a few diggers, whacked the whole lot down into a whole heap of mixed rubble, which therefore then becomes worse for taking to landfills because you can't say, oh, it's this or it's that or it's the other. It's a mixture of wood and bricks and whatever else. So then that's just carted off in trucks. Trucking is an expensive way to do things. So that can't have been that cheap to take it away. I put it to you that actually it's a mindset change, and we need to start thinking about, well, what can we do within the district that might have a little bit of expense and planning to it, but it's not cheap to truck things. So there's got to be, and in fact, this document says something about supporting doing that type of thing, even if it is more expensive. Well, it's not that particular one, but this long-term plan, one of these plans says somewhere, even if it is not the cheapest option somewhere. So I'm asking, what's happening about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Keir. We're just about out of time. And Deputy Mayor had a question which will you ask Linda. Okay, Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Keir, for your presentation. I just wondered what was your understanding what the council spends their waste minimisation fund on?
Well, that's my question, Linda, yes.
So that would be good to get answered. And like you say, some of these initiatives, in your opinion, do you think that's where we should be targeting that fund?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Keir.
Thanks, Linda. That's a good question. Okay, thanks, Keir, very much for coming along. That was a great presentation. Okay, thanks everybody. We're going to take a morning tea break now. Let's say back here at 10:45. Gives us 15 minutes. 11.
Can you just confirm, is it 10:45?
Thank you.
Of course, I have an appointment at midday.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pop out. That's another one. Probably haven't seen you, but not with you.
It was muted, so can you repeat it?
Okay, sorry, Linda. We're back at 11 a.m. Thank you. Okay, I call the meeting to order. Welcome back to anybody who's online. I think we'll have Linda joining us shortly, if not already there. Okay, so we'll kick off. We have Hemi Betchgood. Hang on, have we got a change?
No, they're not. He's not here because he's on his own, but you do have Matt over here.
Okay, rightio, we're going to skip to Matt. Matt, all yours, welcome.
Okay. Do I need to speak to this? Okay. Good morning all, and hey, thank you. Look, here on behalf of the Reefton Care Trust, I think, yes, it's no surprise to anyone in this room as to what's happened to health services around the Buller and things. So, yeah, really, we're focusing on Reefton. So, look, we've made a submission to the annual plan here for the, it actually came through, I think we sent a letter to Mr Mayor, and I think the councillors might have got it too. So, look, it's really pretty simple. It's the flats. There's flats on Broadway in Reefton at 119 and 121. They are currently not used. They have sort of been mothballed by council. What we would dearly like to do is get hold of them, and we've proposed in this submission that the council would sell them to the Care Trust for $1, so that we could fix those up, because they are in a state that can be done. They don't need to be destroyed, and they would provide housing for some elderly people, which is dearly required in Reefton. But to do those up, we would also need the funds from the Reefton Service Centre, which I believe council is selling, and that would allow us to get on and do those flats up. What that would do is provide the town with 2 flats that would be suitable for aged care. They would be single person flats, but yeah, the council at the moment, I think, is going to sell those flats anyway, which means they'll probably be either taken up by a miner or something like that and done up for mining staff. But we do recognise that there is a need for aged care, and we would like to be able to provide for that. The Care Trust would refurbish those flats on Broadway and just bring them up to healthy home standards. Now, I'm pretty sure that the council looked at this a few years ago, and I think they came up with something like around a $300,000 bill to do them up. I'm pretty sure we'd do them up for $200,000, if not less than that. So we don't have the overheads. One of the things also is that we would be able to do it, and I think with charging even a reasonable rent that would probably make a profit. I know I'm involved on the trust that's got the Macaulay flats here in Westport on Peel Street. They were given back to the Catholic parish, I think, by the council. They weren't none of them were in a healthy home state. They are all now in a healthy home state. They are 12 units and they are all turning a profit. Now, we're not charging exorbitant rents or anything there, but it's just the way, without the overheads of council, I know these things can be done. So look, reasonably straightforward. What I would propose, though, is that don't let this get bogged down with the staff, and it's no disrespect to the staff. I know they've got so many things thrown at them from our government at the moment that there's a lot of things. But council have made the decision, my understanding is that the money from anything that is sold in Reefton, any assets that are sold, is to be put into elder housing. Now, you guys can confirm that. But if that's already the case, the big decision's been made. What we're saying is let us be the vehicle to actually provide some of that housing. I think we can take something away from your staff as far as what needs to be managed or what could get bogged down in the workload that they've got. But I just implore that the councillors would just make a decision or ask or tell the staff that this is what needs to happen, what has to happen to make that work. I know there's a subdivision to be done, I think, on this section that we're talking about. So there is a few things that would have to go through the process. But yeah, really I would just implore that you guys do make it happen. We've started as a trust from nothing. We have nothing at the moment, but goodwill and a lot of energy to make things happen. I've been talking to Maureen Pugh around just getting some assessment done and, you know, requesting from her that we could use parliamentary services. They have funds available to do, say, surveys and come up with what would be required in the community like Reefton. So currently working with her, and I know that I was only speaking to her again last night, she is very much in favour of us just getting this ball rolling. So we would also be looking at progressing from this, these two flats into something that would provide something more like an Abbey Fields facility, which Abbey Fields is basically just a communal living with you know, shared meals and that sort of thing, but you can have health services wrapped around it. And say for a town like Reefton, you know, you might have a bunch or a complex that was you know, have 10 people or something like that, but it would just mean that our community, we could keep our elderly people there rather than them having to go away. At the moment, you know, it's great, people come down here to O'Connor home, that's good, but when you're an older person and you can't get to meet your loved ones, it's just tough for everybody. So yeah, look, just really, again, the flats, we want to start with those flats at Broadway, and that's what my request is to councillors, and I ask councillors just to make the decision that this needs to happen, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Questions, councillor Rutherford and then councillor Kerner.
Yeah, thanks for coming along, Matt. Look, I'm fascinated by you know, what you guys are attempting to do here. So, and I think you've sort of loosely described where you are at the moment. You're sort of in the genesis of getting this up and running. Question.
Okay.
Have you looked at other options? Like, obviously they're not going to reopen the care house up in Reefton. Are you guys considering approaching Health New Zealand or whoever currently owns that building to see if that can be included in your portfolio? I commend you, by the way. I think these local community groups who are interested in providing social facilities is key to our communities. So how far do you think that you might be able to extend your trust activities?
Look, I think the issue around, and it, you know, it's been a really sore point, the losing of the hospital and the way it was all done. You know, I'll go into that. It was terrible, but we've lost the hospital, which was our aged care facility in Reefton. Now, I don't think we're ever going to get that back, and it's really around the building. And this is probably Health New Zealand's view of it. The building is not suitable for modern day aged care. Now, if they've got that view, yeah, it doesn't matter how hard you push, you're not going to get anywhere, because we have had meetings, and we had a meeting there. We've been through the building. Yeah, it's a great building. Be a great facility for someone to get hold of that could turn it into some units or something that would be done. But for what our community, it's too big for us to start with. We want to walk before we run, and hence this is why we just start with our two flats. We'll get the runs on the board, and we'll have your support, because you'll see what's happened. I mean, you can't say that the Macaulay flats have not been a success for this town and the community. I think we would be looking to do a similar sort of thing, even just with our two little flats, but we will be moving reasonably quickly, because beside this, we are looking, and it's more an Abbey Fields type thing, I think. And I use that just as an example, but what I really want is a prototype. What we'd be looking at, working with Maureen Hughes and the people, you know, a person who would do an assessment of Reefton's needs, would be around what the requirements are in Reefton, and tailoring something that possibly could do those populations in New Zealand where there is small towns, you know, 1,000 odd people, just what they need in their community. And I think that's what we're looking at.
I'll just remind the councillors at the table, we've only got 10 minutes for each speaker, including questions. So if I cut that off at 10 minutes and you don't get to ask question, my apologies. So councillor Kerner.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. Just two quick questions. The first one, do you have status as a community housing provider, or is that something that you're still looking at?
We don't have any status other than we do believe have the endorsement of the community board, what we are, but we don't have any assets whatsoever.
Definitely think it's something worth looking at, because it's a way of accessing rental subsidies. And my next question is, with your experience around the Macaulay flats and
the model that you're trying to replicate in Reefton, what's a ballpark weekly rental figure that will enable you to break even? But based on the experience with the Macaulay flats.
Again, well, Macaulay flats, they're all varying size. Some have garages, some are two bedrooms, there's couples and some there's singles and some. So I think at the moment our rents would vary from 190 to 230, I think, something like that. Sorry, it'd be 260.
Thank you.
So that will be in that ballpark, but we're doing that and we are making a profit. We're reinvesting everything back into the flats, to be quite honest.
Thanks, Matt. Last question from Shane and then time's up.
Hi, Matt. You talked about the subdividing, like, why is there a need for a subdivision? Are they, because you certainly wouldn't need to subdivide the 2 units. Are they connected to something
they're
else?
together. Council owns the land both sides with flats both sides, and I think it's all in one area. Dave, you may be more familiar with that than me, actually.
This case,
Microphones, Dave. Yep.
Yes, I'm looking to subdivide that primarily in the first instance because of the decision in council to sell them as part of the non-required land sales throughout the district. And so to do that, they had to create a separate title for them to be able to on and sell them. They're currently one title.
So then my question is that if we weren't looking at selling them, if we were looking at gifting them, would it not be a benefit for, I don't know how much land is with them, but for it to go with the flats? Or if we were looking at something like an Abbeyfield in the future?
So that would not be on that site.
Okay.
We've got another site that we'll talk to you about another site.
Okay. Thanks very much, Matt. Sorry to cut you off, but
No, that's all right. Thank you.
okay.
Good day.
No,
Thanks
we're
all.
finished for that, Rosalie. No, time's up. Rosalie, as I said at the start, we've got 10 minutes for each speaker, and that's 5 minutes for speaking, 5 minutes for questions. Okay. Councillor Halls.
Yeah, kind of a point of order. In the past discussions, we have unders and overs, and sometimes those questions may be pertinent and relevant, and for the decision-making process, we shouldn't short circuit that process. I don't think we've run over on every other occasion with unders and overs.
Okay, well, I'll keep my eye on the clock here. If people can just be conscious that when we're in question time, we're in question time. But I'll take that on board. Councillor Halls. Thank you very much.
I would accept that if we had a lineup of submitters, but I can't see any waiting.
Okay, well, Rosalie, we have some rules for running these hearings, so that's what I'm abiding to. Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear exactly what Councillor Hawes is saying. The reference to 10 minutes, happy to be corrected. A reference to 10 minutes is for when we have public forum at the commencement of a council meeting. 10 minutes. Tell me where it says the 10-minute rule applies to consultation and public, the members of the public speaking to their submission.
Okay, got the question, staff. Can you answer?
Thank you.
Okay, keep checking.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Okay, who have we got next? Councillor Weird, you're on. Caitlin will give us a yell when she's checked that, Colin. And,
did you not want Federated Farmers, who's waiting, to go first? Are they before myself or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Hemi's online.
Where are we?
Happy to wait.
Okay, Federated Farmers, welcome, Hemi.
Thank you, Council. My name is Hemi Beachgood. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at Federated Farmers. We're a national membership policy advocacy organisation established in 1899. We acknowledge any local members who have submitted on the annual plan, and we support their efforts where they align with our positions. We thank council, firstly, thanks to council and council staff for communicating their budget in an understandable way. We'd like to firstly talk about rural roading and infrastructure. So rural roading remains a top priority for the farming community. We acknowledge council's success in securing NZTA funding. Federated Farmers is going to continue to advocate for a back to basics approach, and rural infrastructure is key to this. So funding is essential, and we're keen to support districts in rural infrastructure and transport infrastructure as well, and that would extend to rail and coastal shipping. Land management and fees is another topic we'd like to talk to you about today. So land management rules, we say, have become increasingly restrictive. The trend is continuing toward an unsustainable manner, which does not always align with the democratically agreed national direction. Farmers need to be able to undertake routine activities such as constructing sharing quarters and tourist accommodation. We also need to be able to easily change farm boundaries to accommodate family members and allow for ease of farm succession. Rising subdivision and land use fees are creating unnecessary costs and barriers. To this end, we support private property rights for what are very routine, well-established activities. In my professional opinion, changing a boundary or a property or changing the boundary of a paddock does not require broad consultation with the public or iwi authorities. Pest management. Pest management is a major issue for West Coast communities and farmers. Our farmers want greater involvement in developing pest management strategies, and we would relish the opportunity to collaborate with district councils and other central government agencies where there is opportunity. With regard to rates and rating, farmers are concerned about rising rates and ongoing cost pressures. We say that gross debt should be communicated by all local government agencies where they are able. Federated Farmers supports co-funding upgrades to the Westport stormwater infrastructure where support is available through the Regional Infrastructure Fund as well. We maintain that services such as solid waste, stormwater, wastewater, and drinking water should primarily be funded through a targeted rating zone by those who directly benefit where it makes sense. With regard to rates, due to changing commodity prices, these can work, as you know, this can work on a 10 to 20 year cycle. So we support budgeting for lean years, and we also support a differential for farming. We thank council staff and elected members for facilitating the annual plan consultation process, and thanks for hearing us today.
Thanks, Hemi. Okay, questions, Councillor Reedy and then Councillor Kerner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Hemi, just a quick question, please. You made mention about land boundaries and family, the land. Can you just give me that legislation again, please? You referred to legislation.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, so it would be. I think what I'm referring to may be the RMA. So, I think the reason I'm not sure if I specifically said any legislation, quoted any legislation, but I think what might be the case is that I'm probably talking about the RMA district planning rules, and how kind of when we're doing RMA plan changes, it's just worth noting to councils and local government that they're extremely difficult, and so I think where we find that difficulty might be being found, which has been communicated to me and us at Federated Farmers, is through the rules.
Thanks, Hemi. Councillor Kerno.
No, I didn't have a question. I was just thanking Hemi.
Oh, okay. Councillor Sampson.
Right, thank you. Hemi, you're saying you're supporting rural roads. Has Federated Farmers done anything in advocating for the us keeping the rural special purpose road, the Karamea Special Purpose Road?
Not to my knowledge, apart from through these public consultation processes. But obviously, whatever we can do, we would be open to.
Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, you got another one.
Yeah. And with the ongoing rate increases that you're concerned about, have you looked at any of the samples of what rural will be paying within our proposed rates?
I have, but I can't. We do quite a lot of different annual plans, and so I can't recall off the top of my head what that is right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Hemi, for your presentation. Look, bit of a hard one for you, but I note that, you know, Federated Farmers seem to support more targeted rates. So in other words, the areas of interest pay for whatever services. Would, in your view, Federated Farmers extend that to the issue of rural roads? I mean, clearly, at the moment, it's picked up by all ratepayers. There could be, what would your view on a case being made that in fact they benefit the rural people more? So maybe a targeted rate for the rural users of local roads. Do Federated Farmers have a view on that?
Yeah, I think we'd probably have to look into the way that the rating zones are currently allocated. I think there might be 4 different areas where Buller may have looked into, you know, how they actually. I think it's done by where you might be existing with your privately owned farm, which you've paid a lot of money for. Up in Karamea, I think there's a zone for rates. I think there's a zone in, is it Mai in the valley there, where we've got quite a lot of productive land, at Grey, and then I think Punakaiki, I think there's 4 off the top of my head. So I think that we'd probably have to look at them, and then we'd have to look at what those land use classifications are. And I think what I would advocate for is just farming. So you can make it very easy. You can just have, rather than having all those 4 different zones or whatever, you could just have a differential where you go from residential and then you could just have farming. So you just decide what farming is, and then from there we could look at what the differential might be. And so it's pretty commonplace for many, because of commodity prices and the way that the national economy runs. I think it's pretty commonplace that you have differentials for farming, because that changing the property prices is quite, the percentage increase to a profitable farm can be hugely significant and impact affordability for our members. And so I think, yeah, it's commonplace in Canterbury, for example, to have a 75%, 25% discount on rural rates.
Okay, thanks, Hemi. Okay, thank you very much. If there's no other questions, thanks very much for your. Oh, sorry, Councillor Weird.
I noticed that you talk about that we currently don't utilise the UGAC, you know, to its full advantage, that we can go up to 30%. What's your reasoning behind that? Is that in terms of if we raise that, then the other part of the rating system will kind of even out for farmers, or what was the rationale?
Yeah, so it's a long held policy position that Federated Farmers has. The UAGC, it should be 30%, and that's because that's its legislative maximum. And I think that also is because of the intent. That's what Federated Farmers see as the intent of the legislation.
And do you have any comment on, you're talking under your rating thing, but about stormwater and whether that should be a targeted rate rather than being in the general rate, given for your rural communities that they feel like they might not get any benefit from a lot of the stormwater rating, yet they will be paying a high percentage of that because it's in the general rate?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a hard one just to make a broad brush general statement on that, because I guess it could be case by case. So I don't want to try and generalize too much, or I might be saying the wrong thing. But we're
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I guess
overall, do you think farmers are paying, a huge proportion of rates? Is that what you're saying, given your other statements, having that differential, basically, because, they're...
No, I don't think I'm saying that. I'm actually making the argument that, the agricultural economy runs on commodity prices.
Yeah.
And so those commodity prices, I think 5 years ago, farmers may have been shearing sheep and it costs, I think, more to actually shear the sheep than what they were actually bringing back in revenue. So you could be losing $20,000 to basically undertake your task. That's 5 years ago. Election cycles work on 3. So, if you're having a lean year, and rates are always increasing, it can just be very difficult to actually afford to pay rates in those lean years. So it's just something to bear in mind. And I'm just trying to communicate a simple way of communicating the differential and how it could work.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Final question from Councillor Horst.
Yeah, firstly, just a clarification. Thanks. Just around the, you said a differential, and you said, I heard 25% discount for farming. That was a figure thrown. Was that correct, or what was that applicable?
Yeah, so that's correct. So in the submission, you've rightly said that. I think we've written 0.75, but we're just communicating it verbally for simplicity. As if the differential's 0.75, then we see it as a 25% discount.
Yeah, so we're talking about rates, affordability. We're trying to get that's kind of your argument. So I just wanted to get an understanding about, so over time, these things change. And we did an assessment, and to give you background, in 2017 through a rates review process. And we found at that point in time that the shift in targeted rates had meant that the rates had gone from a 60% take in the rural sector and a 40% urban to reverse to a 40% in the rural sector and a 60% in the urban centre through those targeting rates. So that was the shift over time. Do you, to the benefit of the rural sector, obviously, do you have any views around that? Just
no views. No views I'm able to present without consulting my management team.
Great. Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Hemi. Thanks very much for your submission. Okay, Caitlin and Simon have done a wee bit of work here on the question that Councillor Halls and Councillor Reedy brought up. Okay, so the 5-minute time limit plus 5 minutes for questions based on standing orders 15.1, time limits public forums. All presenters were told they had 5 minutes to present and there would be 5 minutes for questions. What I've been doing is that I've been allowing some discretion, so if it goes over 5 minutes, but to keep it within 10 minutes, then there are less questions. And the notice is about keeping things moving and giving each presenter, this is the important thing, an equal amount of airtime. So I'll follow some discretion. Yeah, I'll get to Colin in a minute. I'll follow some discretion and we can have a little bit of overs and unders so long as we just keep in mind that everybody's entitled to, the same amount of time. Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said at the, when I raised the question, standing orders, I mentioned standing orders, and that's for the public forum. Standing orders does not refer to people, members of the public, speaking on submissions, annual plan or long-term plan submissions. So I was asking the question, under what authority, because I hear what Councillor Hawes is saying, when people stand here and speak for 5 minutes and then we have questions afterwards, we need to understand, because we have to make decisions or consider decisions based on the responses that we get from members of the public. And I don't believe that this is covered by standing orders. It is covered by something else. Otherwise, I appreciate what you're saying, that we need to keep things moving. But if you've got 10 people around this table who want to ask a different question, not the same question, a different question, then I believe each of them have the right to ask those questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand. I'm just acting on advice here. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, look, I want to follow up on that, and I think in terms of the fairness aspect, to give everyone a 5-minute opportunity to speak, that's appropriate. They understand that. But you have to bear in mind that the questions are they're not submitting the questions, we are. So, and to Councillor Reedy's point, originally we had 3 days set aside for this, and it looks like we're going to be done and dusted by lunchtime. As elected members, we have time. We want to hear from our community. That's why we're sitting around this table. So, yeah, stick to the 5 minutes or thereabouts for the presentation by the submitters, but be far more flexible in terms of questioning around the table. Is my ask. That's my ask.
Yeah. Okay. I'll. Thanks for the feedback. I'll apply some discretion going forward, as long as it doesn't go on for too long. But what I would ask is, when you're asking a question, ask a question. Okay, that's the key to keeping us moving going forward. Dave.
Yeah, I agree completely with Phil and with Colin. And the discretion, it doesn't need to sit with you, Mr. Mayor. I know that's your role as chair. Yeah. But we could just have a show of hands if we've got a really meaty subject. Like I wanted to ask a question, as Rosalie did, on that issue that was raised then from the speaker. I mean, we're all adults here. We know when we're behind time. We know when we have to keep things going. And just a show of hands, are we happy to keep on addressing this issue if it's quite complex? Because Colin made a point, and it's true. We have to consider these submissions when we're going through funding applications and all those things. So we need to be as well informed as we can, and we should make the maximum opportunity to listen to the speakers to put the proposals forward.
So I agree. Discretion rests with me, Dave. I'm not going to get into a show of hands after every speaker, but let's. I'll start applying some discretion. Let's see how we go. Fair enough. Okay. Thanks a lot. Who do we have next, Caitlin? Councillor Webb.
Hi, I'm just here under the ICB umbrella because Tony Fortune, our chair, was unable to speak today. I guess from the ICB's point of view, our submissions are always about keeping front in mind the issues in the Anangahua ward, who we represent. So I'll take the submission as read, just highlighting key things. Again, we are pushing for things like our footpaths to be continually renewed. In particular, there had been a promise, I guess, was made that this footpaths out in the Anangahua Junction and Ikamatua were going to be addressed, but we highlight that that has not happened. We did talk about that at our last ICB meeting, and the team there again kind of, apologise for that. So that's why we continue to keep these in the annual plan and the long-term plan processes. Things like signage is probably around the district, but in our district, always things that come up that are not huge asks, but making sure that they are replaced. There's a lot of signage missing. Having some more signage for our facilities. We put this in the long-term plan last year, but nothing has been done about things like extra signage directing to the public toilets, but also like things like our cinema, so they're more visible for visitors coming into our town. Street lighting is one of the things that we get continually asked about, having more street light. It is pretty dark during the winter months. Public toilets will keep, I know that we have talked about that through the long-term plan process, but making sure that's the Ikamatua public toilets and the Springs Junction toilets, that they're still on the list of priorities. We've had quite a lot of members of the community approach us about the Reefton senior housing, rent increases, that this is a real concern for them. Some of you may have seen on TVNZ on the news I think it was last week. Again, we've put that in our submission because we feel that the decision that was made last year, the resolution from council was through the annual plan process that they will be increased. So this is the perfect time for the newly elected council to review that increase and whether there's appetite that we can have a perfect time to have a discussion around that, whether that's something that the present council is comfortable with and by how much. What else is on my list? There's also some people that have approached us about in Maruia, they are a Zone 3 recycling. They sit in Zone 3, and in the long-term annual plan this year, that recycling charge is going up to $647. And, is this the time and place to think about whether is that unreasonable for that zone, given that the facility out there is also open only for 1.5 hours? Is this a compulsory charge that we may look at dropping and not providing that service, given that it is, becoming unattainable for some people? Something to think about. What else have I got? Surface flooding. We get a lot of council service requests around that, which I know council is all continuing to look at. We talked about the stormwater separation. That is obviously in the pipeline for Reefton area. And people have suggested that the payment should be a way of the UAGC rather than the general rates based on land value. So something to think about when that comes up for consultation about how that's going to be paid for. Again, talking about our community halls that we support in Ngahua and Maruia, making sure those upgrades are happening. Our swimming pool, hopefully the HVAC system will be installed for the swimming season. That's been an ongoing kind of issue for us, and that given that the changing room works has dropped off, given for costs, that we reconsider and make sure that is in the budget once that HVAC project has been finished, because I know most of you have probably had a tour around the pool, and I know Buller Recreation and Buller Holdings had a tour, and you could see the deterioration in our swimming changing rooms due to condensation in that it's all rusting out in that. So once that condensation problem has been fixed, that then will be the next stage to be remedied. We're always looking, this is an ongoing issue with the Reefton Visitor and Service Centre about the automatic doors. We resolved that, we won't give up on that, but obviously when the service centre and the library, the visitors centre all merged in one, there was an issue that we had gone from a fully accessible automatic door and gone into a building that is not fully accessible, given that they have got an automatic door around the rear of the building that is not easily accessible if you are not pulling up in a car, for those users that need a more accessible entrance, trying to navigate around the rear of the building, given that there's not a fully accessible footpath, is rather hard. So we will continue to raise this issue. Hopefully it will get sorted one day. And then you've heard from the Buller Care Trust. I think I called it the Buller Health Trust. Oh no, sorry, Buller Health Trust. So again, you've heard from the Buller Care Trust about facilities in Reefton that are lacking. We asked that the Buller Health Trust has a look. At the moment we see that it's only serving the Westport area. So I'm unsure why, we were unsure why it's called the Buller Health Trust. Maybe they might need to consider changing their name or start investigating the lack of health services in the Anungahua ward and outer areas, or the wider areas of Buller. Something to consider. And
Okay,
also,
Linda.
my last point.
Linda. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Stormwater. So this is an ongoing, and you've heard from Federated Farmers, but obviously we're in the rural area in the district, and considering that the new water entity is coming to effect soon, that we consider as a council how we fund stormwater, because at the moment it's in the general rate. So the new water entity, once they take over, therefore we'll have an entity that will be dictating some of our rate take from our general rate, because it's not targeted. So again, so those are all the issues. You've got them in front of you, but welcome to have any questions.
Thanks, Linda. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Look, I'm interested in the last topic you brought up, because there seems to be a little bit of a contradiction in the submission. On the one hand, you're talking about the separation of stormwater should become part of the UAGC, and then you go on to say that stormwater generally should become a targeted rate. So I'm a little bit confused about exactly what you're requesting.
I guess if, I'm talking about the separation as in, at the moment, we resolved, with Carter's Beach, how we handled how that was going to be rated for, so we decided to do a targeted rate for that area. So I guess they're two separate things in one hand. If we're going to continue to rate for stormwater out of the general rates, then consider the separation to become in the UGAC part, but ideally, I think the general stormwater to become a targeted rate. So I guess they're two separate issues, but if you don't do one, then look at the other. If that kind of makes sense, maybe not. Sort of, yeah.
Kind of.
So that's the work in terms of, it's going to come up, I guess it's going to come to council once the resource consent expires, which is a piece of work that we have to look at. How are we going to fund that investigative work and actually separate the stormwater? And then the stormwater that we are generally rating for, how are we going to continue to do that for the district?
Thanks, Linda. Any other questions? Councillor Curnow.
Linda, I noticed that the community board had a discussion around senior housing. Has the community board looked any further around this? Is there a case perhaps for a more strategic discussion about the whole role of senior housing and maybe all housing within the council's property portfolio? Or was it just a sort of offhand discussion?
Well, we have over the past 6 years talked about, because obviously we've been presented as councillors papers saying that, you know, council's not really in the senior housing business. So in terms of we are still in the business, so it would be I think it would be a helpful discussion to have council and community board wide. How do we, you know, what is our future looking for our senior housing? I think that would be very, because given that I guess the cost of living at the moment too for our pensioners, so there's a wider discussion. Is that something, is that a central government issue or is that a local government, and where do we sit? So it would be helpful to have that wider discussion. We haven't had it yet.
Linda, just a question from me. When you say that discussion hasn't been had, you know, in terms of whether it's local or central, with last council, was that discussion not had at all?
In terms of the wider direction, we've discussed obviously the rent that we, you know, the model that we are rating for, I guess, contributing, but we haven't had, you know, and I may be mistaken, but I feel that we haven't really had a good discussion about the whole senior housing as a whole, and yeah, what's it going to look like in 10 years' time. I might be mistaken. There might be other people around the table that could correct me.
Thanks, Linda. Any of the past councillors as for discussion? Okay. Who have we got? Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, on that senior housing one, yes, we have had discussions. We had a separate committee and we went through whether a trust, what was going to happen with the long term, in the long term with it. And yes, it just came back and we had a paper that suggested that we stay as is, and that was in committee. So it was a matter of staying as is, and that's when the rental was discussed and decisions made.
Okay.
So therefore, community never had that opportunity.
I will add, in terms of the senior housing, the argument that you know, it only affects a few people. You know, it's a small number of people in the senior housing, but we do have other assets that only affect a few. We subsidise the airport, that's only affecting a handful of people in the district. So there is an argument, you know, thinking about greater good, etc.
Thanks, Linda. Any other questions? No. Thanks very much, Linda. Appreciate that. Okay. Are we a friend from the council? We haven't heard from them. Okay, sorry. That's right. Okay, West Coast Regional Council gone to Stockton. I warned them before they go up there that once you get up there, it's hard to keep time. So they're running a little bit late. We're going to adjourn until 12. Just so you know. We're just waiting for Linda. We were going to reconvene at 12, but we will start when we've got Linda back online. There she is. Welcome back, Linda. Okay, welcome to our colleagues from the Regional Council. We've got Daryl, CE, and we've got Mark, and we've got Chris, who are the Buller councillors on West Coast Regional Council. So we'll hand over to you, I guess, Daryl, to lead off.
Thank you. Yes, and good morning, councillors, and thanks for allowing us the time to speak to you today.
Sorry, Daryl, can you just what's that? Yeah, it's right back in. Who are you waiting for? He's on his way back in. Yeah, he said he had a meeting to go to at 12. Yeah. Okay. Carry on.
All right. So good morning, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you this morning in relation to your annual plan special consultation process around your stormwater upgrades. Obviously, I've got my two constituent councillors here with me this morning. I'll start, then Chris will have a quick word, and then over to Mark, if that's okay. So firstly, West Coast Regional Council, with the community support, is absolutely committed to building the Westport flood scheme and the flood walls to protect the town against another 21 flood and the devastating effects that happened. We're absolutely committed, and so is the government, actually. So yes, it was promulgated by the last government, but it's been reaffirmed by this government and ministers. So there is a full commitment at a regional level with our functions, but also from the government with their co-funding. I know that we need to pick up the pace on that, but please be assured there is a massive amount of work going on around the scheme design, but also the land entry and property agreements and everything like that. And you'll start soon to see the next phase of construction, particularly around the Avery's flood bank, as the next cab off the rank there, and then the major consents. And then after that, over the next couple of years, there'll be a lot of construction going on in the town, and that scheme will be built. And we're committing to quarterly joint committee meetings with the representatives of this council to keep you informed on that progress now on a more ongoing basis. The key message today is that we're going to build those banks, and I'm imploring you all to, you cannot, and it's not wise, once we've built those banks, if you decide at a later date to put the stormwater crossings in to dig them up. It is a much better and more cost-effective, and also structurally in terms of engineering, a much better solution to construct the stormwater crossings and the flood banks in the same construction contract with the same design, with all the design standards and compaction around those crossings built in and designed into the earth and flood banks. And I really implore you that that is really imperative to happen, and is the safest way to do it from a structural integrity point of view and a cost effectiveness point of view. So that's what I'm really here to say, and we need to harmonise, if we can, that construction approach. The next thing I want to say is that, and I want you to understand this, that the Buller River, it takes a 40-year flood down the Buller for flood water from the Buller to enter the town of Westport and start to affect properties without any banks at the moment. So a 40-year event. So all the flooding that occurs in the town at the moment, up to a 40-year event, is actually stormwater. Okay, so it's not Buller flooding, it's the water falling on the town and not being able to get away through the stormwater system. The next thing I want to say is, look, and we've said this before at this table a number of times, there is no bathtub effect here. The water is not getting out of the town now. If we build the flood walls, they won't impede the water getting away, and even your own stormwater engineer agrees with that. So it's imperative that the stormwater system with the pumping is constructed to get the water out of the town. The final comment I want to make today is, and I'll ask you to have a think about this. We're well aware of the insurance situation in the town and the premiums, let alone insurability of the properties. We are very, very hopeful, very hopeful that by building the flood scheme, the insurability, the premiums and overall insurability will improve significantly for the residents of the town. And we've got some irons in the fire with the Insurance Council and other things around that. However, again, that's for those big super design events of 40 years and greater. Think about insurability of the properties from a stormwater flooding, which could be multiple 5 or 10-year events, even before you get any buller flooding next time, and hopefully we don't. So think about it from an insurability and saving people money from insurance as well. Thank you. I'll hand over to Chris now. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Further to our I'd just like to read it so I don't miss anything. The regional, by the Regional Council and Buller District Council to your plan, I'd like to present some additional information that might assist you in your deliberations. I was at an interesting community meeting last night with 80 to 100 Buller locals who want to see Westport and Buller thrive. The predominant feeling of that meeting was that they emphasised engaging local expertise and skills. With central government's directive to our district and regional councils to combine into a new type of council structure, I put it to you, local now means embracing Buller, Grey and Westland, and we should now consider them as local. Why I say this is because Greymouth, which we should consider as local, has already been down this path of flood protection, and it really is a perfect example for building a system that has worked for the last 50 years. We do not need to invent the wheel twice. I took the opportunity to ask their engineer about the pump stations they use. They initially built 2 pump stations into their original scheme, and they've since added another 2. The 2 main original pumps can deliver 4,300 metres cubed an hour and 7,200 cubic metres an hour, quite a bit more than the suggested 3,200 cubic metres an hour and 600 cubic metres an hour being suggested for Westport. Yeah, offshoot of a current increased gold mining activity has resulted in the mining community sourcing high quality, low cost Chinese pumps driven by Cummins type diesel motors. They can be either permanently mounted or transportable. And the cost of those, we're talking about in the $50,000 to $60,000 mark. What I'm trying to get across to you is not to be overwhelmed by the perceived costs and complexity of a potential solution to a significant part of your proposed infrastructure. Be prepared to reach out to this local expertise and experience that is already proven and can be utilised for this problem, which is not really a problem. On behalf of Regional Council, thanks for this opportunity.
Thanks.
And Mark, thanks.
Thank you. Mine's not so much read, it's more of an announcement. So it was unanimously decided yesterday by the Regional Council out of its investment fund for the rating districts to pledge $1 million towards the flood wall. So that will be happening, and it's for hard structures.
Right. That's good news. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Hickston.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Awesome to see the work going on. My question is regarding what you were saying, which is that there are other options out there that have come to the that you'll be made aware of that are significantly cheaper in terms of the pumps.
than we've been sort of briefed on and explored. So we've got, it was an eye-watering cost that we were given for the pumps. And it was a decision we had to make in a hurry. So what you're saying is that there are far more cost-effective, local, take a breath, far more locally sourced possibilities that will bring the price down.
Locally sourced, locally proven too, The Grand example was about 50 years of pumps, and and it got really good record of maintenance cost. But the offshoot of what I'm saying is that gold mining boom that's going on at the moment is these gold miners have had to really get stuck in it and source some of these pumps, and these tiny pumps are top of the line. They're not,
not
compared when we first used to buy Japanese cars, we got gold with rubbish, but now those Japanese cars are some of the most reliable cars on the market. And these Chinese pumps are in the same category. These guys, these gold miners that are using them, swear by them because they're actually, when they get them, they get a whole range of spare parts and pellets. The motors are coming, not diesel lookalikes, but literally it's good as or better than it comes to motors. The beauty of them is most because the gold miners use them on gold miners, they're transportable on a trailer. Then even you really need a forklift type situation to lift it actually. So convenient.
Could I just follow on from Chris's comment here? So in all the other regions I've worked on with major town flood schemes, it is inevitable that you will have some fixed pump installations. Okay, some fixed pump installations, and what we're saying is make sure that your procurement process around those fixed pump installations is very wide and might take account of cost effectiveness from what we're hearing from the mining industry. And you don't have to go to all your traditional suppliers in New Zealand based. Think wide in terms of procurement because you could save a lot of money. The second thing that Chris is saying is that there is an opportunity, and in all the other major town flood schemes I'm involved in, there's the fixed pump installations, just like we have at Greymouth. But then there is also, because of the vagaries of all the different flood events, and they all behave differently, and you might get water in one part of the town that you don't get next time and all that sort of thing. There's always an opportunity, and as your emergency management arrangements should be in place, where you should be able to source, and again, what Chris is saying from the mining industry, because in a big storm, they're not mining usually, but mobile pumps with lay flat hoses that you can deploy into those areas that, where there's a lot of ponding and that to get rid of that water over the bank, just straight over the top. So what you do is do both fixed pump installations and have some mobile capability that you can deploy for those areas that have just got, that you could deploy on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Daryl. We've got the deputy mayor, then we've got Colin, then we've got Rosen.
This is not really part of your submission, but as you made an announcement, I'm going to ask you the question. So the $1 million that West Coast Regional Council had committed, is that out of their funds and so the investment fund? So that's a cost that won't co-rate. And so on that note, then the shortfall that we've kind of seen today with the costings, has that been addressed, or is the things like the Carter's Beach floodwall is okay?
Yeah,
Cool.
and we will. We've booked in, I think it's in early June. We've got a joint committee meeting with the Westport Joint Committee. We're looking to bring a full update on all those sorts of matters to that meeting. And I know that 2 of your councillors are members of that, but any other councillors that wish to attend are very welcome. And I think we're even trying to organise through Simon and Chris a get together with all of you after that potentially.
So then from that the information going out to the community, there'll be something put out, because, you know, you can tell from last night's meeting, there is a lot of interest around the project. And so that is that trying to get some information out to the community is essential as well.
For sure. And so one of the papers that's coming to the joint committee is a revised comms plan and how we're going to do that and get that out. But we're looking to pick up our communications around the project and what's happening on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just talk to the machine. Just in terms of mobile versus fixed position pumps. Now, at the moment, we've gone out for the consultation. We're looking at 4 stationary pumps and a number of mobile pumps. So I hear what you're saying before there, Chris. Thank you. Is there a need for us at the moment to actually have 4 stationary pumps versus 2, which I have heard being mentioned previously? I just want to get some guidance for moving forward. Thank you.
So I'll let Chris, from a personal experience in town, talk about that. Yeah. We pretty much with the water reports do virtually every storm you get. So I would imagine that you would have 2 stationary pumps and a couple of transportable pumps, because they'd still have the capacity and ability to move the water from we would normally have put probably a fixed position, but they're so quick and they're so good. You might find that you get ahead of the water, because we're talking about almost twice the volume that you've been quoted for so far. That you could actually, the transportable pump, and it doesn't. When I say transportable, I'm not talking about needing a forklift or front-end loader to move them. But these pumps are like a typical gold miner who will have it on a truck type thing. And so
thanks for that, Chris.
They don't require power, though. Diesel comes, not diesel driven, so that can be taken to the source of the needed place.
Thanks, Chris. Anthony,
you'd
like to respond to that?
Yeah, just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just we're probably getting into a degree of engineering detail that's not relevant to the table at this point. From our project point of view, once we get the funding, we then go into the design of the pumping system. So we are not committed to 4 or 2 or 6 or this many permanent or this many mobile. What we do know is we need a combination of both. We know some of the pumping areas are going to be very difficult to get the water from the low point across the walls, because there's quite a bit of distance. So that level of detailed design is certainly the first stage of the pump process. The particular type of pump, if you can get me a cheap pump that works, I will take them all, please.
Back to my original point, let's go local. And by local, I mean include Graham in your deliberations.
Absolutely. I mean, we will go through a procurement process to get the best possible outcome we can. And we know the miners around here have got a lot of equipment that they've already told me I'm not allowed to touch.
Every day. No.
Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, so Samson.
Okay, Daryl, you mentioned 2 outlets that regional council have designed and are putting in. And then we've talked about there are other outlets that need to be put in as well. So I thought you earlier on at our meeting, and again today, you said there are 2 outlets by regional council, and you implored us to put in other outlets, we being the district council.
No, so I want to be very clear, it's not entirely accurate. So the regional council has relied on the initial design from Buller District Council staff, and we've been told where you want those crossings to be built into the flood wall.
Okay, so we haven't done that design. We want to be able to take that advice from Buller Council and harmonise the construction. Now, we're agnostic whether it's 2 or 4 or whatever, because we need to rely on the design of Buller District Council. What I'm saying and what Chris is saying is that a combination, and Anthony's confirmed that, a combination of fixed and mobile is going to be the right solution here.
I understood that there were 2 that have been identified, but that's, yeah, but you had those in your design recommended by the district council, is that correct? Yep. And then the others, outlets have yet to be designed. Or decided, a number decided upon.
Yeah, and we want.
Sorry, if I can just clarify. So there's a combination. I think the original thing that Darryl was talking about was the pipes in terms of the gravity fed pipes that go out, so basically the stormwater outlets. The next issue is the mobile and fixed pumps that will pump water that's in the town out as well. So there are 2 parts to it. We have identified all of the crossing points in the walls that will need a stormwater pipe. Regional Council are dealing with some of the creeks that exist already as part of their design. So they have an aspect of drainage through the creeks. We have the aspect of drainage for the stormwater system that needs pipe work to go out. And we have the pump system that's required on top. And that's what the consultation topic is about, is our portion of the funding for the stormwater outlets through the walls and the pumps over the walls.
Right. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. We seem to be getting into some technical stuff here now. In principle, you support option 1. Hey, so a quick question around the good news story from Mark. Obviously the media is here today, so this will be in tonight's paper. I'm keen to know, and it's great news, all right. Is it likely to be targeted towards those underfunded or non-funded areas, or will it just be part of a big pool?
Excuse me. It's targeted for construction, so it's construction as a part of the flood wall for Westport. So if I could add to that, the motion that was passed yesterday was that it's $1 million to the Westport flood scheme out of our reserve funds, which derived from the Crown Forestry way back in 2001. But in terms of the exact application of those funds to what elements is the subject of approval of the Regional Council to make sure that, you know, they're happy with how it's going to be expended on the scheme.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Hawes.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Team presenting from the regional. My question really was around last night, Darryl. I think to quote you, you said the wall cost was between 30 and 40 million was how you presented. And my question kind of is, so now that we're moving into a more developed planning phase, and we've identified the various areas that need more attention, etc., how is that cost firming up, and what sort of figure are we sitting at or heading to?
So the first thing I'd say, I only had 3 minutes and couldn't give you all the detail last night, but you know, because it was a bit like, I think they called it speed dating. But look, I want to predicate that that number, so that's sort of indicative costing, which isn't confirmed yet, but it's in the ballpark, is for the entire scheme, including the unfunded elements of Carter's, Snodgrass and Organs Island. So I'm talking the full scheme. We know that the budget for under the Kawatere business case was 25.8, which is made up of 15.2 million of government share and 10.6 of local contribution. But that specifically excluded, unfortunately, and was incorrect in doing so, in my view, those other elements, particularly of Carter's Beach
but also Snodgrass, and particularly shutting off the flows at Organs Island. So when I quote those sorts of magnitude of figures, I'm talking about the full job, yeah, not just what was in scope from the Kawatiri business case.
Yeah, so to sort of sum up, then you're saying that as it's come along, there's been further additions added into the protection scheme that were overlooked in the initial setup.
That is correct. And again, I want to say that we're exploring other funding avenues over and above or different funding avenues than just trying to come back to the rating of Westport for that. And there'll be further announcements about that at the joint committee.
Thanks, Daryl. Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, just my clarification, if I may, yeah, Daryl, I just mentioned before, 15 million government funded out of the Kawatiri business case. My understanding was about 22 million was granted through Central, plus another 2, I think, for sport, if you like. They just happened to mention, I think, the 15 for the flood walls from Central, then the rest had to be locally funded. I just want clarification on that, please.
Sure.
Yes.
So the 15.2 and the 10.6 local share is specifically for the physical structural flood protection of the flood walls. The other money that you're talking about getting up to 22 million also funded the master planning, the civil defence emergency management arrangements, and all those other things that were part of the whole package. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Daryl. Good question, Colin. Any further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Regional Council. Good presentation. We're going to break for lunch. You're welcome to join us for a bite before you head back to base, for those of you who are travelling. And we'll adjourn now and reconvene at 1. Thank you. Councillor Hawkes. That took 25 minutes. Okay. Yeah, okay, thanks, Tony. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to those online. And Councillor Webb has joined us back online as well. Thank you. First of all, just a response and a follow up to the speakers that we had this morning who may be watching. Our thanks for coming and talking to your submissions. We're now going to move into the deliberations phase. And we're going to start off with, let me just check here, Mokanui. Anthony is going to address that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors will probably be aware, Mokanui residents called a meeting a couple of months ago to discuss the funding that was needed to bring their water supply up to speed and what other alternatives could be in place. The tone of the meeting, as was described by speakers today, was there was seemed to be a preference for that water supply to be effectively discontinued. The common theme is that almost nobody uses it for drinking water. We do know that people do use it for gardens. We know that, for example, the campground uses it for the toilet water supply. And so there are other, and there's a stock use for it as well, stock and garden use for it. So we will be looking over the course of the next little while as to the correct process. The disconnection of a supply was covered by the LGA and it's also covered by the Water Services Act. I want to make sure that we get that right in terms of getting the right information to the locals and the right decision here for council. One of the aspects of this is going to be how we deal with anyone who currently does not have a tank and can't afford it, and there was a comment about how that might work. Council doesn't have funds to specifically go and buy people tanks, so we'd have to look at how that might work, and an option may be that if the majority of locals want to disconnect and some people need a tank, then perhaps that's the targeted rate for the community that funds that. So there's the local good of getting the outcome they want, where individuals may be able to be supported by the community. So there may be an option around that, but we'll work through those details. There's a caution in here. We have a stock supply around Cape Felwyn and one of the big challenges that we've been working on over the last little while is, whilst it is a stock supply, it is not a drinking water supply. Some of the locals who have that stock supply going into their farms also plummet into their houses as drinking water. If we allow that to occur, then we will be in breach of significant sections of the Water Services Act that would be liable for prosecution. So anything we do has to be clear, and we need to make sure that it remains clear that the water cannot be used for human consumption. One of the comments that I took out of submissions is about whether or not the water that we've got at the moment, or that water could be treated. It can be, but the cost isn't something that the locals want to have to endure. So it is likely that local tanks with simple household filters would be a better option. This will take a little bit of time to do. And I imagine that would probably be finalised through the LTP next year as to when we would do it. We will talk with Tamata Arawai about what we do in the transition. Clearly, we don't want to spend $1 million treating water supply to meet TA's requirements and then have it all disconnected. So we need to make sure TA is on board and comfortable with how we are treating this. So there's a few specific, there'll be a lot of balls in the air juggling this one.
Thanks, Anthony. Rosalie?
There were two things there. One was about the stock water, the same as at Cape Bellman, just how that works, and that the scheme could be changed over to stock water for those that needed the excess amount of water. And the other is how much money is held in that Mokanui account at the moment, because that may be something that could help those people out that don't have.
I'll let Sahana clarify if she knows that.
Hi. Currently we have, and I'm just talking about the reserves that have built up of Mokanui for a while, $25,000.
25,000.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that could be one way of dealing with that. The other, why does it have to wait till the annual, the long-term plan? If we made a decision here today that we instruct staff to make steps to dissolve, to disregister, to whatever, disconnect that plan, that water scheme, where does that take us? Because is it our decision? That group have met, and it seems to be a majority plus that don't want the scheme continued. So why do we have to go round in circles and wait for the long-term plan?
So I suppose there's two parts to it with the plan process. This plan will be effectively, the outcome will be setting a rate for the next 12 months. So the next opportunity to change the rate is the long-term plan, because that's the first year of the long-term plan is the next annual plan. We will take some time to get this right, and I don't believe council can resolve to disconnect that supply until we have gone through that legal process to do so. So we would have to come back to you sometime during this year with the recommendation report on how to proceed, and that may or may not include a resolution to disconnect that supply.
But that's why we're at the situation that we are now. For the last 2 years, please, 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 we want consultation. So, right, you've explained that. So the next question I ask is, can we not spend anything? You said you wouldn't go spending $1 million, but spend nothing that is not needed to keep the scheme going, because we don't want to spend money there if they're going to stop it.
We will, until such time as a decision is made to effectively disestablish that water supply, we will have to continue to do maintenance on what is there to comply with the legal requirements under the Water Services Act and the Local Government Act. So the cost should remain minimal for that. I don't expect, I'm not expecting at all to have to come back and say we need to spend the millions of dollars on the upgrade of the water treatment. But I need to be mindful that we have to continue to comply with the requirements that TA have for water supply. And we will get the recommendation to council right, which will include a consultation with the locals and the options for any residual issues that may occur one of which is likely to be residents up there who don't have a water tank and can't afford one. That would be an issue that needs to be resolved, because we certainly can't leave people without water.
Thanks, Anthony. So we've got Tony, Shane, and then Colin, and then Paul. Tony.
So the community have met and they are supporting Tony's letter. And what it's directing you to do is to not to apply further rate increases associated with the supply in the annual plan. It's already been a huge increase on that in their rates now. You're talking about, and then that was future planning towards heading towards making the water potable. That needs to stop, because they are clearly telling you that they don't want any more money spent on it. And again, so a question would be, how often does the council go out there and maintain it? I'm fairly sure it's the locals that do it. So a question is, what is the schedule of works on maintenance out there, and what is their targeted rate being spent on? Because that was also the questions that I'm getting from the public.
I don't have that level of detail, but I can get that to you. Council is the water service provider there, so we legally are. So we have to do things like water testing and everything like that. Yes, we do. And one of the issues we've got is a permanent boil water notice on there. I personally wouldn't drink that water because it doesn't look very nice. So I can come back with the schedule of work. It will not be high. We certainly are not going to invest time and effort into designing a new treatment system there until a decision is made.
So with this new rate increase that's already been put on Mokanui around those charges, because where is that going? If the public's telling you we don't want to go down this track, stop all workings until we can sit down with you and work through a pathway. They already know about the referendum numbers. They already know we've had stuff out there. They've asked the right questions. They've checked their bank account. They've got all the information. They want you to stop, because this is the track they're telling you they're heading down. So how can we, like Rosalie said, why are we going to wait on this? It's costing them money, and they are telling you quite clearly that this is the track they're heading down, and they want you to support them in this.
So we are supporting them in this. I made it really clear that we will go through and make sure that we get this right and follow the legal process. At the moment, we have had a community group tell us they very strongly want this to occur, but there is a legal process to do that. And until we've gone through that, we can't say this is the absolute answer yet. So we just need to make sure we do this right. I don't want to come back to council and say, oh, we turned it off, but we're now being prosecuted because we missed a step. In terms of the rates, I've checked with Leslie and Sahana in terms of whether we are putting additional funding in this annual plan or not for it, and whether we can hold that.
Okay, so just to provide some context around the rate that's currently in the annual plan for Mokanui for water is 1,225. It includes GST. It's based on just operating expenditure of $50,000. That's all that's in the plan for that water supply. But because it's 47 properties only, they have their share of it. So one of the biggest expenses from that 50,000, the one line is 20,000 for drinking water standards. And so if the drinking water standards is remaining. The rates stay at 1,225. If you take drinking water standards out, and again, I'm not saying because I don't understand technically, but if you take it out, it's $20,000. It reduces the rates from 1,200 to 700, which is more or less in line of where they are at the moment.
Okay, just for my clarification then, to do that, we need to go through that legal process first, is that correct?
No, we should be able to stop that, that particular cost, and therefore the increase won't apply.
Okay.
But if council or the locals, if the outcome was we actually need to do something with the supply, then we would need to get additional funding to do that work, because TA will be on our case to do so.
Okay, so the $20,000 that is in the plan going forward doesn't need to be spent until such time as you go through the options. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. Shane.
Then just to clarify, if they do go on tanks, if that becomes an option, but they're saying they still need the water supply for stock and horticulture, etc. So that $700 would still be a cost to the community if that pipeline still works, but it becomes deregistered as a water supply.
So I think one of the, there will be an ongoing maintenance cost of that.
Yeah.
What we would look at is if the entire community weren't getting the benefit of it, then we would have to probably put in some metering for those who are.
That was my second question, particularly like at the moment, say for farming operations, are they not metered already?
Not yet, no. I mean, I know for for the Cape operation, there was this odd arrangement of farmers would pay per head of cow. And collecting that data was always quite interesting. And we put time and effort into putting in meters and charging by the cubic meter of water.
So I think we
would probably go, I anticipate we would look at that sort of option.
Well, because when we go to local water done well, that will be an option. They will put meters in place for those entities. So I think whatever we do, whatever we're discussing with the community, we need to be very clear around what the ongoing obligations will be, because they will end up paying for maintaining that line for non-potable water, and there probably will be meters for those people using it.
I imagine so, but I think that will be part of the plan that we bring back to council in terms of what does the community want?
Yeah.
What's left and what are the residual costs and who pays?
Yeah.
So that's, like I said, that's not a 5-minute job, and we need to get it right. We need to get the legislative part right. But we also need to have the community understand what those costs would be if we have some of it still operating.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Anthony. Councillor Reedy.
Mr. Mayor, just a question of clarification, if I may. I agree about the legislation that Anthony's been talking about, but this $20,000 for, and just remind me what it's for again, please. Water.
It's drinking water standards and it's short of range.
Okay, so drinking water standards. My understanding though was that we still have to undertake the testing and all that sort of stuff for to meet certain requirements, health requirements and that.
Correct.
So if we were to take the 20 out and not undertake the testing on a regular basis or whenever you do it at the moment, surely we are working outside of the current legislation.
We would continue to do the testing as required, and we'd submit it through the TA portal as required. So those costs are part of that ongoing maintenance as opposed to that additional 20K. That's my understanding.
So if I can just pick up on Councillor Reedy, So can you just tell us again what the 20,000K is for? If take the 20,000K out and the balance is funded. Is that where you're coming from, Colin?
Thank you. Yeah, the $20,000 drinking water standards is the beginning of that whole fleshing out what we can do for Mokanui to bring it up to standard. It's a capital investment, not an OPEX.
Yep, it's all right, Colin. Okay, thanks. Paul.
When Yarraway brought out these standards, it became blatantly obvious that some small water supplies around our district were going to be uneconomic for the ratepayers to continue with them, and a decision should be made then and to stop kicking the can down the road. This meeting here is to set the fees that people will pay for next year, and I don't see that it needs to go on to another year if we listen to the ratepayers, and that's what I'm here to do, listen to the ratepayers. I heard the people of Mokanui, they do not want to continue paying rates for water that we won't talk about being potable, but it certainly isn't palatable, and that's at the best of times. And when during low flows over summer, it gets even worse, and that's why most of them don't use it. It's on tanks, and they're using it for bulk water. If it continues to the bulk water supply, the tanks that people need for roof water for drinking shrink, and so does the cost. I believe that should be examined to create a incorporated society with the locals, so those want to run it and gift it to them. You will find that most of them will not partake of that and will just stay on their tanks, and you'll only end up the rural water supply ones going to farming, maintaining the bulk for that. But I think it needs exploring, and I think it needs exploring over the next few weeks to listen to the ratepayers and to make a decision before next year's rates are set.
Thanks, Paul. Councillor Rutherford. Oh, you didn't? Okay, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Hawes.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Councillor Hawes. And then Councillor.
Up the queue, right to the top. Excellent. Look, I hear what everybody's saying, including staff. And to me, it's a no-brainer to say, right over, there's no point in charging the extra money around the preliminary studies, if you like, to progress this to a drinking water standard. So, and I hear the figure given around $1,100 sort of thing, 1,000 something, dropping to $700 if we do that. That's a no-brainer. I mean, that's exactly what we should be doing, and that's what Tony asked for in her initial thing. I accept that, and but I also, we're here representing an entire group of ratepayers from the bottom to the top. And that doesn't mean majority rules in every case. That means that we've got affordability issues, et cetera, that we have to really look at through the process. So I had a few questions around that, given that parameter. I mean, we hear that we have people there that may not be able to afford to buy tanks. So my question to Anthony is, do we have cost benefit buying so we can supply tanks at a lower rate than what retail would be? Why would we not, as part of our purchasing agreements, be able to access tanks at a cheaper rate, which would be for everybody out there that needs to transition? And that would then alleviate some of that. And then the other part I had there is that do we charge a different rate to farmers on this scheme right from the get-go? Should we be looking at creating a two-tier charging system for this year? I mean, if farmers are using a lot of water out there and they're getting an unfair advantage out of the supply, why are the residents paying $700 each when the local farmer is paying $700? Because I see that as inherently unfair. I see the fact that there should be a bigger portion. We do it for everything else. We do it for commercial rates. We do it for every other instance in towns. Why are we not immediately looking as part of setting fees and charges to try and alleviate some problems there as well for 1 year? I know it's only 1 year, but it affects people. So they were the things I had here that may be able to, and I believe that the residual 25K sitting in the reserve account could be managed somewhat towards managing those transitions across lowering the cost. 25K, 50 people a year on that supply, you know, it can go towards reducing the cost to everybody across that, or they could agree to, you know, apportion the targeting to help people that need to transition and go.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a journey, and because there's probably not many that have actually done this yet under this new legislation. The Mokanui people are aware of this is a process, and there is legislation that sits behind it, and it is going to take time. It's not going to be switching off the tap overnight. They're very, very clear of that. They've spoken, you know, we have the right people in the room, and great questions asked and answered, and they understand this is the start of it. They just initially want you to stop investigating it being made into potable water, because so that's pretty much what they're asking you to do. So from then on, it's going to be time, lots of conversations, lots of town meetings to work out their best fit. So that's pretty much where they're at.
Okay. Councillor Haxton.
Well, I think we've probably gone around the table, but I mean, I think listening to my fellow councillors, they all want what's fair and equitable. But in this case, it does mean that we can't just go to the majority opinion, that the majority opinion might want to go off straight away. So we have to do some due diligence, meet our statutory obligations to make sure that those people that are in the minority, if I could use that term, who want it to stop now, or who don't want it to stop now, who need some sort of tank water, some sort of service. No, that's what I'm saying, is that those people that need assistance getting tanks to meet that alternative, so when it does get turned off, they are catered. Yeah. No, I'm agreeing. Bond in agreement. Sorry, I wasn't that cool.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Look, totally agree with everything I've heard in terms of ceasing the exploration for $1 million bloody plant. Does it? How are we running this afternoon? Is it by way of resolution? If it is, I'll resolve that the Mokanui water rate be maintained at the level without the inclusion of the additional cost to explore.
Is that the process on?
Yeah. So through the chair, I think if we come up with a resolution along those lines and put that to council to resolve, someone can do that, please, and then we can bring that back for a vote.
Does that come back today?
Yeah. So the idea of today is we worked through. We wanted to discuss Mokanui because we knew that would be that's one of those a lot of feedback through the annual plan, and then we'll go through the individual funding requests, and then the resolutions that come out of those we will again resolve. And then obviously we've got the key consultation item plus the other matters that are in that report that's in front of you today. So we do have some draft resolutions for the key consultation item and the other items if you choose to put those in. So we'll bring those back for discussion.
Yeah, Rosalie, did you have something?
So we're going ahead to put our resolutions forward because it is an extraordinary meeting. So I'll
The
second
resolution's
Rob's,
been granted, if we've got something, come back to the table, yeah. So,
Yeah, well, I'll second that motion of Phil's,
yeah, we'll get the then we'll put it through, yeah.
but it will have to go right round again. Done, dusted.
What have we got?
You doing what? Look at that.
Okay, well, let's pause for a second. So, okay, thanks for that. Okay, so, the motion is to remove the 20,000 drinking water standards budget line. I've resolved to remove the $20,000 drinking water standards budget line from 2026-2027 annual plan. Okay. Phil has moved that. Mokanui supply. Okay. What's that, sorry? We'll start to come back from, what's the second one, do you think, Tony?
Second one would be that the staff continue to work and communicate with the Mokanui community on alternative options. Drinking water. Well, this is a suggestion.
Well, should we go through get the first one out of the way first? And then maybe,
We could just
grab
do
something.
it.
Do it together.
Just do the two together.
Tony, could you repeat that?
Well,
Start to
continue working with the Mokanui community on decommissioning the Mokanui registered water supply. It's actually in their submission letter.
Yep.
And alternative drinking water options. Explore alternative drinking water options.
How's that sounding?
Is that fair?
Yep.
That's what they're asking for.
Hang on, let's just finishing that up and we'll get it to read that out, so we're all clear. Yeah. Yeah.
So staff to continue working with the Mokanui community on decommissioning the registered water supply and exploring alternative drinking water options.
Yeah. That was what was in the submission, so thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So do we want to pass these together or separately? The first one was, yeah, Phil moved, Rosalie second as far as the first was concerned. Any more discussion, questions? All those in favour? Those against? That's passed, thank you. And the new one? Get you to read that out again.
Staff to continue working with the Mokanui community on decommissioning the registered water supply and exploring alternative drinking water options.
Any further questions? Moved by councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah.
I've got a question, Phil.
Well, discussion. Yeah.
Can't hear you.
So we just identified some capital items that we probably don't want to spend. So I think the resolution should be to cease any capital upgrades this financial year for Mokanui, as well as the $20,000.
Oh,
What did he say? So any capital upgrades?
Repeat it, please.
Resolve to cease any planned capital works for the Mokanui water supply for this financial year. Next financial year, well, for the financial year.
26, 27 financial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We need a mover for that.
No, it would be.
Paul?
I'm inclined to think that we don't want to just kick the can down the road and hand it on to local water done well. I think the ownership of the scheme needs to be resolved in the next 6 weeks. That if the locals want to take over ownership of it, that needs to be incorporated in the resolution, that needs to be explored to see if that is possible. May not be possible, it needs to be explored to get it done in the next 6 weeks before the next rating year starts.
Anthony?
So this, I understand, is the annual plan for next financial year. So we need to be talking about what we will spend next financial year. The next 6 weeks is not an achievable timeframe.
Okay, thank you. Rosalie, did you have something? Rosalie, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just that payment that's spent in 26, 27.
Okay, we'll get Caitlin to read out the amended one.
Yeah, that council removed $20,000 drinking water standards budget line from the Mokano water supply in the 2026-27 annual plan and cease any planned capital works for the Mokano water supply in the 2026-27 financial year.
Okay, we've got a mover for that first one, haven't we?
It's already voted on.
Yeah, Colin Rosalie. Okay, any further discussion or questions? Linda's got a question. Linda?
Just thinking about, you know, I know we're talking about the long-term plan, but we could do a special consultation anytime that falls outside of the long-term plan consultation process. That's one comment. Another comment is, have we looked at, you know, it costs around $3,000 to buy, install UV lights, cartridges, then about $300 a year to kind of replace those filters. You know, have we looked at that option with that budget line, you know, the 20,000 or whatever it is, about, you know, looking to subsidize that option? You know, are these things that have been explored, or is that what we are looking at to explore?
So in terms of the point of entry filters, they would be required for each property if we continued that water supply. What we need to do is pre-treat that water, because currently if you put raw water into one of those filters, it would clog up almost immediately. So we have to deal with the turbidity of that water, which is where the high cost item is. Once households are on their own individual drinking water tanks, they are highly recommended to have a 3-stage filter, but that's not mandated under by TA. The camping ground would have to have a supply for that if it was supplying water to its campers, but individual households wouldn't. But those things are highly recommended.
Thanks, Anthony.
And in terms of my question about consultation, that falling outside of the long-term plan, is that another avenue that we could do a special consultation around this?
Yeah, you can do a special consultation, but you can't change anything until the next plan. Yeah.
So yes, and the consultation, as I understand the legislation, we have to do a consultation to get, I think it's 50% or more agreement from the community. So we would consult and do a referendum or whatever they call it.
The changes would
For the
be followed.
change. But the change in terms of any future rating is part of the next financial year, because that's when you set your rate.
Okay. Thanks. One more bill. Resolution again, sorry, Katie.
The second one? Yep. Staff to continue working with the Mokanui community on decommissioning the registered water supply and exploring alternative drinking water options. You moved and Rosalie seconded.
Okay. Phil?
Yeah, I just want to speak to that if I may. Not altogether comfortable with that wording. I think it should be something more along the lines of explore options that include the possibility of deregistering the water supply. I think it's, yeah, so.
I'm happy with that amendment. I'm happy with that amendment also because we are going to be working through all those options. So I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah. Just give Kate a minute to catch up.
So staff to continue working with the Mokanui community to explore options around the Mokanui water supply, including but not limited to decommissioning the registered water supply and exploring alternative drinking water options.
Phil? Good. Any more discussion on that? Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Thanks. That's carried. Piece of paper going cover. Okay, we're moving now on to fund requests. Those are outlined in the workbook. Were you going to put that up on the screen at all, Caitlin? Funding requests. Does one have a copy? This one here. Okay, are you able to put that on the screen? Able to share it? I'll just.
Well, it's missing from off that one, so we're going to have to. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, we just Chrissy's going to bring that up on screen. The one that we're looking at now, everything was missing a few or a couple. Okay. Okay. Oh, Colin, sorry.
Thank you. Regarding this, what are we calling this, funding requests? Was that actually in the draft annual plan? For funding requests. The reason why I'm asking is that very confusing last year. Someone mentioned earlier on 50,000 being available. I think Lisa, sorry, about 50,000 being available. When we did the long-term plan last year, we sat down and we went through the the current year, which is now 25, 26, 26, 27. And we went out, I think, for 3 years. Now, I can be corrected on this, but that was my understanding that everything was done at that time. I'm not sure where this 50, I'm not arguing the 50,000. All I'm asking is that I don't recall there being any requests in the consultation document for the annual plan for funding requests. Lisa certainly did mention 50,000 being available, but I still not see where that is. If someone can explain, please.
Thanks for your question, councillor. So there's a contestable fund for community grants that has been budgeted, so that will go forward in this year's budget. These ones fall out of these have been requested as part of the annual plan, so that will fall outside of the contestable funds, unless council wishes to direct people to apply through the contestable fund process.
And how much is there in the contestable fund, Chris?
I believe it's 80,000 that was, wasn't it, Caitlin? 80,000 that was budgeted for this year, which was the same as it was last year.
And, okay, and what of that has been allocated?
None, it's contestable. So there'll be a completely separate funding round open and advertised to our community, and then they can apply for that through community grants. And that fund is allocated through the community committee.
Okay.
So can I just ask then the question that Lisa had regarding the two officers and that, and what I'm hearing, if I just want clarification, what I'm hearing is that we've funded that for the next 3 years during the through the long-term plan, and now we're looking at the 80,000, which is over and above.
So I'll need to double check that, councillor. My understanding was that the funding that it's not citizen advice, it's the budgetary service. My understanding is that they apply through the community grants for the rental, which only gives them 1 year at a time. So their request, as far as I understand, is to change to a peppercorn rental that will carry on for a longer period to give them some I guess some future confidence that they're going to be staying in that building, rather than applying to the community grants every year and not sure whether or not they're going to be able to provide that service to our community.
And yet that money comes out of the 80 total.
Currently, the way it's set up, they are sent to community grants to be able to apply for rent for that's as a grant. What they're requesting through the process here, and it will be one of the items that we're covering shortly, is to change it into a peppercorn rental agreement.
Okay, we've got Councillor Webb and then Councillor Hawes.
So can you share the document that from last year's long-term plan, where, like Councillor Reedy was talking about, where we allocated over the next 3 years, because for instance, it used to be in the annual plan and that broken down, we used to give so many tens of thousands to the old Ghost Road, and there were pockets of funds that we had allocated to those. Can you share that spreadsheet or whatever that tells us for this annual plan, what are we allocating already to some of these organisations, I guess? Because for instance, the pool that, who were they? Was it the Waimengaroa? Did they talk about the pool or something? They said they already, they're already going to get $5,000 this year. Where does it say that in the annual plan? Or can you point me to the page or?
So in the annual plan, it will be listed under it will be in too far a granular detail for it to be a line item within the annual plan. But it's under the knuckle or hectare comes under tourism. So there's a line item for tourism, and that's something under there. But I've certainly got a spreadsheet I can share with you, councillor.
Yeah, that'd be helpful because like councillor Reedy alluded to, like we spent a lot of time last year at the long-term plan consultation allocating as my memory serves right, for the next 3 years, but I haven't seen that document to then go, oh, well, we're already giving this amount of money to these organisations that we've resolved at the long-term plan. So anything that we resolve today would be on top of that, so we can actually see the total, I guess, effect.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll work with Caitlin now to see if we can send that to you as we go. These are the requests on top of the one that we've already planned in the long-term plan.
Okay.
On top of, Dave, did you have a question?
Well, really, more around just getting the understanding correct. Because as I understand it, there's the two groups, the two pots of money, one being the stuff, the grants that were amalgamated together in the long-term plan and rolled over for 3 years to create certainty for those groups over that time. And we're talking museums and halls and things that had long-standing financial support from council that had to come back, as Colin quite correctly pointed out. They had to come back to the annual plan every year, and they had to come with their begging bowl, didn't they, the groups? And so the resolution was to fund those for the long-term plan 3-year duration and create that pot of money so that didn't create uncertainty, and it gave them 3 years certainty before they had to front up again, and it smoothed our annual plan process. So that pot of money is not what we're talking about, but we are talking about an issue. Let me make sure I've got the correct understanding, where this group has exactly the same problem as the groups that we made you guys made the decision, not me, but you made the decision within the long-term plan process to create certainty for these other groups. So this is one that's missed that roundup. And the only question that it raises for me around, is it possible or not, is there a requirement for that building from council staff or council use perspective, or would that be a comfortable thing to add into the pot of certainty, understanding that this is only an annual plan process, we'll have to do it again next year? Is that something that we should be looking at transferring into those other groups to create the certainty into the fixed funding? Tony.
Yeah, on behalf of Buller Miners Association and as far as the Knucklewalk pool goes and the tourism support, that's Jackie clearly stated that's something that they always apply for every single year in the annual plan. It's just that this treasure, that there's their secretary for the pool was away last year and actually missed that. So she's trying to get it back into the groove again. So yeah.
Okay.
So, well, I my personal belief, and I'll resolve that way, that we deal with, you know, I would suggest we deal with the two together. They occupy the same space. In terms of fairness, they occupy a support that we provide district-wide. So swimming in Reefton's funded, it's funded in Westport. We provide some funding to Curramin. So I can't see why we wouldn't ensure that the same applies. We heard from councillors around the table that there have been occurrences where kids have learned in that pool, have ended up managing to save people's lives. So my view is that we should deal with the two together. The same with the budget advisory. We heard that they have saved people's lives. And we should look at coming up with a resolution that fits them in line with those other groups. And I will move that way.
Okay, Councillor Hawes is Bill.
Yeah, I struggle with that. I think they're two totally different things. The request from the Budget Advisory Service is asking for peppercorn rental, and that will impact on council's revenue. Obviously, they'll lose that rent from their revenue, so that line drops down. Logical thinking would suggest that if they're not going to be included in an annual guarantee, which they don't want to be because they're just simply asking for peppercorn rental, then our grants funding could reduce by the amount that we annually give them. That would be my take on it. Assuming that it was approved.
Colin, then Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the revenue doesn't reduce. That's the first thing. Simply because, assuming, I think Lisa mentioned that, let's say $9,000 a year, that's supposedly rental paid, and then through the grant system, we then paid them $9,000, so it neutralised. So there's no loss of revenue, and they never had to pay. The question now is this peppercorn rental, which I really couldn't get around with Lisa. Well, we're happy to pay the. She wanted surety and what have you, so we only pay $1 per plant a year, peppercorn. But there's still the question of them having to pay the power, which was included in the 9,000. So I'm just not sure where to go, to be honest with you. But there's no loss of revenue at all or anything like that. It's just a neutral situation, the same as across the road. So I'm happy to be guided by somebody, but I'm lost.
Okay, well, just
sorry. So to my point, Mr. Mayor, I believe that it's line item thing. The revenue generated from rentals would reduce by the amount we're charging them. So that line item would change. At the moment, because it's been offset by the grant, that I totally agree, it is a neutral thing. But if we simply reduce the amount raised from rentals by giving them a peppercorn rental, that leaves this $9,000 hanging in the air somewhere. In the meantime, we've lost 9,000 in rental because we're saying no, we'll give it to you for a peppercorn amount. Clearly, that does impact on the revenue that we raise via rents.
Okay, Anthony wants to make a comment on that.
Yeah, there's two things probably to note. We apparently have moved away from peppercorn rentals because it allows the income to be shown in the correct line and the expense to go out in the correct line. So that would be a change away from what the council has been doing recently. The other one, just to comment around the electricity, just bear in mind, if they were to pay their own electricity, they would need to get their own meter and pay their own line charges. And that would be a significant wasted cost because we've already got a meter and a line charge. So I wouldn't recommend forcing that. But the peppercorn rental thing, to keep consistency, it would be better to have an income and an outgoing, so as the right numbers fall in the right categories.
Can I ask, in terms of certainty of tenure for where they're occupying at the moment, what's provided for there? Do they have a lease on that area, notwithstanding the rent coming in and going out?
I'll confirm that, Mayor, but from what I understand, it's a year-by-year lease with a 3-month termination. That's what my recollection, but I'll confirm that.
Okay. Right.
Well, the whole purpose of their application is that they're seeking long-term security of tenure. And in actual fact, as Lisa said, they're prepared to forego income by taking on the power bill. It's worth it to them to have that long-term security. So, taking Anthony's point, Sure, but is there a way that we can guarantee long-term security of tenure regardless of how we charge for it?
Just for clarity though, isn't she asking for long-term security on the funding, not necessarily?
She's seeking long-term security on the occupation of that office space, subsidised by the council.
Okay.
So then don't we get back to what Dave suggested in the first place, which was as part of the annual plan, like we have done for the museum and other places, that we allocate them $9,000 in this annual plan. It doesn't, I think that we then relook at it in the long-term plan, that we look at it at this annual plan and ask them to resubmit in the LTP. And that we set some KPIs around it. It might just be that they report on how many people that they've helped in the community during that time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So who are we doing first then? Are we doing the Knockwall pool or are we doing, is it Lisa's one that's come up first?
Lisa's one first.
So I'll move that we put $9,000 into the annual plan to fund the fuller budgeting service. Yeah.
Question.
It's just a question around that resolution.
Yes.
We hear that then becomes new money if we resolve that way. If we resolve to allocate that from our $80,000 funding pool that we already have been providing that money from, then it just reduces the contestable funding pool down. It's cost neutral. Are you happy to move that way?
Yeah.
Because I'd be happy to support that one.
Yes, I'll amend my resolution for it to come from our $80,000 community funding pool, that reduces by 9,000 and we relook at it in the long-term plan.
Yep.
Have you got it, Caitlin?
Can I say, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
In the past, we have put, for example, I know we've got 80, we don't, each one's not a separate resolution.
Oh, okay.
We put a hand up, who agrees, who doesn't agree, and then we end up with 80,000 or whatever, and then we start cutting back if we've gone over, and then we agree the whole lot as per the schedule. Otherwise, we're going to have for the next 3 hours.
Yeah. This one, because you're cutting back the contestable grants. Oh, this has to make a recommendation.
Because we're saying it's
cutting
coming
back
from
the
contestable
grant
grants.
fund.
Coming from the contestable grants pool. That's why this one's separate.
Just give Caitlin a minute, and then you're going to put it up on the screen.
Rosalie's got.
Yeah, Rosalie.
So, okay, we're going through this funding here. So whatever we fund here, where does that come from?
Through the chair, so the reason that we're having to put a separate resolution is because that's coming from the community grants, and anything else on here would be on top of the rate increase that we've already discussed.
That's what I was trying to establish. So the budgeting is community grants and this is on top of rates already predicted, right? Thank you.
Yeah, Tony.
So, Shane,
Have you moved that resolution around the Buller Financial Mentor?
Yeah, Caitlin's
Service?
just typing that up now.
Who has seconded that? Anybody?
I will second it.
So I suppose then it's more discussion on that.
Well, we just waiting for Caitlin to come up with the resolution, so. And when we got that right, then did you have another question, Con?
Sorry, it just comes back to what I was saying before. Are we going to have a resolution for everything? In the past, we've just agreed on who's going to get what, and then the whole lot has been passed as one resolution. Seems to me that we're going to do a resolution for 9,000 and a resolution for X dollars. Well, a contestable fund, but when's that going to happen?
all the rest are coming from our budget. This is one thing coming from the community grants contestable fund is what we're saying, where we're going to reduce that and allocate this out of that. Is what we said. Yeah.
Chrissy, do you want to?
Councillor Reddy, just through the chair, the reason we're having to do a separate resolution is that this is going to be reducing something that's already budgeted for a different line item. So everything else on here should be able to be passed, as you're mentioning just now, by resolution at the end. So it's only this line item because it's coming through the community grants and reducing that fund that we're having to have a separate resolution for it.
Okay, we'll just give Caitlin a few minutes. Okay.
While that's being carved up, the resolution shaped up. Just a question around reserve halls and council assets, especially around, say, the likes of Waimangaroa Hall, Lino. Isn't there an asset budget? Didn't we revise that, revise that asset budget?
No, we don't have budget specifically for any allocated for any reserves other than a general pool of funds, but there's no line by line yet. You won't have that until we've finished the reserve management plans and the property asset management plan.
I think Tony's talking about, we did ask, like there was 100K removed from the maintenance budget and we asked for that to be put back in. And maybe it's part of today's discussion, I don't know.
Thank you, Shane. That was what I was asking. Sorry if I got the wording wrong.
Yeah, so the reserves R&M is OPEX, not CAPEX. So that's, you're talking about a capital spend for floor coverings.
Yeah.
So that would be a capital item. There's, what is the quote on that?
98, that's 75. Sure. 70.
Yeah, so that, I mean, honestly, that one probably sits with reserve contribution fund, co-contribution.
Yeah, Rosalie.
Just while we're on reserves contribution fund, and that's for Brent. We were told recently in Karamea that anything that comes from reserve contribution, the subcommittee has to come up with 50% of it. Is that correct?
I can reply. Yeah, the reserve contribution policy recommends a co-contribution up to 50%, but it's not a hard and fast, because we didn't want to limit anybody applying, especially for smaller amounts. But yeah, there was an expectation there would be a co-contribution from the committee, but it's not a requirement. It's a recommendation of the policy.
We were told it was a requirement that we would have to front up with 50%, not up to 50%.
Okay, we're going to, thanks, we're going to get Lisa's one done and out of the way, and then we can have another conversation. So the motion there is
resolved that the $80,000 contestable grants fund be reduced by $9,052.52 to allow for funding of the Buller Financial Metering Service Incorporated lease in the 2026-27 annual plan.
okay. That was moved by
Deputy Mayor
and seconded by Councillor Hawes. Any further discussion? Phil?
Yeah, a great outcome. I cannot recall a single occasion when their application to the contestable fund to cover their rent has ever been declined. We should have put this in place years ago. So absolutely support it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that when they're notified, that we then do ask them to submit the annual plan for funding over the next 3 years. That's as part of that, because or part of the, you know, long-term plan process.
Yeah, I'd like to go one further than that, and I think that we could instruct staff from this process, and as part of staff's submissions and founding of that beginning of our LTP consultation, that this is recognised and included in that discussion then, without them having to come back to us, because that then gives surety around the fact that the table is looking at this favourably. And we kind of provide, although we can't include it without having to go to LTP consultation, we can direct staff to make sure that it is included in the consultation.
Happy? Just give Caitlin a minute.
Or am I just putting it in the minutes? It's just a note.
You're happy with the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Rightio, so the motion is as read. Bill had further comments. Any further comments? Councillor Hingston.
I just need a confirmation what they've just said. Are we saying that from here on in, this is going to be a standing grant? Is that what we're saying?
Well, we can't say that. This was part of an annual plan consultation, as Colin said earlier on. This was not included in that. This is annual plan, so we can make a decision for this year. But what I'm saying is to minute it as something for staff to carry forward to the long-term plan consultation.
So we're not approving.
So that would just mean that these people are not overlooked and maybe miss out.
Okay, thanks for that. So all those in favour? Those against? That's passed. Thank you. Now we go to the Knockwall pool. We're looking for
that. From the top end, if you start at the Carter's Beach Pool.
Okay.
You don't have to resolve these. You're
going to go back one by one.
Just go through and discuss.
Okay. I can't see that from here. So we'll start off, we'll go from here and then point them out, eh? Okay, so the first submitter, Linda Walker, that was Carter's Beach Hall and Reserve Committee. Purpose of the project, do toilets with disability accessible toilet provision at Carter's Beach. Current toilet block described as aging, heavily used, non-compliant for disability access and needing upgrade or complete fund, but no amount was stated. Tony?
Yeah, looking at, I think then it's important that Cutters Beach feed back into the reserve management plans as well, because it's not picking up that the toilets aren't included in that. Yeah.
Shane?
They have submitted this several times that they need toilets. It needs to somehow be put into our upgrading plan, whether it's, I don't know, whether there's funding come available through infrastructure funding, but they are very, very busy toilets, and they do need to be looked at some stage.
Brent?
Yes, we are looking at those as part of that reserve management plan, and that will fall, but honestly, nothing planned for this coming financial year.
Okay, any further discussion on that? Thanks, Brent. Okay, the next one was James Rickard, toilets at Hector, Freedom Camping Ground, requests toilets so locals do not have to deal with toilet paper and human feces. So that if toilets cannot or will not be provided, then the site should be closed. He's speaking for himself, no amount stated. Tony?
yeah, it's been a bit of a journey, the Hector Freedom Camping site. Would Simon be able to speak to this around, I suppose the questions that I've been asked a lot by the public is, why can't it just be closed down? And that's what kind of, Simon can speak to that a little bit around the information.
So through the chair, we are up for a full Freedom Camping bylaw review. We will do that. Hoping to have the first draft submitted for council for consideration in July this year, prior to the summer season. I think that'll be the catalyst for all those conversations across Freedom Camping for the district, including designated sites, but also those sites that are deemed not appropriate for Freedom Camping. So the toilet conversation has been going on for some time, and we know the history. It's where the council wants to do something in the interim, prior to the bylaw review. The bylaw review will take about 6 months, you know, from start to finish because of the submission process that goes in behind it. We have costed it up as part of that workshop we did with the community in Hector, about 35k, which is the reinstatement of the existing temporary ones, which also would be hooked into a septic field, beside the reserve there. And obviously that would have an operational cost of about 5k a year. So that's obviously for the cleaning primarily, and the rubbish if we do. So I'd go back to rubbish. Yeah, look, I've got a bit of a question, and I don't know who can answer this. Maybe someone, maybe you, Tony. I'm well aware that we can't just ban Freedom Camping from, you know, across our district. Nice to hear there's a review coming up, but I'm sure we could make it difficult for access to any given site that we control. How would that go sit with the community out there that to, you know, fence it off, whatever, make it? So the site that we're talking about is actually a designated site. It is used for Freedom Camping. It's allow for Freedom Camping. The bigger issue is them getting access around the back of the courts where they seem to park up beside the beach, between the beach and the rock protection works. We have put some rocks there to minimise access, but we've also put sign there. Enforcement here. Covering all of water. Belton Forest that's really no funding for ongoing enforcement.
Following on from what Phil said, I thought we could just designate a camping area, for example, here. Karamea, e.g. the Okarara River Reserve was always a camping area and it got designated no camping. The Flagstaff itself got designated no camping. It was advertised and it became no camping.
So the area we're talking about at Hector, the community was 50-50 split in terms of, so we can't just close it because there's a support for it. And Freedom Camping itself, because of the ongoing potential income that comes from Freedom Camping across the road from various establishments. To the fact that it's a reserve site, a public reserve allows them to be able to access it as a public reserve. So there's only 3 reasons you can constrain a site if it's a public access. One is around access itself, which is hazardous or difficult to get to. One is around health and safety concerns, and that would have been environmental impact.
And the other one is impact on the environment. Species issues and those various other things.
Yes, well, the sites that I speak of are reserve sites and it doesn't qualify, but we just advertised and stopped them.
I don't know the history of those sites, but there may be other reasons why they're prohibited. If they're beside a river, for example, you can prohibit because of safety concerns.
I don't think the freedom camping site at Hector is a problem per se. The problem is the sort of person that uses it and leaves their mess behind them. And you can fence it off, you can close it, and that sort of person will just go somewhere else. So unfortunately, we live in a society where we've got to put up with these sort of people and you've got to clean up after them. And if you just lock areas up from the majority of people who are positive, you're doing them a disservice. So unfortunately, these things happen, and I think we've got to deal with them as best we can without locking areas up.
There's three words I'd like to make just some comment about the season we've just had. It's probably one of being our better seasons in terms of public complaints. Hardly any complaints have come through to us. Hector's been, we've had about 3 from Hector itself, but predominantly we've had a very, very quiet season for Freedom Campaign in terms of official complaints.
Tony.
So there was, like Simon was saying, we had a public meeting that was really well attended by the public. Plus we had the appropriate staffing out there to really just there's lots of misinformation around the history of that freedom camping toilet. Pretty much it was a giant portaloo. It was really expensive to maintain because it has to be emptied all the time. So now the community know about the history of it, and pretty much the room was split on whether they should ratepay a fund toilet out there, and around it being closed down. I mean, yes, it was 50-50 on those both of those things. Then we did a bit more investigation. We looked at all of options around, could it be controlled? Is there more controls we can put in place? We did a bit of a survey as well to try and collect extra, and this got submitted to the last annual plan. So Simon also too. Simon, can you speak a little bit about dock campsites and how they're managed? Yeah.
As we know, DOC do charge for they're exempt from the Freedom Camping bylaw, so responsible camping bylaw. So they charge for their sites. We did talk about the opportunity, and it would have to be a legislative change. So government gave out a whole lot of money to set up new sites, around the whole of New Zealand, where there were already some very good sites available through the DOC program. If they had rather given the money to DOC and now with free charge, all this problem would have gone away, quite frankly. They may have even be able to add up, increase a couple of more sites. So there was a lot of money spent to develop new sites. Some of them still exist, some of them didn't work. A lot of public input as well. So just a history thing in terms of, but I still think there's an opportunity for DOC to be free in some capacity. I don't think they'll ever go there now, but that would solve a lot of problems if they had free sites for the travellers travelling through New Zealand to be able to go and stay for free.
I think what I was saying is the DOC sites, do they have issues around people pooing in the flats?
They do have, most of them are paid facilities, but they have also closed some of their facilities in terms of toilets as well in some sites. which would mean exactly the same thing as what we're getting in terms of freedom camping sites. But I don't know that, I don't have that detail, but I suggest there will be some.
Thanks, Simon. Councillor Hawes has something profound.
Pretty much, and, you know, and this is history of the Department of Conservation. I was a supervisor through quite a number of these areas in the Lewis Pass around the Banahua area. Yes and no. The managed ones worked somewhat all right, but they still had issues. And some of the ones that were more remote, although they had toilet facilities, had some serious problems around, you know, some of these people wouldn't use these chambered loos, if you like. They're basically effectively a tank that you empty, pump out, and people from some certain nationalities just won't use them, and then you end up with this problem of a ranger having to go around and clean up. And so a number of those remote toilet sites have been removed.
Tony.
Sorry, just that every single year this toilet comes back. It's been in my life since I've been involved in council. It's like so split, but then every year nothing really gets done because, you know, at the end of the day, is there something we can do as far as trialing a toilet back there and seeing how it goes? And is there some sort of like halfway point? I mean, Jackie Mathers has always and also submitted in her draft plan around, sorry, in her submission letter about public toilets in the area and how we can't really seem to find a solution.
Sure.
Simon, didn't you say that it's going to be a 6-month process to review the bylaw? And I think in that process there is consultation because, you know, Jackie also talked about reverting it back to a tennis court for the community to use. So as it were, like Tony, I just don't know the value of putting a toilet in there when we're going through this process and it may end up becoming deregistered or as a freedom camping site. And if it is deregistered as a freedom camping site, then how do we keep people off it? That's the question.
Keeping people off it is reasonably straightforward with a few rocks in the right places, but that side I don't know if it's easy because it's got access from the roadside as well.
If it's converted to a tennis court though, that's what they're saying. I just think that I hear what you're saying and I get your frustration, but if we go through this process and it enables community consultation, isn't that the best way to do it, to then for the community to decide?
I think there's a second part that we talked about as part of the toilet paper that came to council recently. There's toilet strategy that combines with this process as well. So, yeah.
Dave, yes.
Just going back to being part of the council through that freedom camping when bylaws were introduced, you know, when we looked at the bylaw, we couldn't just blanket exclude the whole areas. We had to designate excluded areas because, you know, we were open to legal action from New Zealand Motorhome Association, for argument's sake. Damn near 200,000 people in that large lawyer up job too. So those things played a part. The other thing that played a part was cost of providing public toilets. We think it's cheap, but each one of these things has an annual maintenance cost that's prohibitive for most areas, you know. We're better off exploring other options. We hear Nokawa, a whole things have got toilets, but how many toilets do we need? We had the discussion around Westport, public toilets. We're better off concentrating in having a decent set of public toilets or two decent sets at one end, at each end of the town, or whatever, or are we better off having these things dotted around like these, you know, the, what's the name, permaloos that, you know, become a, because there was a cost that could be, and at the time, I think Steve Griffin, still the CEO of operations, he gave us a generic cost on an average across per block, and it was something at that time, you know, 30 odd grand. So yeah, because somebody has to go out there and service these. Public toilets aren't serviced unless you dock once or twice a week. But in an urban situation, it's daily, isn't it? And sometimes twice daily, morning and night.
Got Rosalie, Tony, Phil. Rosalie.
Yes, well, as you say, it's been around a long time, and I think that $30,000 is very conservative to even consider putting it back there, because we've gone through $600,000, $800,000 to have a sewage out at Mokanui, and you've got similar sort of area there, close to the sea, close to the river. So you could be up for, unless you're going to go tanks again, that was prohibitive with West Reef coming out. I think we've just got to be flat and say no, and especially if we're going to be re-looking at the freedom camping areas. These are all new people to the area within the last 10 years. Get over it, put your foot down, say no. And I'm happy to move. Look, we're just saying no.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, I'm happy with Shane's suggestion. I think that's a great, I think what you're saying as far as the change in that's coming up for the policy. I think that's great, and it will allow that, again, that community consultation. You know, the ground's also governed by this subcommittee at Ngukurr. So, you know, there is extra governance there. I think, you know, it's just a hard one, because people, it is their home, and every day they go out there twice a day, and their dog is eating human shit. It is really gross, honestly, and it's a real big issue. So it's bad. It's really bad. So but I'm here. I think that's probably, you know, I'm happy that finally the policy is being reviewed, because it's a very complicated thing, and I do really feel for the public out there, because it's been an ongoing issue. Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was going to absolutely speak to Rosie's already said it. I was going to move that we don't provide any further public toilet there. We've heard from Simon that we're hoping to increase our compliance staff. So I think the answer to this is sorry, guys, but we will get there when we can. We'll do our best within our confines of our resources to provide some compliance checks. And throwing it back in terms of the review, doesn't that rare skink that's been sent to Auckland to ensure its survivability and going to be re-established, surely that's part of that's habitat, and surely we can just establish the bloody the site on a ecological bloody basis. Just throwing it out there. Okay.
Yeah. What are we up to? Anthony wanted to. Anthony? You want to go to the toilet?
Yeah, so not to too badly coin a phrase, we recycle the paper that Brent did on toilets last year, sorry. We identified in there that we currently spend in the order of $300,000 a year in OPEX on the existing toilet blocks. We identified four priority sites that we might want to look at that had about $410,000 of capex, and the OPEX on that was in the order of $63,000 to $70,000. So every time we put a toilet block in, we are spending a significant amount on that. So the budgetary implications of any decision is huge. I think the conversation that happened last year was around whether or not the old tourism infrastructure fund, or whatever it's going to be called these days, was going to come back and would help fund these things. You know, the great example we have is at Springs Junction, where probably 80% of the people who stop there, the only reason they're coming through Buller is because they've come over the pass and are heading off to Nelson. So they stop there for a quick break, and they contribute nothing to our region, but incur a significant cost. We do need to look at how we might fund these things. But just a reminder, we are spending $300,000 a year already, and the additional costs are high.
Okay, you've done that one. Okay, the next one, Bev Morrow, the subcommittee for the Waimangaroa Domain Hall, 8,475, 2,500 already available. Lino flooring for toilets, utility kitchen, and the group is rates at 2,500. So they're looking for 8,475. Councillor, who came first? Deputy Mayor.
Can that come from the reserves fund, Brent, like reserve contribution fund?
Normally the policy says that we bring those to council as IS, and you as councillors approve or disapprove. I think in this situation you've got a submission, you've got a number, you could possibly make that decision as a resolution here and now.
Well, I would like to see it come from the reserves contribution fund, because it is a reasonably small amount, and for the amount of work they've done there, I think it would just show some support for those volunteers. It hasn't had that type of flooring before, and I actually think the amount of use it's getting now, probably, you know, we talked about health and safety. It probably is okay, but it's probably not the best option with the amount of people that they're getting in that facility now. So I'd like to move that it comes from reserve contribution fund.
And I'll second that.
That's seconded. Dave?
I don't know what I'm doing now.
I think, well, I agree
with your discussion there anyway, so.
Yeah, well, there we go. I'm in my element. So this is a success story, I think, this whole thing, and I think we should be reinforcing success. I think Hector is not a success, if I could use that. So I think this is a success story in terms of the toilets I was talking about. Sorry.
Okay.
So this has done everything we've wanted it to, or asked of it, and more. And it's provided a community hub fueled and supported by volunteers. And I think wherever we get the money from, and the preference would be from the reserve fund, that we go ahead with it.
Councillor.
Yeah, I have to declare an interest. I've got a street named after me out there, but not quite after great grandfather. But you know, it's more than that. We heard that it was a civil defence hub for the community. So it's actually been, it's actually found a purpose as well as being a community hub. It's become an important part of what happens out there. And I do think that by funding, you know, the centre of the community like that, it helps us grow the community. We've been number of us here were through a period last night looking at economic development opportunities and how we move the lever forward to drive the community, and it was all about community driving itself from the bottom up. So I think this is a no-brainer. Fully support the option to go with the reserves contribution fund.
Thanks, Dave.
I move we waste no more time on $8,000. It's having no impact on ratings, so.
But I'll second Phil. I know we've already voted. Okay, so Caitlin, you got something there for us? Just a tick.
Resolved that council grant $8,475.70 to the Waimangaroa Reserve and Hall Subcommittee from the Reserve Contribution Fund for the installation of lino in the kitchen and toilets at the hall.
Any more discussion? All those in favour? Against? That's passed. Thank you. Thanks for that, Caitlin. Next one we have on the list, or this list anyway, is Wedney Barrel, proper long-term repair and widening of the Tip Head Beach Road. Request council prioritise durable repair, road base and edge repair and widening it rather than short-term patches. Anthony, is this your department?
So the advice I've had is the Tiphead Beach Road is maintained by the roading team, so my team, and comes under NZTA maintenance funding assistance. So effectively that budget pool. We're not yet sure what money's allocated for any widening or detailed repairs. That's based on the life cycle asset management principle and the asset's condition. So we'll start considering that feedback and put it through that process to see what NZTA will co-fund for it. Like most things, if NZTA don't put any money in, we can't afford to put any money in. But the team will be looking at how we might be able to do some improvements there. There are a lot of rules around what goes in and what goes out and how they will say yes.
So that area that they're asking to be widened is as you come up from, what is it, Coates Street and go on to the wall.
That's my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty limited how you can widen that anyway, isn't it?
Very limited. You need some more rocks before you could go in much wider. There will be some areas where there's some options there, and there's always ongoing maintenance, especially when you have a rock wall, because they do move with time.
Shane.
Oh, already on. I think that road sustained significant damage after the floods and it has been repaired, but some of the repairs have been patchy because on the other side, it's exactly the same. It's probably worse on the other side. So this is not, it probably has been patched up and has got subsided in some places, and that's the issue. And so the road is not quite as wide. And actually in some areas where they've put the rock down on the non-river side, it's a bit wider, but it's when you get up there and it's the rock wall side where you see subsidence. And it's the same on both sides. So I think if they look at it, they need to look at it, Brent, nodding your head, from both sides of those
no, roads, absolutely.
because,
But
yeah.
this, like I said, it's going to go into that process to have a look. It's not something that's been particularly noisy in the past. So the team are now going to go, how does this work? What can we do? What can we get funding for?
It does get a lot of traffic.
I know, I use them well myself.
Okay, so the process here is what?
It goes into the NZTA funding process in terms of doing that assessment of the condition of the road and goes through their criteria in terms of how it will get funding and what upgrades can come from that.
Okay, thank you. You need a resolution. You don't know. Is everybody happy with that? Okay, great, thank you. We're on to Matto Reagan. Grief and Care Trust. Yep.
So before we start, I'd just like to declare that I'm on that trust. I have been, I transitioned as chair after Graham got sick. Graham no longer was the original chair. He's now no longer able to attend the meetings. I took over from that, but I'm no longer the chair. Matter of Regan, I was a transitional chair. But I'm still a trustee of that trust, and I'll contribute to the discussion because I have no gain, basically, apart from the community gain, but I'll resolve to set aside from the decision made.
Great, thanks for that, Dave. Okay, so the transfer of $1 purchase price, sale proceeds amount not stated, transfer of vacant, disused elderly flats, 19 but 122 Broadway, and allocation of former Regional Service Centre, sale proceeds. So request BDC sell the Broadway flats to the trust for $1 and allocate proceeds from the former Regional Service Centre property to support the trust purposes. Councillor Riddle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To open the discussion, I'll move that we grant the request from the trust. Those two flats have been sitting there for as long as I first came on council. Look, what a great thing that they want to do. I can't see no reason that we wouldn't grant their request. I guess one question I would have is what would be the impact on rating for this annual plan year, if any? And if there is none, then we should do it ASAP.
Shane and then Rosalie, then Shane, yeah.
I concur 150% with Phil, and I think that should go ahead. But a question that has to be asked, and it would be a cost, is the subdividing. Where is the subdividing at the moment? And the trust would have to pay for the subdividing, I would think, because we can't sell it for $1 and take off, like, take on board the costs of the subdivision. So, but I fully support it, and having been involved with the Karamea Health Trust, building flats and house and selling, etc. I just think it's just just a win-win situation. So I fully support it.
I think Dave was going to clarify something, and then Shane.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that there will be there is obviously a cost of subdivision that needn't necessarily happen. We could live with a sale and transfer of the property into the trust. Obviously, the fallback position of this trust's assets within its deed will come back to council. So effectively, all we're doing is taking over, the operation, the running. We do a capital investment that we can access outside funds as well to help assist us to lower the cost against the ratepayer. And then if the worst case scenario, completely refurbished, renewed flats come back to council portfolio, or we work from there to try and see how we transition other elements to get the goal. So that just giving you a background there, but there are some savings too that we could live with just a cross lease to not necessarily have to go down the subdivision. There will be some savings too in not going through a sales process. So when you market a property, you've got marketing fees, you've got, cost you whatever it is, 5% of the property value. There'll be a number of thousands of dollars that won't necessarily have to go through a advertising and sales process. So there are savings as well. And I just wanted to give you all the heads up that
that everything needs a start point, everything needs to have a seed funding within a community. And the powerhouse is a really great example of how that happened. This council table here allocated 400,000 from Major Districts Initiative Fund from Belt West Coast to kickstart that process, which has now led to a community-owned asset. Again, falls back to the community at the end. Well in excess of $4 million, and we'll be climbing to 5.5 million very shortly. So that's the process we want to see. We want to see the seed funding grow. We want to work with the Buller District Council through the process so that, you know, and at any point when this is, if it got dissolved, it comes back in a better state than it left.
Thanks, Dave. Shane, Chrissy's, we might get Chrissy to just clarify something first.
Anthony and I are just going to tag team on something just around this. So there is a subdivision that's needed because we have to go through section 40 to check who the land belonged to prior to, and that would be for any selling, even if it was $1. So that is a legal process we have to go through, and we are already underway with that. Brent and I have been talking about bringing a property rationalisation report back in July. So that would just give you an update on where we're at with those processes. I'm just going to hand over to Anthony now, just regarding the potential business case needed. But one thing that we do just need to bear in mind is there has been a resolution to sell those properties. So that will likely need to be rescinded before any new resolution.
Shane, did you still have a question? And then Ross. Anthony, sorry.
So I just want to probably put a bit of a view on what I suppose I should like to see around this, and forgive me if I'm getting into discussion as opposed to anything else, but fundamentally, I think the idea of getting those back into elderly housing is fantastic. What I haven't seen, and I don't know if it exists or not, is what the business case for this trust is and how it intends to fund its ongoing expenses and fund its development. The goals and aspirations are fantastic, but what's the meat behind it? And council runs probably a risk if the trust did fall over, it then inherits everything back, and at what cost. So I think we just need to make sure that council is clear on what it is giving away and what it might get back, or what liability or risk might occur. Now, I know if anyone in council, me and my team were doing anything like this, there would be a significant business case put together which would highlight the opportunities, the risks, and the process and funding process that might go against it.
Well, just some clarity from Dave, as the Nangiho Community Board, this topic was brought up, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the action back on to the group to build that up.
Yeah, and Matt did go through that. We've been talking in discussion with central government through our local MP, and we've been working at ways around developing the business case. So this is a startup that's started up, gathering information to figure out how we can progress it. And we're not entirely going in blind, because Buller District Council had a report coming back. They had an assessment done by, I believe, the group consultant from Christchurch. Sorry? Joseph and Associates, who came up with a figure that was for the, and they come up with the list of requirements needed for this building. And so we're not working blind. We already have that there in the process, and we're already running our maths from that particular report from Joseph and Associates. And we've identified a large area of savings, let it be said like that, within that, there. And that's before we go to trying to get community input, you know, through, work in kind and donations. So we've already identified around $100,000 out of the $300,000 misallocated within that process, allowing for inflation. So we've already using the business case that Water Street Council used to mothball those flats, and we're working backwards from that. So we've been, and that's how we've identified, and that's at the moment the small group working through on that.
So it sounds to me that there's a bit more work needs to be undertaken by staff and by trust as well. Okay, so it's work in progress, and I guess at next month, in a couple of months' time, we'll get something coming back to the table as far as that's concerned. All happy with that, Shane?
Yeah.
I just want to get some clarity as well, Dave, around, Matt mentioned getting the proceeds of the sale of the old service centre. I just want to understand the repercussions of that to council. Obviously, it was said that money from sales of buildings, assets in Reefton go back into Reefton. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that was a resolution, and Linda might be able to speak to that better than I can around the Ngāo Community Board commitment there. And the understanding, I'll make it clear from the trust, Matt has a short time to speak, and he's spoken about the generics, but we don't expect to uplift that money. We just expect that money to be provisioned.
So, yes, but so then we do need.
As per the resolution.
Yeah, and so for me, I think that this is a process, because I think that Matt also talked about, you know, in old fields. So the entity, I think, needs to become an entity in its own right, because then there should be no concern about selling this and then it coming back to us, because if it's sold, and it's sold to an entity that has got a good business plan in front of it, and actually Reefton has proven themselves to be able to do these projects, but I just think there was a lot of work. But Chrissy, do we need to rescind the motion to sell those buildings?
My understanding, sorry, through the chair, my understanding is we don't need to rescind, because I've just been given some advice on that. But the resolution was that the sale proceeds of the Reefton Service Centre would go back for the provision of senior housing. So there would need to be a further resolution if the funds of the sale of the Reefton Service Centre was to go to a completely different trust. So what we've got on the table at the moment that council decided was it was to go into senior housing, Reefton specific senior housing. So that would have gone to repairs and maintenance or capital upgrades of the existing stock that we've got there.
Okay, thanks, Chrissy. I don't think we're going to make a decision on this. I think, you know, what we're hearing is that there's a process being kicked off. Dave and his trust are working up a business plan as well, and a paper will come back to the table to proceed from there. Correct?
Mr. Chair, I moved. I moved.
Can you repeat that, Phil?
I moved that we agree to the request from the trust. We sell them these 2 units at $1 each, and that we fund or make available the proceeds from the sale of the Reefton Service Centre if needed, if required. And I want to speak to that. Clearly, if there was a previous resolution of council that those proceeds go towards senior housing, well, blow me down. That's exactly where they would be going. I don't see an issue. In fact, I might even amend my motion to say, give them everything we've got up there. Give them all the housing we've got up there and let them run the lot.
Yes, please. Eventually. Right, who was next?
Well, we've got a motion on the table. Second, and I'll be trying to discuss the motion.
Oh, well, off you go. Yep, off you go.
So, and I thank you, Dave, for the work you've done in there. I have in concept, us getting out of aged care accommodation, the council is a good thing, and handing it over to this trust is an ideal way of doing it in my mind. So I'm very supportive of the concept there. I do have some questions. I haven't seen the trust deed or the trustee arrangements, and I think I'd like to see that, or at least have it summarised before we sign off on it, and their business plan going forward, because it has to be a viable business if we're going to hand this over to them, because we're giving them a public good, a free public good, as it were. And the other thing, there will be legal fees and subdivision fees, so they should be brought into the equation as well. And
Dave, if you don't mind me interrupting just for a minute, I know we're talking about Reefton, but you yourself developing aged care accommodation in Westport.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, okay, I'm just wondering if you are, then we need to ask you whether that's a conflict of interest or not.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, because I haven't yet got it up and running.
Okay, well, no, but I don't know whether it's up. I'm not trying to be provocative.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I don't think I have. If you think I have, I'll stand down.
I'm just asking the question. Yeah.
Point of order, is it not up to the individual member to determine their conflict, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not sure, Linda, but we'll let Dave finish.
As per our standing orders?
Yeah, so the only thing I was going to say is that I've got to see a business plan, because, what goes on afterwards is important to us. For instance, is it going to be put out at what do you call a discounted rent rate, or is it going to be a market rent rate? What's going to be their provision for prioritising who goes in there? Because at the end of the day, we've got a lot of pensioners, aged people out there struggling to maintain their own homes, and we just have to make sure it's equitable, because it just has to be fair and equitable, is what I'm saying. And so what are the sort of criteria for qualifying? So 2 people get it and 10 people miss out. I'm not saying it's not possible or we shouldn't do it. I'm saying we just need to have a look into the business plan going forward, because it will reflect on us, whatever happens.
Okay, thanks. Rosalie and then Paul.
Right, seeing I seconded, I would like to see it wound up, and I fully support the group and the fact that I've been involved in different developments over the last few decades, I might add, with up to over $1 million worth, and put trust in community groups. The community groups, and when all of you have been around this area, this district long enough, you will say, when you put your trust in behind a community group like this, you will see rewards.
Okay, well, Simon's just passed me a note here, and staff have raised the question that we need to understand what the rating impact will be before we can make a decision. We need the business plan to come from these guys as well. We need, what did you raise, Chrissy? The sign off in terms of what was it? Yeah. Sorry, the sign off.
I just want to understand what the resolution was previously for the funding, and I understand the points that have been raised, but I think without knowing what the funding if that's what the table wishes to do.
So that would come back to the table on the 30th. So with respect, Phil, to your.
Look, happy to amend my motion to meet that. And so I'm in principle. In principle, we support the trust's request to buy these.
Yeah,
just one thing I would like to throw up for the staff to ponder is that if this trust is paying rates on this property, at the moment, those rates are within a closed account. I understand there's some shift around in the deck chairs on the Titanic. Since 2017, these flats have not been occupied. They've sat there. What has been the long-term cost for this council of having those two flats sit there empty since 2017? We're talking 9 years, people. We're talking these things have spent 9 years sitting there. They've had a cost implication to the community in terms of a lack of elderly housing. They were caused by the fact that that Reefton councillors, namely Graham Nayland and myself, stood down and said that Karamia's requirement for 2 elderly housing units in Karamia were more important to be filled the gap, more important to be filled there, the need, and we would shift positions from 2015 build of 2 new flats to replace the 2 that we're talking about, multiple 2017, that we would transfer the option to Karamia to build their flats, and we would take the 2017 option. And that was around replacing those 2 flats back then. So in 2017, it got around to that point in time, and the decision was made that those flats were then too expensive or too beyond to do up on what I can only explain to you people is some very spurious figures that the decision was made on, which is where we base our costings as a trust. In fact, I can say here and now that the area of the flats was double. The costing was done on a per metre basis at 70 square metres per flat, and the 2 flats in total are 70 square metres. So the costings then that you made the decision supplied by council were doubled. We now figure that with inflation, when we take inflation off, we can achieve the same result, 200,000, instead of 300,000 that was budgeted in 2017, 18, 20.
Okay, Dave, I don't think we're going to make a decision at this table. Take on board all of that. We've got 2 or 3 things need to be done to bring it back to the table. We've got Ray has been waiting patiently there, and then Paul, and then we need to move on.
Yeah, we're talking about now.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that, Rosalie? Okay, the resolution is what? I thought Phil amended it. No, in principle. Okay, so Phil's is in principle, we agree to the request, but with these other things needing to be done. Did you have something you want to say, Ray?
Yeah, we'll also, speaking to the motion, but circling back to the comments that Councillor Dave Hingston made, there's sort of 2 things going on here. There's the very specific issue about these 2 flats in Reefton, but obviously it touches on the much wider issue of our pensioner housing stock across the whole district. And indeed, I would say all of our housing stock across the whole district is something that this group of councillors needs to consider. So I hope that arising out of this discussion, there will be a paper that comes back to this council, which outlines the current situation and gives options for how we go forward and the reasons behind what those options might be, each of those options. Dave Hingston has outlined a course of action, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but I would very much like to see some really in-depth discussion at this table going forward. And what, I'll leave it there. So the comments I put back.
Thanks, Ray. Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few points here, but what in terms of the sale of the old service centre, and the monies from that and the sale of the two flats on Broadway, the funding, the income from that, the revenue from that will be in the current year, draft annual plan. So what are the impacts of that money coming out if we follow this process? The other question I've got is, or comment I've got is in terms of the trustee. I went and had a look at the trustee. First thing you do, you're going to read an agenda item, go in there, Charities Commission, and read up. Do some research. That's all I'm saying. So I've read the trustee, don't have an issue with it. So I'm comfortable with it. Business plan. Since when do we ask if we're going to go ahead and make the sale for $1 to a trust? We don't have to know what their business plan is. What we do need to know, though, is that they're going to go ahead with it. And in the sale and purchase agreement, you could, in the end, put in there that if action has not been undertaken within a 2-year period, then the property will be handed back to the vendor, being BDC, for $1. It's very simple. Just put it in the sale and purchase agreement. The question I do have, and I kind of know the answer, we've got the Reefton Care Trust. That was formed about June 2025. But since about 1986, we've had a Reefton Who Cares house. And that's in, I think, Mace Street or something like that. But I just want to know whether or not Reefton Care Trust versus Reefton Who Cares, no trust, just Who Cares, is there any relationship between the two of them? That's really
not that I'm aware of. Dave?
Well, as a chair, a previous chair, no, there isn't. The only commonality is that they share some of the concerns around some of the issues that are raised. So this is more about providing infrastructure and insurance service than yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. We have a motion on the table. Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, I just want to speak in favour of Bill's motion of support of selling the 2 units for $1. And I'm on the same vein as Councillor Reedy in that, but my take on it is that there should be insist on the trustee being altered with a clause that if they fail within a certain period, it's got to make it finite. So say within 2046, if the property reverts back to Bloor District Council, to save the surveying and conveyancing costs at this time, I suggest lease them the land. I believe, and I may be wrong, that it sits in the middle of a block and there's room either side of the building. So it's simple. So if there's room for building alongside it, the trust can convince a company in Reefton that might be hiring to build 2 further units of their own staff, free use of the land for a time until the mine ends, and they hand it on for pensioner housing at a later date. It gives that option, and then subdivision at that time.
All good points. Okay, staff have listened. We've got a motion on the table. Do we have a seconder for that? Okay, Rosalie. Okay, let's put that to the vote.
We just read it out, yeah.
So if it agrees in principle, is that how you want it to read? Okay. The council agree in principle to sell 119 and 121 Broadway, Reefton, to the Reefton Care Trust for $1 and allocate proceeds from the sale of the former Reefton Service Centre property to support the trust purposes. Did I get that right?
Yep. All those in favour?
Yeah.
Those against? No record.
Were you abstaining from voting, councillor Ward?
Councillor Hawes. Yeah.
That makes it nine.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so that paper staff will come back June, did you say?
Yes.
June. Okay, so the paper will come back in June and we will resume the discussion. Okay, thanks Caitlin for the reminder. Okay, we're going to adjourn for, yes,
Well, just before you do, I
Yeah.
take it that we have discussed the request for that'll impact, the annual plan from a funding perspective. Why is the one from Sittingbourne not on here?
Was formal that I'm not sure, apologies, councillor, but
Oh,
okay.
thank you.
Good spotting, no? Okay, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Let's make it 3:20 back. Thanks, everyone.
resolved to extend hours at the beginning of this meeting, but I would like to know whether we have an intended finishing time tonight, regardless of where we are.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the time now? Yeah, we'll go pretty close. If not, just an hour over.
What do you mean we'll go close?
Well, we should be finished by 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Everything we have to deliberate on.
I hope so.
Wow.
You don't think so? Well, you guys are a judge. Okay.
Yeah,
So what do
you've
we
got
want
from
to do?
1
So
PM
it's-
tomorrow,
Adjourn it.
is when the meeting goes.
So we've got from 1 PM tomorrow.
1 PM tomorrow is when the meeting is set to reconvene.
Yes, okay.
So we can adjourn tonight at 5 PM
Sounds good.
and reconvene at 1 PM tomorrow afternoon.
That's fine with me. I just like some definite.
Yeah, Colin. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, in terms of today, I mean, a few years ago, around the table, I'd go through every submission because everybody, people have put in the submission. And it's only fair that it should be discussed around the table. So far, we've only discussed those who have one presented for in person or two funding. So I believe in the interests of all those who have submitted, we should be going through every one of those submissions, at least to show the community that yes, we are taking notice of what has been the effort they put into it. That doesn't mean we can finish by 6 o'clock, I believe, but it's over to you guys. So, but,
Thanks, Colin. That was a question coming up that you're all going to be asked, and that was either we consider the submissions either by exception or individually, depending on the councillor's preference. So, Colin, your preference is to go through singly.
And I'll say, individual.
Why don't we just sort that out now then? So, Colin said individual. So
yeah, look, Mr. Mayor, I think we've already agreed that we're not going to get him to that stage. I see it is in our papers, it's our last that where we consider those.
Yeah,
I'm happy to leave that decision until tomorrow when we reconvene.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Great, so I was talking about.
Okay.
1 month's time.
Okay. Yeah. That'll be fine, Linda.
I did bring this up in a previous council meeting about submission policy. That just a reminder that, you know, weighting given to submissions, whether they were written or oral, you know, you need to give the same weighting. Just because they didn't turn up to speak, like Colin's saying, they all need to be considered.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Just picking up on what Phil said, we're going to address that when we reconvene tomorrow for the balance of what we haven't got through today. Rosalie?
About reconvening tomorrow, we've got it down at 1 o'clock, we reconvene. Can we reconvene a bit earlier or not?
Climate Change Commission is in town. The Climate Change Commission is in town. That's why the start time had to be scheduled for 1 o'clock.
Yeah, but that's at 11. I thought maybe 9 till 11.
So, are we aiming to finish by 5 this afternoon?
That's
good, because there's a significant community event on tonight.
Okay, that's what. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna close at 5. We'll pick up at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Is that everybody relaxed with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Rightio. So let's move on then. The next. Sorry. Yeah. So next on the list, we've got another 4. The first is Jackie Mathers was concerning the Buller Mining District's Community Centres Society. It was $3,000 for the Knockwall pool.
Can I just call a conflict on this? I'm actually on that committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tony. Rosalie.
I'd actually like to cut to the chase and move that because it has been funded for many years and it was missed last year, as was said by Jackie. And for goodness sake, $3,000 to run a swimming pool in the district must be the cheapest by a long way.
You got 3 seconders by the look of it. I'll second that. Discussion, yeah.
Should this be dealt with the same as we talked about earlier on? Is this one that comes up every year? Or should it come up every year, or should we be funding this? Look, this gets back, is this back to the swimming pool?
Well, through the chair.
The electricity bill?
Yeah, and through the chair, that's what does. And because it was a long-term plan last time, it got missed, so therefore it's not here. So it's just a matter of that made that mistake once, and it will be certain that it goes into our long-term plan in the future and be dealt with.
So you're saying that
we just fund it
we
this time.
deal it the same way as we dealt with the previous one that went from
No.
grants funding, or no?
No, that's from operational.
So
Okay, so Rosalie, you moved, I seconded. Any further discussion? Oh, sorry, Linda. Thanks, Phil.
I would be reluctant to just fund it from operating, because that's going to have a rating impact. You know, we went through quite a substantial process last year with the long-term plan, and then you know, to just put it in there, you know, it's going to have a slight rating. You know, I know it's only $3,000, but if everybody else had known that that was you know, an option to come in with some funding that they either didn't apply for last year or not, I would be reluctant to, fund it from the general rate take, but I would be open to the suggestion that it comes off the grant money, whatever is that, 80,000 or 50,000, whatever that is, and reduce the contestable grant money for this year, or direct them to that.
Shane?
Didn't we discuss earlier that it was, why would we address this any different to the Westport pool that do we fund the Westport pool? We fund the Reefton pool, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's $3,000, and it's a facility for quite a large area of Northern Buller. So I'm happy for it to be part of rate paying. It's a facility that's provided to the community out there. And I don't think that they should be having to apply every year for that to keep it going. That's just my thoughts.
Thanks, Shane. Dave?
yeah, I think I tend to agree with that. I think that Deputy Mayor's has illustrated the point that it's not just fairness, but it's providing that support for our youth on a district-wide basis as far as we can spread the thing. And I do believe it's a rating, it's a general rating issue.
Yep. Cool.
Take a vote, please.
Any further discussion? All those in favour? Those against? Are you against, Linda?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the next one was from the Knockwa Hector Reserve Subcommittee. There's no figure on this one. This was Jackie Mathis spoke to this one again. So it's no figure, but it's for the provision of dog bags and bins. Tony, you got your hand up. So is Linda. Tony.
Yep, so the question is, what's the pathway forward around dog waste? And can it become something when you register your dog that there's a fee imposed for bag stations, or I don't know, there's something that we can do there to align it?
User page, you mean, Tony?
Happy to answer, Your Worship. Obviously, the other part of that query was regarding the toilets again, so that's, I'm going to take that as already covered. Regards to dog and their business. Once again, we're going through a full bylaw review within the next 12 months for dogs, control of dogs as well. I would like to consider this as a regional, district-wide conversation rather than just an isolated conversation for Nokawa, because we may have a request for, costs across the region, district, sorry, including disposal things. So there'll be a larger cost that we need to consider as a council. So unless council wants to do it just for the Nokawa site, I'd rather look at it as an entire district.
Linda and then Shane.
Yeah, just following on from Mr. Bastian's comments around that, I would be reluctant to do it in an isolated area, because I know that's a problem in other areas such as Reefton. I think Reefton Inc. had funded some bins, but there's an ongoing cost in that. So I'd like to look at the district as a whole. How do we address this? Because I'm guessing it's an issue Buller wide.
Thanks, Linda. Shane?
I agree, Linda. It's the same at Cutters Beach. And in fact, we supplied them at Cutters Beach for a wee while and then stopped because actually the cost was too high. It is a cost ongoing, and actually people should have their own doggy do bags, and that's another side of it. But the fact that they don't, and should we be addressing it? It's a part of a big discussion, I think.
Thanks, Shane. Dave?
Yeah, and I understand what everybody's saying, but I also want to just, after last night, just raise it with people that this is also an opportunity. So don't forget that, people travel with their dogs or whatever. Most people, almost 99% of people that travel with dogs, or I'd say closer to 100, are responsible dog owners. So we're not talking about those people. We're talking about probably a local person that goes and takes their dog down and walks it through the park. But the opportunity I see here is that these doggy bags have printing on them. And so all of a sudden we have a promotional tool that we can use, that we can then turn around and turn into a positive by using the promotion on the bags to promote Buller, user-friendly, etc., and also to promote responsible dog ownership, etc. So let's think about that. I'm happy to leave it to the discussion until we get to dog registration. But I want to say that let's always flip the coin and have a look on the reverse side and just see what sits there as well, because there may be things that we can, turn into positives as well.
Okay, Tony.
Just a question back to staff again. Is there much signage around on our reserves regarding waste disposal from dogs and other, bring your own bags, or is there anything sort of educational or some sort of halfway measure?
I would suggest there's not a lot of signage around the district in terms of those designated areas where people exercise their dogs. That would probably be targeted for the larger parks. We do have it on Victoria Park, for example, some signage that's up there. But they're the high use areas or the higher public concentration areas. Once again, that's a cost to council. So I think let's look at the whole package.
Yeah. Dave?
Yeah, I'm in favour of having doggy do bags and bins out there for the this particular group, and I think all the other things are quite valid as well, i.e. Opportunities for promotion and a review of the Buller district wide, how we pay for them. This is a good idea, but I think in the short term, funding these bins is a good idea.
Rosa?
I agree, as district-wide, I think it would be a good idea, but as a kickstart, why can't we try it at Nokawa as to see what the cost is? Give us some indicative idea of what it costs to put a sign up and some doggy do, because after all, Jackie was the one, we've all spoken about it, that it's needed, but nobody's opened their mouth or written on any paper to say, let's do something. So I'd like to suggest.
Okay, can I just say before you do, Shane? Okay, I will be voting in support of Simon Bastian's proposal, and that's to look at the matter from a district-wide point of view. Shane?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's not just about putting the bin out there with the bags in it. There's a process around who fills it up. Actually, is there some rubbish there, place for them to be dumped into? Because if there's not bins there, they actually then we get plastic and rubbish, and they might be disposable bags, but they sit there a long time. So I think we should wait until we address the policy, because there needs to be a lot of thought go into where they're placed, and with there's bins there that they can be dumped into and stuff. So I'm keen to wait.
Thank you. Is there any? Oh, Anthony, sorry.
Yeah, just sort of in terms of a practical aspect, if we put additional bins in, they are just litter bins. They might say doggy do bag bins, but they are litter bins.
They go in rubbish bins, Anthony. Generally, they go in rubbish bins, and so at Carter's Beach, they get dumped in the rubbish bin. But if there isn't a rubbish bin anywhere about, the doggy do bags get dumped down the beach or anywhere. So what I'm saying is you can't put them in unless you do have a public bin of some sort. I'm not saying specific bin for doggy doos.
Because there was some implication from the submission that we should have specific bins.
You'll get people dumping everything.
I agree. It becomes an addition to the existing requirement for litter bins, and that's an expense that we already incur. And that expense keeps going up. So we need to be really mindful of what that would be before we start putting additional things down.
Makes sense.
Just to comment, the doggy do bins are designed purely to minimise what goes in there. So they are purposely designed not for general rubbish.
Tony?
Just another question from staff. Also in Jackie's submission, it's her support for continued weed spraying by council contractors of the fields, footpath, edges and reserve car park. Is that in this financial year's BAU? Just normal? Excellent, thank you.
Normal operations. Yes.
Okay, so is there any further discussion on doggy do? Councillor.
Well, just from a reaping perspective, there are doggy do bags available down the Strand, and also the disposal units, which Simon Bastian alluded to, and the problem is, to my knowledge, it's been resolved. The people stopping there, and I know that being a dog owner and having daughters and friends, all dog owners, are very, very responsible. They use the bags, they pick it up. If they're away and there's no bin, those travelling people usually have provision to take that stuff with them till they find the bin appropriate. So I really want to question why we focus on the potential negative completely and don't actually look at trying to put in a positive change that might then shift, the whole consciousness of it. So, which brings me back to the point of why I said the bags themselves offer an opportunity for good messaging. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm happy to wait till the process is, is a uniform one, but I do want to just reiterate to people that we can institute positive change and manage the outcomes.
Thanks, Dave. And I think that should be taken into consideration when Simon and his team look at it from a district-wide point of view, from my point of view anyway. So is there any further discussion? Phil, have you got a motion for us? You don't want to hear Okay, so I'll move a motion that staff staff investigate, this matter on a district-wide basis. And what was your timeline on that, Simon?
So it's part of the whole bylaw review. I think it's number 3 in the program. So it would be in next year in the 2027 probably. So we've got freedom camping, then we're doing trading in public places, followed by dogs, then alcohol.
Okay. Okay, so we put that to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motion that I spoke to was, now I've got to try and remember, was that Simon Bastian and his team take this up in terms of the process they're going to run. And there's a couple to do before dogs.
Can I just suggest that since it's already in the work program, from what I hear from Simon, that actually we don't need a resolution.
Okay.
I think, unless you want to accept, I don't think we need a resolution specifically.
Okay.
This is already good. What I hear from the team, this is already part of what will be taken care of.
Yeah, Tony.
I just want to ask a question of, can you actually get doggy poo bags at the council?
No.
No.
No?
No, supermarket.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's good. We settled that one. And now get her a community board.
Yeah.
There's lots on that. How do we tackle that?
Yeah. You should bring this national. You don't do it separately.
Chrissy's just going to bring that on the screen for us. Do the next one.
We skip to the next one and we'll come back.
Okay, we're going to come back to Yananka Community Board submissions. Chris is going to sort out where that is. So we're going to move on now to the Semble Reserve Subcommittee submission for a new ablution block. The cost being $127,775.52. Tony.
No, so that is an old quote from last year. So I would suggest that, there was no point in doing, this is from Araha. So, there wasn't time to do a whole new quote, and the council actually supplied that quote. So the council would have had to go back and redo the quote again. So I wanted to let you know that that's not the cost 2026, 2027. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? Phil?
Well, with your knowledge, Tony, if that's not the cost, then what is?
Again, that quote was supplied by council. So Brent, we had to talk to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I spoke to the property team yesterday, having seen that one. Josh was the one that got that quote from Mickey. He thinks it's he hasn't had time to talk to Mickey specifically, but he said it's likely 150.
Yeah.
150. Okay, Shane.
I think it's something that needs to go into that needs to be submitted to the long-term plan. I think that I don't believe it's something that we can put into this year's annual plan and do the work on it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Long-term plan.
Anybody else?
So I guess there's a lot of increased usage in the area. Would there not be, Tony? Would you be able to help me out with, impacts of people travelling through there now, and just say what the need requirements and how that's.
So in Araha's submission, and there's actually a attached letter that explains the usage, the condition it's in, so basically we are on the start and the end of the old Ghost Road as well. You know, not only that, also the Charming Creek, and also it's a campground. Not only a campground, it's also used as the community hub. It's a civil defence centre. It's the only building in Setonville that doesn't flood that we've been investing in, so it's not down on the flat in the valley. So yeah, it's just had a paint inside and out. It's got a new fire, and there's been quite a lot of work done on it. So the actual building is really sound. Because it's stated, and here it's used for all kind of community reunions, events, meetings, celebrations. It's got the only playground for kids in the town. Yeah, so it's really, I mean, if you were to go and have a look at the actual picture of the building, she is pretty rough. And campers, it's horrible. And how can we, how can the community, you know, it's to do with providing a service as well. And man, that's pretty bad if you want to go and have a look for yourself.
Rosa.
I concur, excuse me, it's everything that Tony says, and we should be ashamed as a council to have that as our property. The doors don't open wide enough, and when you're as wide as I am, you've got to go in sideways. And inside, just awful, awful. And I just think it is one heck of a lot to sort of try and get out of a annual plan. We do have reserves contribution, but the Northern Buller have had their fair bite at that. But it just goes to show that how neglected we in the Northern Buller are, because infrastructure that is owned by this council is minimal. No halls anywhere in the Northern Buller that council own. No swimming pools. You pay out 3,000 for Nokawa, 8,000 for Karamea. So when you look at this, it's again something that's been terribly neglected. Last year it was brought up in the long-term plan. Oh, well, we need our management plan. So it's excuses all along the way, and somewhere we do have to bite the bullet. And I'm suggesting it's past time that we took our buildings seriously, and for all the reasons, there's a lot of people going through and it ain't a good look.
So is this, I've just got a question for staff about Dave. This will impact directly on rates, correct? Or it won't?
This will be capital spend anyway. So it's not a direct general rates. The funding would have to be repaid over whatever period, but it's, you know, do we use some of the reserves contribution fund? I don't know. I mean, there's about 20% that we decided would be district wide. I think that's close to exhausted.
It'll be loan funded if it's capital. And then there will be operating costs which will separate.
The operating costs will be, Dave.
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of the two Northern Ward councillors. Just that what they raise is quite correct, but on top of that, it turns around and it reflects across the district. So we're talking about a portal here, and Tony's rightly identified that to the Old Ghost Road. It's an end point where people come out. into the district. And it's an exit point where people come here, stay, and that it often in those area campgrounds, and then leave the district from it, and it's kind of the good vibe. And I have a little bit of sort of experience in that, and that we had track entrances and exits and dock. Sorry, Tony. And it was important to present those, you know, because that's part of your shop front of what you're dealing with. So I can see opportunity again here in the Northern Buller, because around this area we've got Mokanui, we've got Gentilani, and we've got you know, which is privately owned. I'm not blaming Gentilani, but in terms of campgrounds and that draw for visitors, it's quite a large draw that draws people into the Buller District, through the Buller District, and up into that area. It's a huge part of how we do tourism that we need to be cognizant of, and you know, I support that we should be planning to do something in that area.
Shane and then Tony.
I'm just wondering whether, Tony, it would be worth them putting into an application into the Buller Resilience Trust. Have they done that already? Yeah. And they were unsuccessful?
So I just want to speak to this. No, so we put in so it's one of my subcommittees that I help with. But in saying that, they put a submission into the Buller Resilience Trust because we put a submission into the council to get the whole building painted, and it got turned down because it was inside and out, and the amount was around 60 grand. So what we ended up doing is working with the Buller Resilience Trust and council to split that cost for interior and exteriors. I've just done we've just done a reconciliation back to the trust. So at the end of the day, I mean, this is a council asset that hasn't been touched for 40 odd years. And it was, again, I'll just re-echo what Rosalie said. A quote was submitted, it was all ready for last year, and then it was default back to this toilet paper that we're discussing, which we've never seen. Another whole year passes, and again, have a look at the pictures. It's bad. Anyway.
What I was going to suggest, though, is that they could apply for some co-funding again, because if they've already invested in it, then, and this is probably quite a substantial bit of work that needs to be done on it, and there is an applications open up in, I think, June. And so they could time it that way for some co-funding again in partnership with maybe some, it's just a suggestion.
Okay, where do we want to take it? Yeah. Tony,
Okay.
you want to move for a motion? I think just if I can sort of add you know, the 150 is a bit of a, you know, guess. So that needs to be tightened up on staff, doesn't it? Rosalie.
I'll jump ahead and I'll move that we approve the funding and take it out of reserves contribution. And if it uses up all the 20%, well, Northern Buller have had it this year, next year somebody else might not. So I'll move that way.
Speaking that.
Watching this very closely.
Yeah, okay. Rosalie's got a motion on the table to give.
I'm just going to comment.
Linda?
Are we in discussion around this?
Yeah, we are now.
I would be reluctant. I feel like, you know, we've heard that these asset management plans and that very close to, you know, I feel like we need to have a look at the big picture over all our halls and that. We have been waiting, and I understand I was just as frustrated last year in this process because in the halls I'm involved in, you know, it keeps saying wait till these plans are out, and then we'll be able to, you know, put some funding in. We did get some maintenance funding, but yeah, I'd be reluctant to just take it out of the fund where Brent has already said that it's basically been exhausted. Was that correct? That we've already used that 20% at 25%?
Brent?
Yeah, we'd be close to the 20% discretionary fund being.
Without this, or if we spent this?
Pardon me?
Are you meaning we're already close to, or
I'd have to check those numbers, but I think we'd be very close.
So if we resolve there isn't actually money there to take out of that fund. So where Rosalie's, yeah. So
I'll have to do a complete reconciliation of that account and come back as to what.
Okay. Yeah, so I would be probably, I wouldn't be voting in favour of this just because we are close to having these plans and that, and then I think we need to look at the big picture. But I do understand the frustrations around halls, maintenance, everything, and I do think it isn't a great look. Like you say, it's a well-used facility, and how we've let it get this bad, I don't know.
Thanks, Hunter. Tony?
I just want to speak a little. That means thank you, Linda, and I do agree with where you're coming from. I just also want to say is when they were developing these asset management plans, they went out and they looked at all our facilities, and I'm pretty sure that this was one of the worst ones in the whole district. Hence why once we get the asset management plan, it's going to have a big like. It's the worst. So, Brent?
Absolutely, Tony. Through the chair, yes. I don't know if you recall last LTP adoption that we have $100,000 by default as capital against all reserve halls, and I think we're at that point discussing the $500,000 funding allocation, and I think I managed to convince councillors to put an extra, to take 100,000 out of that fund and increase the reserves capital fund by 100,000, and we had thought that was for the LTP, but it was only applied to for 1 year. So we're back to where we were before that decision. We've got $100,000 of capital. I think it's 105 this year for all reserves. So what we achieved with that extra funding last year was all the priority stuff, the start of the priority stuff. So Anangahua Hall has been substantially upgraded. I think the next thing off the rank is some urgent work at the Reefton Community Hall, and number 3 is absolutely the Sedenville ablution block. Yeah.
Well, if it needs that much work, which it obviously does, and I'd like to say actually that the Anangahua Hall got substantial funding from Bullet Resilience Trust as well. So this is only going to cost us more. In my mind, we've got, you know, particularly in the current environment with the shortage of diesel and the cost of pipes and everything like that going up, that perhaps we actually should just bite the bullet now, where if it is our worst facility, whether it's, we've got, because we know what's coming from the asset management plan, you've been there. So do we just bite the bullet now and go, let's fund it from via Brent?
So you could make a resolution to increase the capital GL for reserves by 150, from 100 to 250, because we've still got other work we absolutely need to do.
can I just also add, sorry, that the septic tank and all the septic infrastructure there was done about 10 years ago, so it's pretty new, and it can actually sustain this new build, so it's not going to have extra costs associated with the structure and the asset.
Okay, well, we've got a motion on the table, but Dave wants to ask.
Just point of clarification around, we're talking about increasing the capital. Sorry? We're talking about the capital, a capital spend here. So therefore the impact on rates is very minimal. So, yep. Just clarifying that for everybody. Capital spend, we're increasing to 250. Suggestion from Brent?
Yeah, I'll go under the bus for that one. Yeah, so the finance bureau confirmed the percentage wise, but you know, it's not an OPEX spend, which is directly against rates for 1 year. This will be spread across, you know, I would say 10 to 20 years.
Do we need to amend that slightly? And
Rosalie?
What is the balance of our reserve contribution and what are we expecting to be put into it this year, please?
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm running a spreadsheet of where contributions coming in, what capital commitments we've made out of that, what allocations have been made. I haven't got that at my fingertips, but I can bring that back for the 30th of June meeting. Thereabouts, I think available balance is around 850,000. Yeah, that's total. So some of that's 20% of that is elsewhere. But we've made prior commitments for that 20% funding. For example, the Mokanui septic install, that's I think almost 300,000 is our contribution coming out of that fund. What the 850 is where we're available, if you like, but we've got amounts tagged to the areas that those funds came in from.
It could take some go half stop them.
For areas where that balance has been unspent, yes, but secondly, there's no available funding.
Okay, so where does that leave us?
Oh, yeah, just before we vote on this, for clarification, in the supporting letter, it said that it will be included laundry facilities. I don't see on the floor plan that's been presented, I don't see any laundry facilities. What can anybody?
yeah, I can talk to that. So because the council plans were done without subcommittee consultation, it was done fairly quickly off the back of we've been asking to get a quote done for the last year's plan to get in on time. So there's a wee deck part that we've got existing washing machines that we can put in there. That was sort of all inclusive.
Shane?
And in that case, I think I'd be more comfortable if our building team went out there to assess again and re-quoted what needs to be done. Because we're saying we've got an estimated figure. I think we need an actual figure, new figure.
Yeah, it has to be re-quoted off the plans, but the plans will the ground footprint is fine. It's just,
I'm not worried about the footprint. I'm worried about what the work is that's required, and I'd be more comfortable if we had that detailed work and it came back to us, because it would still come from the reserves contribution fund if that's what we're looking at.
Through the chair, we would run that as a property project. We would scope it, design, complete that design, complete that quoting, and actually deliver it. That's a bit of a change the way things have been in the past, where committees have had funding from council and then that they've spent it. We've got procurement stuff that we now follow. We've got, you know, proper health and safety and QSing that we want to do. So we'll run those projects independently through project management.
Rosalie? You move the motion.
Was reserves contribution, but is that where you're dictating the
No,
money
that's
comes
not
from, or
where-
are you amending it?
Yeah, we're amending it to along the lines of what Brent said.
I think it was
Raising the capital spend.
increase the reserves capital spend budget by 150,000, or by the appropriate amount. If maybe that's correct.
Yeah, but again,
To it, you know, yeah, yeah, we'll have that for the 30th of June.
So by the appropriate, yeah.
you Dave.
And seeing I asked for the clarification around the, that this is capital spend, it would be remiss not to, mention that we have had, submitted against the, level of debt and how the debt rises, and, it would be remiss not to note that, a capital spend is actually in addition to the debt. And the reason why the debt's climbed is because we have had these kind of, but not this particular kind of spend, but large infrastructural spend that has to have been, that is intergenerational and has been funded through debt servicing. So I've anticipated the discussion around that submission, but as long as we're all aware that that's what we're agreeing to do, more debt.
So the council increased the reserves capital.
We just don't know what the cost is. Yeah, but if the cost comes in at 200,000. Dave?
He has actually got a $250,000 budget that he's asking for. So that is not, you know, the 150 has been added as an extra.
We don't know what the cost of this is going to be, so I think what Brent's suggesting now is that the scope be done, that be costed out and it be brought back to the table for a decision, picking up on one of Phil's earlier motions that we agree in principle.
So this will be included in the final annual plan adoption.
Yep. And it's subject to approval based on costs coming back to the council table in June.
So we need to lock in a figure, because we can't do the rework on the 30th of June, so the figure has to be.
We do have the old quote there. Again, it's just really just working through that old quote to
So-
prices.
Well,
So if we're coming back,
if we need a figure, why don't we just throw 150 in?
So
and we're agreeing in principle subject to.
yeah, I caution that we have 150 for the build, but these things don't build themselves. You need project management and final design and things like that. So that could add $10,000-20,000 easily to that number. And until we actually scope that project, we can't give you a firm figure. We could say 150,000, and then there will probably be an overspend to deliver it because there is a delivery aspect.
Yeah, okay, well, I think, in the interest of moving on, that we put that 150 in and it'd be scoped and recosted, brought back to the table. Yeah, if it's not 150, it's 160 or whatever. I think that if that's within the rules, we approach it then.
I'm happy to put the figure of 150 in so we know where we're going and it comes back, and if it's more than that, the subcommittee might be able to go out there and sell a few papers.
Does that work, Anthony?
My preference would be that we put, the 150 I know is an estimate at the table, so it's not accurate. I think we need to put some caution around that. I would suggest we would put 200,000 down. We probably won't spend it, but I know in lots of places toilet blocks get to that sort of level of cost. So the whole project cost needs to be incorporated. Given you're making a resolution, if we give a little bit of flexibility in there, then we can come back with a saving rather than having to overspend. Because if we set that number, the issue is that the rates team can actually then set the rate. If we set a low number and we overspend, then we haven't rated for our spend and we get into different trouble.
Rosalie?
I disagree. I think if we could stick to 150 and we work around how we agree to set this, if we go out there and say 200, 250, you'll end up with quotes up at that, and we have seen it at Mokanui Sewage. So no way no one should we be going out there saying 200,000.
So what you're saying, Rosalie, is find a way to make it work at 150.
Yeah.
All inclusive.
It's a reduced, yeah.
So just from a building infrastructure perspective, you either you can approve up to 150, but if it's a cost overrun over that, you've got two choices basically. One is to fund it, the overcost. The other one is to reduce the scope of the building. So I think council would like to have that ability if we do go over that one.
Yeah, and that's the reason for putting 150 on it and bringing it back to the table for approval to proceed. Okay. How are we going, Caitlin? Did you catch all that?
That council increased the reserves capital spend budget by $150,000 to build a new ablution block for the Seddonville Reserve Subcommittee. That's who put in the application, the application for funding. Yeah. Moved by councillor Sampson, seconded by councillor O'Keefe. Is that wording? Yeah.
Well, just to double check, we've approved subject to a rescope and recosting and approval. We're not signing off on 150 today. We're asking for it to be rescoped, redesigned, whatever, to ensure it recross.
Subject to the project being recosted.
Correct.
In principle,
We don't want to agree 150 and then find out it's 180 or 200 or whatever. So, okay.
Can I just clarify what number we're going to be asking the finance team to put in the spreadsheet so as they can see it?
150.
Thank you.
250 total.
So, but the additional is 150. An additional 150. Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks. Still discussion before we vote. I like the point that Councillor Hickson makes. This is not a rugby field where we're going to have 30 sweaty blokes coming off and all wanting to shower within this time of 5 to 10 minutes. We're seeing 4 lovely showers here. You know, if you cut your cloth, as one of our previous councillors always used to say, you know, if it comes down that we have 4 toilets and 2 showers, what the hell? Yeah.
I agree. Okay, so where are we at?
Nothing moved and seconded.
Okay, we're going to read that out again because we had a little change.
The council increases the reserves capital spend budget by $150,000 to build a new ablution block for the Seddonville Reserve Subcommittee, noting that this is subject to the project being recosted.
Everybody happy with that? All those in favour?
Yeah.
Against?
Same, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we now move on to the Nangahua Community Board. And is that's it up on the screen, Chris, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't read that with my eyes from here, so.
It's okay.
It's 141.
Not public.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Not to read. Okay, what's the first one anyway? Sorry. Yeah. Recent footpaths. Okay, well, we kick off with that, keep moving, and while Adlin finds that for me. Comment?
We just ask Anthony to give us the state of funding around footpaths, you know, because that is a variable that will determine what our deliberations.
Mm-hmm.
So the footpaths, as you know, are co-funded by NVTA. At the start of the funding triennium, which is a different triennium to the political one, when the new government came in, they kicked a lot of walking, cycling and other non-vehicle funding for touch. Our footpath budgets were cut at that point. Specific to Nangahua, and I was at the ICB meeting last week. There are 2 footpaths, one in Nangahua and one in Ikamatua. Pardon me, I'm getting tired tonight. They are both plan to be worked on. And I'm trying to remember which way around. One of them is scheduled to be done during this winter. It's a concrete footpath, so it will be done. It's on the work program. The other one is waiting for a water pipe to be upgraded, and that won't be upgraded till next year. And there's no reason, it's not sensible to build a footpath and then dig it up again and then rebuild the footpath. So I've made a commitment to the board that those projects would be done, because I made a commitment to this table through the LTP that they would be done.
So just a further clarification. So what level of funding is available to you with footpaths, apart from those ones that have been identified going forward for next year? What level of funding may be available to you?
So there's I think the $400,000 footpath budget that we have. At the moment, we had the contract a couple of months ago, and the contractors are underway getting things done. $400,000 doesn't buy you a lot of meters of footpath.
So this is about widening the footpath from Broadway to the Strand along Smith Street. Is that's something new? It's not incorporated into any of your plans?
No, that's not part of the footpath. This is upgrading existing footpaths. There were a couple of footpaths in that ward that had been partially built or partially rebuilt and not completed. Unfortunately, as a consequence of the funding cuts that the government put in when it came in.
Okay, well, I guess the question here, action request to extend the footpath width on Smith Street and extend it on the Strand. Notwithstanding whether the money's there or not, from IBC's point of view, is that a must-have?
Well, I'd like to refer to the extension of Smith Street to the Strand that goes down the side of the Fresh Choice building, the supermarket building. There's car parking down there, and I would put it to you that the footpath is not in part not functional. So in other words, it is not really something I would consider a standard that a footpath should be at, and that is not just in the construction of it. It's in the so I think that one's one that should be on the radar for an assessment and bring it up to standard. It feeds around the back from those car parks. It feeds around the back to the door that we talked about at the back of the visitor centre, which is the access door for disabled. So it's the automatic access door at the back. There is one disabled car park around there, but anybody that's moving around town in a wheelchair, that's their access point into the back. So there is a need for that one, I do believe. Linda might like to speak on behalf of the rest of the footpaths.
I wasn't going to comment just because, usually, I gave the submission.
Okay, so you finished, Linda? Okay. Okay, so specifically we're talking about the footpath from Smith Street on the Strand. So, the question is, Dave, you're raising the issue that it needs some work. That doesn't mean widening it. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily that particular footpath, but I think down the back, as it goes further down, there probably is, because it goes past the house. It's got lawn coming out, a bit of lawn coming out from the house. So that, I haven't really done the assessment on what the footpath expert, I think that's him.
Thanks, Dave. Colin?
Yeah, thank you. Just to, I'm hearing what Anthony's saying, okay? I can't remember, it was only recently that the previous government allowed us, when we had the applications through the chair, For roading, they also accommodated footpaths 100%. Previously, it was only a certain percentage, and the ratepayer had to, sorry, when I say 100%, 75%, sorry. But previously, the ratepayer had to pay more than that because they were financing the roading. Having to be corrected. The new, as James, I believe, James Graham, when he came in here, he commented about, you know, the new government, current government came in and said no to the cycling ways, as Anthony said, and no to the walkways, i.e., I'm assuming that meant pathways. So we have an agreement at the moment with NZTA that they will fund up until, I think, next one's 2027, it comes out next year. And by that time, we have to put in a new submission by about March next year or thereabouts to be considered. Now, for us to go out and pay out of our own funds to do the work that's required, I agree that the work has to be done. This has been around since, well, for quite some time, but we cannot afford to be seen to be paying for, you know, for this type of work, because otherwise you run the risk of NZTA, thank you NZTA, for saying, well, if you can fund it out of your rates, then you can just carry on and fund it out of your rates. So you're going to set yourself a precedent. And unfortunately, at the moment, we're stuck with a, sorry, not stuck. We have an agreement with NZTA. We've got a plan up until about March 2027. And that's how much we're going to spend. Please, Anthony, interrupt me if I'm wrong. So we have to wait now. And unfortunately, we do. It's something I don't want to do, but I know what that street's like. So, but we do have to wait until we can put this forward again. And we've got to prioritise these things. I sometimes wonder, no offence to the staff, that we don't push enough to get certain, like Ikamattua is a good one, been around for a while. We don't push enough to get these ratified by the NZTA board. We're coming with the rumours now that 3 yearly funding. So I hear where everyone's coming from, but we have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to persevere, in my case, persevere until such time that we can push NZTA to start recognising some of these other smaller communities which do require work undertaken, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. Anthony.
Well, I think Colin's generally right with that. I mean, we do have a degree of flexibility around where we prioritise the funding for footpaths when we do renewals and upgrades, and that's condition based, and it does follow a formula, I think, that's nationally accepted. The particular footpath down to behind the visitors centre is one that's been talked about for a while, and it's specifically around accessibility, and we did talk about that at the ICB, and there is a auto door at the back and there is a disabled car park, but it's also linked to the fact that there isn't an automatic door at the front because the design of the building doesn't easily allow for one. In fact, we couldn't come up with a design or find a design to do that. So if it's purely for accessibility reasons, then a suggestion was made last week about putting it in a different place on the building. It's not our building, so we'd have possibly some trouble in altering that. But the staff who were at the ICB also confirmed that if somebody did turn up with a wheelchair and the door was shut, they would open the door. And it's not ideal in terms of being fully accessible, but it does achieve that outcome. And the cost of putting that footpath in, which would be, I mean, I've not done much in a wheelchair, but I'd probably struggle to get up that road in a wheelchair, getting out, whether that's the best spin.
Sounds to me like it needs a whole lot more assessment.
And surely, you know, Anthony's engaged in the process now. He's been up to the ICB. Anthony, I think, would be quite happy to work with looking at relocation of that door or putting another door in a better location.
If that's possible, yes, well,
you and I should look at that.
we can go and have a look. I do know that's been looked at a lot.
And that came out of the ICB meeting we had anyway, so, okay. On that basis, are we happy to move on, Rosalie?
I just wanted to carry on with that part, program. I understand Anthony said he's got a program for footpaths up to 27. And that's district wide. Can we see that sometime? Because we as councillors used to see the footpath program, and you know, and respect to you guys, you don't see all the footpaths in all the areas, and you know, the back footpath that Hector might be in bad repair, and people have been onto us. So if we see those that list and the priority, and this is where this footpath could have come up a lot sooner if we had seen that and said, well, this is more important than this one somewhere else because it's one on the other side of the road.
So Anthony, do you have a work program for footpaths in the district?
There is, yes, I can share it, but it is set because the contract's been let.
Okay, if you're able to share that with councillors, then if anybody's got a question, I'll come back to you. Dave.
Yeah, sorry, just before we leave the topic, we, and Phil may recall this because I think it was back when Phil and I were both on council, we had a hierarchy. We discussed and determined that we should have a hierarchy as they do for roading. They have the different grades of roading and that determines how they are maintained. So a state highway is X number of 2 lanes so wide, seal and a level of maintenance, high level of maintenance, and then you step down to a you know, a high use road in our area or whatever, and it's got another level, and then you go down right down to gravel roading. And we had the same thoughts, and we made a decision around the fact that we should be dealing with footpaths in the same way, so that there was a main routes that led you into the, in particular in towns, led you into the business district, and the feeder paths came off them, and then right down to just access, which would have been, you know, just perhaps even just the grass verge that led into these things, so that it was about accessibility, which is what footpaths are about. It was about getting maximum accessibility for the most efficient spend. And I just wondered, Anthony, is that still part of the consideration within how you deal with these things?
I'm not at that level of detail in terms of setting that priority, and I don't need to be. I'm just conscious that the bulk of, because there is so little money, the bulk of footpath replacement is based on asset condition and engineering. So if it is starting to fail or has failed, then it goes on the priority list. Even then, they don't always get on the do list because there isn't sufficient funding. So it's really tight with footpaths. So the ones that have the worst engineering or asset condition are at the top of the list.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, we're going to move on now to signage, and I've just got a question around the $5,000 IBC has to spend. I mean, something like signage, which seems to be in this particular case a bit of a minor item. Why wouldn't IBC spend that money on fixing this particular problem? Excuse my ignorance. If it is a problem.
I don't see a problem with the spend. That would have to be then there will be rules and regulations on how and where and what the, you know, the signage. Some will be simple, some may be just attached to existing structures or whatever. I don't see a problem with the actual signage spend coming out of.
Yeah, I just, I mean, who would normally pay for signage like this? That's something council does, or?
It depends whose road it's on, and place like Reefton, there's a lot of state highway, which is NZTAs.
Yeah.
The local roads are ours, and there's an ongoing maintenance and replacement program. So if a sign's damaged, then the contractors should be replacing that.
So this one's signage required on Broadway, which is a state highway.
Yes.
Okay, so council shouldn't really be paying for that at the end of the day if it's accessible through NZTA.
Well, this is, sorry, the specific request is on Broadway to give guide users to the toilet, so that would be a council thing because it's pointing to a council facility.
Council facility, because it's on a state highway pointing to a council facility.
It's our facility, it's not a road sign.
Okay.
Per se, it's here's the loo sign.
Okay, so the question is, IBC, ICB, why don't you guys pay for the sign? That's my question.
Are you suggesting that so if Westport toilets need a sign, are you suggesting a group also pay for that? What precedent are you suggesting?
I'm probably trying to set a new one, Linda, tongue in cheek, that you guys have got the $5,000 there, and you have.
We should clean signs and replace them.
Excuse me, sorry, what was that?
So we should use that money to clean existing signs, replace ones that are damaged, and put signs that are missing it. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea in this instance. Throw it out there anyway. Dave.
So Linda's quite right. There is a level of functionality in a community that is driven by signage. Toilet signage is definitely part of council's infrastructure. I mean, cleaning the signs is definitely part of a West Reef contract. I mean, it's part of council's ongoing maintenance budget, and replacing damaged signs would also be part of that budget. So realistically, I think that this is about the infrastructure team working with West Reef and just identifying these issues and dealing with them. That's really the crux of what's been submitted. And I think that's been submitted, just to put you in the picture, this has been submitted now at least 3 years, really, at least 3 years, that this lack of maintenance, lack of replacement of damaged signs, etc., has been going on. So I would suggest to you what ICB is saying here is that there is a disconnect between the Buller District Council team and the West Reef team in terms of what drives these processes. So this isn't just about solving the solution. This is about long-term solving the solution.
Anthony, is this your department? Perhaps you can comment on that.
A lot of it will be, yes. Simon's just beside me showing what they did in Hokitika in terms of an overall wayfinding signage system around the town, which is something that we don't do here. But that would be sort of part of that business development thing that would probably prompt that and might be council funded.
I mean, it's a bit of a worry. Something's been hanging around for 3 years and we haven't been able to resolve it. So I'm just wondering how we get on top of that and do resolve it, move it forward.
Oh, I'll own it.
I'll own it. You'll talk to him. Is that like I'll move in a second?
It's like we'll have a cup of coffee.
Okay. Okay,
I think Dave's gonna do up one of those little houses in Reefton and let me stay there.
okay. So, but based on Anthony and Dave picking this up, you're happy to move on, everyone? Okay, thanks. Conscious that we're going to finish at 5 tonight, and it's 25 to 5 now, just keep an eye on the time. And you'll also talk to Anthony about the cleaning as well. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, street lighting, some areas of Reefton still no street lighting. Other areas, existing street lighting needs enhancing as it is difficult to negotiate at night. So whose responsibility is street lighting?
Local roads, it's ours, public, state highways, it's NZTA's.
Okay, so from my point of view, there needs to be assessment as to what all of this means in terms of where there's no lighting, whose responsibility it is, and what needs enhancing. How do we go about that?
The action in terms of reviewing the street lighting is probably a good action to take. Because there may also be, well, I suppose the other side is in parks and reserves in terms of pedestrian lighting and getting people around. So I think that's something we can undertake in terms of what that needs. It's not cheap, so it would come back for a budget item later on.
So,
yeah, like, I think you've got two sides to this too, and I think it's a consultation process rather than a decision here, because placing of street lights has negative impacts and positive impacts. So we end up with, you know, householders or whatever that have valued their dark space, if you like, being impacted. Well, that they need to be consulted. So, I mean, a plan needs to be there for where there's missing things, and it needs to be a process that's actually properly controlled through it. So just give you a little quickie too, just a heads up for you people around the table. The lighting in George Park has just been replaced. The light that used to be outside the women's restrooms where we have our meetings, it always had a light there, street light, that unfortunately never worked. That was recently identified in consultation with the Brent. We noted that the light wasn't working. We ascertained that it had an electrical short, which had gone to a steel pole that it was supported on. And so we took it out of commission straight away, and that has since been dealt with under the replacement process of street lighting. And the community contributed to that supplying the lighting. So, you know, it can be done. We are on the process. That part now is quite functional, and the building access is functional at night. So there's a few missing links that we are working on, and I think it's a work in progress.
Work in progress, Dave Ingston.
Yeah, I agree with the review of the street lighting. I think it's a good approach. My only concern is that if we just focus on Reefton, what about the other street lights around the other towns? That's all I'd say. It'd be nice to consider street lighting writ large and have a priority against it. I know Reefton has asked for it, and that's great, but others that haven't asked for it may still have a higher priority with some of their street lighting requirements.
That's a good point. But, you know, certainly my suggestion is Reefton have asked for it. It's the place to kick it off to address the issues of Linda and or Dave have identified through ICB, and see what needs to be done there. It is the town of light after all.
I'm just going to say, I'd like to note here that we've been a bit remiss, and we have to own up and wear it, that we've had 100 and odd years now, Linda, to sort this problem, haven't we? We haven't quite got there, have we? We're coming out 150 years, so that's well, 150 years is a long time to have not quite got our street lighting in order, seeing that we started the process in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay, so, we're basically going to put that back to Anthony to, review, Reefton as far as that item is concerned and liaise with Dave and or Linda. That's great. The next one, where are we?
Can I just point out that we're supposed to be looking for funding for this? Like this. And that, it's funding.
Sorry, what's that, Tony? What's that? Okay,
This
so-
is a very thoughtful and large submission. I think we're only up to point 2 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 12 to 14 points that all need to be looked at. Is there any smaller ones that we can actually deal with and then bring us back to tomorrow? Because, yeah. Thoughts?
There's a lot of toilet ones here. What's going on in Reefton?
I'll just remind you, under our terms of reference for the community board, one of the things it talks about is that we make a submission to the annual plan. So you might go, oh, why is Reefton? But that's what we are doing under the ICB. That's part of our job. So that's why it's quite detailed, and it's Anungahua ward specific, because that's who the Anungahua community board serve. But I'm happy to leave it till tomorrow. That's all. But I'll just that is why, like, it's probably so detailed, and a lot of these things on here is just to keep on council staff's radar when they're making decisions. Like, if you don't keep it on the list every year, it falls off, and you know, might take 10 years to get one of these things done, but we'll keep bringing it back.
Thanks. Movie theatre signage. Okay, need to be identified for signage pointing to the movie theatre on Broadway, which seems very similar to the one we talked about before. So is that Dave and Anthony?
I would say that that one could actually go to community board. We could deal with that. I mean, that would be, you know, and we could particularly go heritage signage and deal with the Reefton Inc. probably, and get something that works for the community. Do you agree, Linda? Do you think we could possibly go that path there?
Yep.
Right.
Through the chair as well, we're quite happy to help out with the design around that, in keeping with what we did with the Reefton Visitor Service Centre, because then it would be quite uniform and it takes on the advice that we've had previously.
That's great, thanks. There's another one here. What's the time? Oh, yeah, Shane.
I just, the one around surface flooding, and there, I want to ask a question, because if we're considering the stormwater and everything with that, is this not a discussion, it's a bigger discussion that will be included in that stormwater discussion going forward? So I think that's something.
Which one's that, Shane?
The surface, stormwater separation and the surface flooding in Reefton, I think they're part of a big discussion and part of that project that we acknowledge that it's an issue, but it is happening in the background of a bigger project.
Okay. I'm just sort of going through here, conscious of time.
Yeah.
Looking out, you know, some of the smaller ones that should be.
Well, I think we can say though, we're dealing with those two. No, I'm not waving it away. We recognise that it is an issue, but it's a big issue and it's part of a big. Okay.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow then. There's another one here I think we've covered off pretty much anyway, and that's the Reefton Visitor Centre, Reefton Visitor and Service Centre that was talking about the automatic doors. So I think we're dealing with that. The other one here, Buller Health Trust. We have Buller Health Trust, which looks only after Westport, like them to either change their name to the Westport Health Trust or start investigating the lack of health services in Reefton. I think, and Simon and I are both, trustees on the, Buller Health Trust. Is that, am I talking about the right one? Kawatiri? Okay, so, if I can just say first, Phil, that, they are looking at, health in Reefton, and looking at the gold mining companies, trying to get a foot in there in the door as well. So I just sort of add that. Phil?
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. I was about to say something similar. I think you'll find that quite a number of their patients do not reside in Westport. There's no need for them to call it the Westport Health Trust. Buller is all encompassing. You can become a patient of theirs, probably even if you live outside the district, I would imagine. Yeah, by all means, it's nice to think that they are looking at extending their the possibility of coverage in other areas. And I think for the in future of the health trust, it's a good idea to be doing that anyway. And as you've identified, they are. I'm happy that it's being managed within the trust itself now, in my view, and we can move on.
Everybody happy with that, Dave?
Happy with that, but I'd just like to add on the foundation, and you're quite well aware that how it came about, I guess, and just like to kind of acknowledge the fact that council funded it in its inception. It was the dental practices that you're going to lose. That was what led to the trust being set up. Quite supported that process through through those years. They paid back the loan that council made them, and they moved on. They moved into GP services, picked up that missing link as well. So I just want to point out that there is some synergy here between what we're trying to start off in Reefton in the Care Trust and Buller Health Trust, and what I would like to see would be us working collaboratively together to try and fit the missing links that we are in the currently identifying that health providers can bring. And it would be really appropriate for Buller Health Trust to be that group that brings that expertise and that collaboration through to help us fill the missing gaps.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would just say the Buller Health Trust is not driven and directed by council.
Yeah, that's correct. Rosalie and then Dave.
Just going back, it goes back a long time before that, because the Karamea Medical Trust got a loan to build a house at 3%, to purchase an older house at 3%, which once again, the medical trust paid back to the medical trust. So I think it has been going for a very long time. So it's appropriate that it be Buller.
In fact, it's Kawatiri Health is what it's called, isn't it? Or is it the Buller Health Trust? Buller Health Trust. Kawatiri. Okay. Yeah, get around it. Okay, thanks everybody. It's 10 to 5 now, and I can't identify any short ones. I think we've gone through those. My recommendation is going to be that we adjourn the meeting and reconvene at 1 PM tomorrow, if everybody's in favour of that.
All right.
There you go.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor,
before we go.
Just before, am I correct in thinking this is the last of the submissions that concern funding, other than the ones that are brought to our attention by the staff?
Yes.
So we finish that, and we talk about obviously the stormwater option 1, option 2, staff, and then we deal with what Councillor Reedy has indicated earlier about. We can then look at the individual submissions that have been made that do not concern funding issues. Am I right?
Thank you. Excellent. Thanks, everybody. Colin.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you've fucked off yet or not, but ICB, an Angahua Community Board, versus, what we have up in Auckland being local boards, I think they call them. And some of the direction for community boards, for instance, in Angahua, I believe that we don't pay sufficient notice of the responsibilities that the ICB in this instance have under the legislation. And here we are now, the question was raised just now, or comment was made about them being quite in depth, because we're doing it for the annual plan or the long-term plan. But this should be coming through on a regular basis. And I remember last term, Linda or Brian would say, oh, they'd get 5 minutes to have a chat, and that was about it. But what I think we should be happening, Linda and Dave Hawes, is that we should be seeing a bit more, if you like, delegation downwards, just like central government do to us, down to the board, but not so much that, also up. And I want to start seeing some more commentary from the ICB, putting more pressure on, like we are with us here, on the council to look at street lighting and look at the footpaths and stuff like that. We shouldn't be waiting till 1 year or each year to be doing this. So I'll just put it on the table, Mr. Mayor. That's all that our two reps here, but not only that's because they're a community board, and by order of council and what have you, slightly different to the Northern Water Courts, which is totally different. But yeah, just on the table, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I happen to agree with that, Tony. And I'll second that. All those in favour? Adjourn the meeting until 1 p.m. Adjourn the meeting until 1 p.m.